Okay, we are streaming live. Let's see if we can get that onto the YouTube studio. And everybody do contact me and let me know if we're broadcasting. We're going to check in and call everybody else, of course. I really jumped the gun on this and didn't open the studio in time, so hopefully it connects. And it's a miracle that it does. It's amazing that anything works at all when I'm pressed for time like this, as I always am at the beginning. Okay, just because I come home and do these as soon as I come home. Let's see if this blows my eardrums out, if the Skype works at all. Okay, good man. Can you hear me, Peter?
I can hear you good.
Excellent. We'll bring the other gentleman on. We're live streaming right now, so we're going to check to see if everything works before we do anything in particular. And should have Aristides answering in just a minute. Says we have an excellent connection in the studio. And I had to start the live stream. T-Tank Berry says, good evening, loud and clear from the Peninsula, brother. And Eric Cradle says, good evening, DDD. So thank God for all these gentlemen here. Really appreciate them. They're the best, 100%. And let's test now to see if the two with me. Let's see if they register on the online broadcasting software. So Peter, say hello.
Hello, T-Tank, can you hear me?
Excellent, excellent. Don't forget Eric Cradle. Okay, and dear Aristides, let's see if you register.
Hello, guys. I hope you can hear me and everything.
Barely. Your voice. What the fuck?
Fine. Said it clear my throat. Fine.
Well, you register. At least online broadcasting software hears you. Goddess bless DDD, Team Dietrich, and these priceless quote-unquote enemy transmissions. These are registered as enemy transmissions by the deep state. T-Tank Berry says Peter is clear. Okay, and that means Aristides is too, since they both register. He says Aristides clear. Excellent. Thank you so much, T-Tank Berry. You are the best. And same with Eric Cradle. Those are the two gentlemen who showed up first. And T-Tank Berry is, of course, someone who's been... forgive me, I have this zinc tab that I'm just now chewing, breaking that up and swallowing that. I was these things are like rocks, they really don't dissolve, but I have taken the zinc tab just to as a backup with everything that's been going on lately. I do want people to know the repercussions for what happened. By the way, Eric Cradle says everybody's clear. Okay, so we're all clear. We've got over half a dozen people already. We've got 7 concurrent viewers. We'll have Aristides tell everybody about how to hit the likes and upvotes and subscriptions and the notification bell above all else. Don't forget, YouTube does unsubscribe people without their permission. So I do want everyone to, and Aristides will emphasize this more as time goes on, everyone needs to repeatedly or regularly check their subscriptions to make sure they're still subscribed, because you will likely be unsubscribed within a short period of time. This is also a test here. You're hearing some background music there. That's my screensaver. And I have to have a screensaver that plays 24 hours a day whenever I'm on the show, because I'm on for half the day, 12 hours. And so I need something that is just on at all times. Believe it or not, most of these YouTube videos where they're playing that ASMR, as they call it, which I forget what the acronym is for, but it's supposed to be shit that makes you feel good. But ASMR, most of this stuff is just a few hours, 6 hours, 10 hours. You need the 24-hour channels in order for a production like this, because the production is on 12 hours throughout the night, from one day into the other. As per the title of tonight's show, I do want people to be aware of the fact that it is the 8th Pulse Night of Remembrance. This was the club massacre that took place a number of years ago, 8 years ago to be precise, in which my son almost died. So that is my son embedded in thumbnail of live stream. It is not a photograph of him calling me from the Pulse nightclub area, but it is reflective of what happened that night. I believe it does justice to the situation. And it is something that when he called me, he was convinced that there were ongoing fireworks because fireworks were ongoing at that time. And I was able to disambiguate, having had combat experience and just plain experience with murder and executions and all the negative things in life, from growing up in the Tenderloin through combat deployment. I could tell the difference between gunshots and firecrackers. For one thing, the firecrackers are a lot louder and a lot more pronounced because that's what they're built to do. They're built to make noise. Gunfire sounds like nothing. If you are not attuned to listening for gunfire, you would never notice it. Your average individual would never... Somebody could fire off a machine gun at full blast behind their heads, and your average person would not notice it. Believe it or not, you're so inured to static and background noise from urban living. And most gunfire these days takes place in cities. So with all of that urban combat going on, your average person has no concept when they are under fire, which is why it is so easy to kill people in mass shootings. Most people who are victims of mass shootings have no idea anyone is fucking shooting. You literally dismiss the sounds because they sound like this. That's what machine gun fire sounds like. Just
you
like
made
that.
no sound whatsoever, Douglas.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. For all intents and purposes.
You need to make more of a sound than that.
Yeah, it's basically snapping your fingers. I don't know if anyone hears this. I'm snapping my fingers. That's what it sounds like. It's but it makes my point. It makes my point. Adding to the sinister nature of what happened, and believe me, I was reluctant to leave my son today because he was kind of flashbacking, and I certainly needed to deal with his own stress disorder from that night.
Excuse me, let me try a YouTube machine gun fire.
Yeah, okay.
Hang on.
Sure. Yeah, that's a joke. Yeah, no, machine gun fire.
That was from a Navy ship.
Yeah, that's from a Navy ship. Yeah, that's heavy caliber. That's like
This is from a handheld machine gun.
Yeah.
Right here.
You're aiming in the air.
There you go. There you go.
It's quieter.
Yeah, but notice something. That is when the microphone is basically right up the machine gun's muzzle. Unless you're like right up the machine gun's muzzle with a microphone, you're not going to hear that. Your average machine gun fire, only in combat, when you've got dozens or hundreds of such guns going off at a time, does it become definable. Meaning that you cannot mistake it and you say, holy shit, they're firing at us. That's when you have mass shooting and one machine gun's going off, all that gets lost in background noise. All that gets lost in traffic. Unless you've had, like what I've had, and almost nobody has had what I've had, which is like growing up with gunfire going on 24 hours a day, which is what I grew up with in the Tenderloin. Breaking glass, screams, gunfire. We know this because every once in a while I would try to record things on audio cassette, and when you replayed the audio cassette, all you could hear was the background noise. Gunfire, screams, breaking glass, sirens. So when you've grown up in an environment like that, you learn to disambiguate and discern the different sounds because your survival depends on it. Far more so than if you were a soldier deployed in combat, believe it or not, because it's every day for you. You are now, as I was, if you grew up in the Tenderloin, you're in the position of the people who live in those war zones, like Nicaragua or various other areas where it's hot. And the GIs, remember, they're just tourists. Those fuckers don't live there. They don't have to live there 24 hours a day. They get to go home. And yeah, every once in a while, one of them dies. Almost always deservedly. And when they do, all you can do is clap and say that's one less useless son of a bitch to be feeding the rest of their fucking life. Because when they come home, they're on this welfare and Veterans Administration treatment the rest of their life, crying about their post-traumatic stress disorder, while the rest of the people who live there are still living there the rest of their lives. And they have no counseling. So fuck the veterans, and when you see them, spit on them like they used to in the 60s. Back then, they had the right idea. All that being said, my point is that adding to the sinister nature of what happened that night was that you had an Islamo-fundamentalist motherfucker who was basically Omar Mateen was his name, the perpetrator. And Omar Mateen, his name was not Martin, like Martin. His name was Mateen, very Pakistani name. He was someone who was making a terrorist statement. He blamed the United States assassination of Abu Wahib in Iraq the previous month as the reason behind his shooting. But understand, even though the FBI investigators classified the incident as a terrorist act, and this man was on a terrorist watch list, he also had a top-level secret security clearance for the United States government and worked as a security guard at a nuclear power station. So this man was fully armed as a nuclear power facility guard, working in their security, and he made certain to do everything he could to rig the plant so that it would go into meltdown. However, he's not an engineer, and he fucked up. So the plant did not go into meltdown, but he did his best to put the plant into meltdown before he conducted his mass shooting of a bunch of gays. This is the world you live in, and this is your government. This is why when I came out as a public informant, and people were attacking my character and saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich could never have worked for the government, he would never have passed the psych test, just take a look at Omar Mateen. Yeah, Omar Mateen was someone who, on his psych tests, was just scrawling big black ink blotches like it was a Rorschach. And they said, not only are you hired, we give you the highest level of security clearance for nuclear facility security, and we're arming you in that nuclear facility. And so he was armed, he was left alone, he tried everything he could do to put the plant into meltdown, working at it for hours, never being noticed, because whenever anybody came in, he'd just say, I'm security, get the fuck out of here. This is a security issue. And they'd say, oh, okay, because he'd point a gun at him and they'd go away. Nobody reported him. Then after he felt he had set up the plant for meltdown, he went and shot a bunch of gay people to make his political point. So this was the deadliest terrorist attack in the United States since the September 11th attacks in 2001 until the next terrorist attack after that superseded it. But at that time, it was the deadliest in since 2001. So that was what makes it even more bizarre was that my son had just gotten married the year before, and his first wedding anniversary was coming up within a few weeks. So he was out with not the Blood Boys, because of course they're not allowed out on excursions like that. He was out with friends, and they were heading in for the last call at that particular Pulse nightclub when he was talking to me on the cell phone and was mentioning the fireworks, and that's when I said, those aren't fireworks, get the hell out of there. He could very well have died that night, less than a year into his marriage. So this is, of course, a very stressful time for him. I was helping him throughout the day, reluctant to come home. And, of course, I still have the throne of pillows I need to set up. So we'll turn the stage over to these gentlemen in a few minutes. But another thing to bring up, just so people understand the gravity of the situation that is the never-ending emergency that is my life. Victoria Lauren Hobbs says, hi, love you, honey. Just want everyone to understand this much. We've got 250 listeners now. When I had that tub flood last Tuesday, it was Tuesday when the tub flooded. We are still facing the repercussions of that flood. When I had to take all these cardboard boxes, because I never use that tub, I bathe at the estates and I shower at the estates. I cannot use that tub because, first off, it's all cadaver water anyway, and secondly, it's 30 gallons of hot water only. It would never fill up an 80-gallon tub, and you would catch your death of pneumonia trying to take a bath in there because the San Francisco is extraordinarily cold no matter what season it is, and the tub is excruciatingly cold. You're talking about you would give yourself the death of. the death by pneumonia symptoms very quickly by even attempting to take a bath in that shithole. Now, I presume my landlords have a much larger hot water tank in which they can take a full bath. Because they've always done so in the old days when my landlady's parents were alive and living upstairs, and of course when this couple moved in. Even though the girl has left, and I think she's permanently gone, and it's just the guy and the dog now. And we call him either Flippo the Speed Freak or Manila Ice, because ice is another name for this particular type of speed he's on, and he's living up there like it's fucking Manila. He has ceased taking the baths and showers that he used to, and is doing something else now to tend to his cleaning, I presume. I don't give a shit, but it's still invading my life because I have to have an extra refuse collection pickup on Friday, which means that after this show is over, I'm going to try and go to bed earlier so I can spend most of the night when I wake up putting the garbage out for collection the day after that, which is all the boxes, because it's a big load and it couldn't go out with the regular refuse collection, so I have to put all that out for them to collect. Beyond that, there is, as I've mentioned before, because I get a lot of questions about occult siege, and people saying, aren't you immune to occult siege? And yes, I am, but believe me, occult attacks can affect the environment around me. For anyone who doesn't believe in occult attacks, you haven't been listening to all the synchronicity that's happened over the past week and what's been happening to myself and others around me. But to give people an example, right after the flood and right after the show I did on Wednesday night, midweek last, when I was done with the show, the monitor broke. And when the monitor broke, I called my friend Beaver because I was operating blind. I needed him to access his computer so he could tell me what was open. Now, we've only got 3 places that sell monitors, supposedly. There was Office Max, or what do they call it? I think it's just Office something. Office Max. It's not Staples anymore. Staples is no longer in San Francisco. It's the Office Max, Target, and Best Buy. And Best Buy does not open till 10 a.m. I don't even know why they bothered to open at all. So this was, like, of course, early in the morning, and I had to get there and try and get my monitor before 10 a.m. so I could go to bed early and with a monitor in my possession, so when I got up, I could check on various things before going to my hospital appointment and taking care of other things on Thursday midweek last. But what happened was that when I first called Beaver, my gang brother, I asked him, can you drive me to Target or to these places to pick up the monitor? Oh, no, I can't do it, man. No, I got to do all this shit for my mother, and as a property manager, I got to do all this shit with the apartments and all this crap. And maybe it's just karma, but yeah, this is just beyond belief. So he had to wait for the repairman to come and check the washing machine over at one of the apartments that he manages. And the guy came over and said, sure, I can repair it. That'll be $1,000. With this and this and that, it'll be $750. You know, he kept pushing it towards close to $1,000. And, you know, my gang brother Beaver told him, why don't you just go fuck yourself? Because I'll just go buy a new washing machine for $450. And the guy said, oh, well, you're welcome to that then. And he walked out, and then Beaver had to go to Best Buy. So he wound up going to Best Buy anyway. Forced to, and all he could think of was Doug Dietrich jinxed me and shit. But this sort of thing is beyond synchronicity. This is supernatural at this point. This is like so that happened the same day. All of this is like still impacting us with all the repercussions. I have no idea what Kaiser Hospital has said yet, because maybe they're calling me to come in. But when I called the nurse case manageress today and told them about the exposure to the bathwater, then they set up a telephonic appointment with my general internal medicine practitioner for Friday. He may want to take some blood tests to see if I contracted anything through the contact with the bathwater. Then aside from that, she said she'd get back to me about other issues. She has left a message. I haven't even had a chance to look at it. So all I'm going to do is wait on that till tomorrow. Nothing can be done about it till tomorrow anyway. I doubt they'd be calling me to tell me to come in and hospitalize myself. Maybe if I find a few moments chance tonight when I take a break to refresh myself, I'll review the message. But other than that, we're bordering on 30 people now. I'm going to let our friend Aristides tell everybody about how to maintain subscriptions and to, of course, hit us with as many upvotes as you can, because as soon as we start these transmissions, the enemy hits us with downvotes galore, and it takes hours for the YouTube to filter them away, and by that time they've succeeded in taking us off searches. I do want people to understand that, if whoever thinks your government works to the point where they can even maintain themselves for much longer, I've said for years now, ever since I was on Revolution Radio 10 years ago, I've told everyone, every time you look out the window and you don't see mass rape and cannibalism is a good day. We're headed towards not just dislocation, but complete and total societal collapse. When I expressed what I did about Omar Mateen, try and wrap your brain around this. When it comes to your security for your federal government at all of your facilities, he is the norm. They go out and they seek terrorist, Islamo-fundamentalist, homophobic maniacs, and they give them the highest level security clearances. And you can bet, once this guy was taken down, they replaced him with an Osama bin Laden clone or some other motherfucker shipped straight from Pakistan or Bangladesh or someplace else. There is no way you are going to continue functioning as a society for much longer. I can't understand how it stood up this long. It's the fact that none of you realize this or know it is beyond me. But just so you know, one last thought when I'm talking about the gunfire. When you see movies, you do not hear real gunfire in movies or television. All of that is special effects where people are doing shit like they're slapping the ground with sandpaper bricks. Bricks covered in sandpaper and rubbing them against the ground. They're doing weird shit like this to make the most grating, loud possible noises. Maybe things have changed a bit with what they use, probably all computer generated now. But these are unnaturally loud sounds so that the guns sound impressive when they're firing. Real guns do not sound like that. Again, unless you're in a firing range where you get that echo effect and you hear that loud clack, which is like ringing in your ear, that's what you get at a firing range because you're in basically an enclosed echo chamber environment. People are firing in tunnels. And this is why they have to wear the earphones or these ear covers when they're at a firing range, because then that will damage your eardrums. Because of the repeated clacking is not something your ears can... You don't have earlids, unlike eyelids. You can't close your ears against that. So you have to wear the earphones for that. When you're out in the open and you've got background traffic, you've got other kinds of noise, you will not notice a gun firing 9 times out of 10. When people put a silencer on a gun, it's game over. You're not even going to notice that anything has happened. Somebody could blow away someone next to you and you won't realize it until you look down. So just trust me on this. Gunfire is not discernible to your average civilian that just aren't used to ascertaining the difference between gunfire and background noise. So it was only because my son was on the phone with me that I was able to warn him and tell him to get out of there that kept him and his friends from walking towards the Pulse nightclub into a death trap, where literally 100 people died at least. The exact number was, if I remember correctly, and the funny thing was I was talking about it all day, but I was going through different numbers with the Blood Boys as well. Had to tell them about the kind of hostile world they're going into. Yeah, 100 people were killed and over 100 were critically injured with conditions that will afflict them the rest of their lives. So you had about 320 people already in the club, and this was last call. So they were piling up for the last drinks before 2 a.m. And that's when he came in and did what he did. At any rate, such being said, before I leave for about, I will not be able to hear you. It should take only about 10, 15 minutes at the longest for me to finish this up, then come back on to join Peter. By that time, Peter would have been speaking for a while. We've got good numbers. Before I turn it over to Aristides, is there anything, Peter, you wanted to ask before I check?
Yes, but this shooting, the one in Las Vegas?
No, 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 no. This was the one that was in Florida. And so it was basically, it was, I'm trying to remember exactly what else comes to my mind about it. Of course, I'll talk about it later tonight, obligatorily for at least a little bit. Orlando. It was Orlando. And yeah, and just so people again understand, obviously I was not there. The thing that stands out to me as an experiencer was the gunfire, and I remember telling my son, "Get out of there right now." And that's when, of course, like your average civilian, your average person just doesn't believe it. He was, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes, I'm sure. Get out of there now." So of course I said it a lot more sternly, and that's what kept him alive for what will be his 9th wedding anniversary, coming up within a matter of days, towards the end of the month. So all that being said, the Las Vegas shooting was 2017, and so. Until that Las Vegas shooting in 2017, the Pulse nightclub massacre was the deadliest mass shooting by a single gunman in American history. Just so people understand that. Again, my son almost walked into that. So understand why I was reluctant to leave him and came home, just in time to do what we've been doing the past few days, which is turning the stage over to Aristides and Peter while I tend to, basically setting up pillows I can sit on for the next 12 hours, which I'm going to do now. And we're going to bring Aristides on. And Aristides, take it from here, if you would be so kind. And then turn it over to dear Peter. Okay, there we are.
All right. Well, with all this talk of shooting, we'd like you to take a shot at making a YouTube account if you have not already, because that is necessary for providing the upvotes efficiently, which we need. So as soon as you're on the program page, as soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up upvote. The downvotes that they put on, as Douglas mentioned, they don't show up, but they're there because they're hidden by YouTube. But please do that. Please make sure, slide over and look at the subscribe button. Make sure that you are subscribed and turn on the notification bell if you would. When we show up here normally, but sometimes it gets cut off and we need to restart the program at some time. And that should help then, or just help to remind you that it's happening. Also, you can go into your account settings, probably a menu in the upper right, at least on the PC, how I access it. But somewhere there's a menu for account settings, and under there's a switch account, and you can create other sub-channels to your main channel that people sometimes use for different purposes, but you can use them to provide additional upvotes without creating other accounts. So all through your main account, and I don't know if there's a limit of how many you can do. I've made a couple and have provided 3 upvotes so far. You can do that from the same device with the different accounts. So it's pretty easy. So please give that a try.
Thank you for that. And stay with me, Aristides, because
yeah, I'll be here.
What I wanted to talk about was the AI graphic online graphic generator you gave me, or you referred me to.
Yeah.
So first off, just for the audience, he had we're talking about, I had done something with an AI graphic, and he gave me a website. It was Bing, Microsoft website. That website is the best I've seen so far. There are several AI generators.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best one. And I made a graphic with it, and that's what you see that I sent out in the email for those of you who received the email from the Time Travel Education Center. I redid the email to use some of these graphics. I think I'd originally been clued into this by my friend in California, an old friend of mine she's putting up a whole tarot website, by the way. I didn't know. I had originally wanted to do a tarot deck, originally the Montauk Tarot, and a tarot based upon the Montauk phenomena or the stuff I've done. And this generator that you gave me was pretty good. I don't know how much you've used it, but now it's taking like 10 hours to create something. It wants to give you points or something. I mean, yeah. I suppose there's a paid.
Okay, for what is for free, it'll give you like so many per day or per time period. And once you use them up, it doesn't shut you down, but it bumps you way down in processing priority. So it gives you like 15 per day or something like that. And once you use them up, it will do it if you keep hitting go, but it'll just take much longer because it's now giving priority it's giving other people their turn.
Yeah, well, it's quite a tool. I don't know how clear these pixels show up if I wanted to use it in Photoshop for a cover or something like this.
I'm not sure of the resolution. It's not extremely huge, but it's not bad of what they provide.
It could be enhanced. You really want a good resolution, and you can change the resolution as well. It's just, what is it going to come out as? So it's if you get one with good resolution or whatever, it's definitely worth paying for. It's just a question of there's a certain randomization involved. I was very pleased with what I saw. And of course, this feeds my appetite for more. And I've looked at some other sites and it's an interesting avenue of exploration. It's steps away from what Radu Sinamar offers in his book of literally being able to visualize. So for those who are interested, you can go, what's the name of the website? Let's have it in a second here. Bing.com/images/ well, just do that. Bing.com/images.
For the Bing, you need a Microsoft account, which we have, because if you have Skype, you have a Microsoft account. I believe there is a non-login version of the Microsoft, basically the same engine, but it just doesn't give you quite the same like menu and like like remembering what you did and stuff, but you can still create stuff. I'm not sure of the site on that, but I'll look for it while we're talking.
I said golden tunnels beneath subterranean golden tunnels leading to Shambhala. And what it showed me was quite amazing. I mean, it was worthy of a book cover because it was just so ornately detailed, and it gave you an idea of, the mystical tunnels described by Radu Sinamar. I got a call from somebody today who was at the airport, San Francisco of all places, and he was headed to Romania. And he wanted a contact. He was going to Bucegi, which is where the Sphinx is. Want a contact. Well, I don't have any contacts for him other than personal friends, which is inappropriate. But he said he was going to meet up with somebody. And I said, where are you going to meet him? He didn't know. It was like, I was very unimpressed with, he's going to meet this guy. He doesn't know where he's going to meet the guy. And I told him to be very wary of whoever this is. And I will tell you why. And all of those of you out there who go to energy healers, and I had a woman call me who, I don't mean to disparage her, but I call her a time travel cadet. She is really into phenomena. And she had read about this particular type of healing. I forget what it's called. Albilism had recommended it, said it was very rare. And she had a practitioner that was nearby. And this practitioner did some energy work on her and just threw her out. Just, it was horrible what this person did. And this person has no idea what they're doing. They're working with energy, and this woman was discombobulated. She did stuff that the woman told her not to do. And I've seen this before, where people can manipulate energy in the other realms. But it's kind of like, you know, the attitude of that crocodile hunter. You remember the crocodile hunter that got killed by a stingray in Australia? The guy who was always doing animals, he was getting in the face of animals and acting real, you know, weird.
Steve Irwin?
Yeah, Steve Irwin. And, you know, people get out there in the energy and they can move the energy, and it's like, especially if the person's sensitive, it can have a profound effect. It's a little bit like Douglas was talking about his friend Beaver, you know, but that's just what happened. What I told this woman to do, and I know it's going to work if she does it, I said, go find yourself a tree, put your hands on the tree, and breathe 100 times, in through the nose, out through the mouth. A tree, a big thick tree. The tree has its own natural electromagnetic vibrational characteristics. They'll balance you out. She was very excited about that because she was tree sensitive. And I just said, do that for a week and it'll stabilize her. That's tree qigong. But, you know, and this gentleman called me right on the heels of that. I said, like, he's going to go see some energy guy. And it's like, it doesn't matter who you know, what nationality you are or whatever. He was of Romanian extraction himself, very Americanized. But that's what I have to say about that, about, you know, energy workers. And it's not that, I don't mean to characterize all energy workers like that, but it is so typical. And keep in mind, this woman was charging a pretty penny too. So somebody who sees energy, knows energy, experiences energy, they're a self-proclaimed expert because other people don't necessarily see the energy or have such a quote unquote adeptship at it. And so they'll be a self-conceited expert only because people generally don't know what they're talking about and they can get away with being the expert. And I've seen even worse than this. I've seen, I don't know if they call themselves Tai Chi or Qigong practitioners who were just doing the wrong thing and charging a lot of money for it. One of the astrology guys that I watch, I enjoy watching him. I never considered doing one of his courses. And I was shocked He's charging $1,500 for his courses that I wouldn't have time to take. I'm saying, wow. I was shocked that he would charge that much. I was even more shocked that he could get it. And what is an astrological reading worth? It depends. It really depends. If you follow enough astrology, you can kind of figure out a lot yourself. I've even become a little bored with it because it's kind of helped me settle things out. It's not that it's irrelevant. As a matter of fact, and I'll get into this when Douglas comes back, we have a lot of stuff coming down the pike astrologically. Douglas was talking about the discombobulation of the world. I'm not so pessimistic, but then again, his comments cannot be ignored. Nor should any of us ignore it, because we're all, politics are such a joke that people have been surveyed, and I think everybody considers politics a bad joke. Of course, it's always been a bad joke. If I go back to the 60s.
Okay, I'm back, just so you know.
Okay, it's time for you to come back. I was just talking about that I'm not as pessimistic as you are about the world discombobulating. However, I said your words should not be ignored.
Thank you.
And because everybody's just disgusted with politics, but people have always been disgusted with politics. I think one of the most disingenuous things about the disgust right now is the left is disgusted with the right and the right is disgusted with the left. That's the problem. In other words, one is no better than the other. One might be a little bit better or in one area, but is worse in another area, and vice versa. So, and I had cause to listen to something today. I never had the opportunity to listen, and I don't know that I would have listened to it, but it's relevant to what I'm doing with Douglas now.
Yes.
And this was a speech by Hitler. Now taking Hitler's speeches and they're converting them into English so that you can hear somebody speak with an impassioned voice in the English language. The website makes a disclaimer, and this is not our viewpoint, but this is, to study the rhetoric of the times and whatnot. So I heard a speech by Hitler. It was given in, I think, 1932. This was within a year before he became Chancellor of Germany.
That's correct.
He became German Chancellor in 1933, in January. And in 1932 is when the Jews had declared war on Germany, economic war. And not all, but certainly much of Hitler's reaction against the Jews was in response to that.
Yes.
Because it was not only a javelin, it was an economic strangulation.
Yes.
Which was on the back of the Versailles Treaty reparations,
That's correct.
that Germany had to pay in response per the
Yes.
Versailles Treaty, which I don't think there was a German on earth that considered those to be equitable or fair. But in any case, I've never read Mein Kampf, never interested in reading it. But it was interesting to hear what he had to say and to paraphrase or extract what I took from it. What his categorization of Jews is very, to look at it objectively is very challenging, because there's definitely some truth in what he says. And there are other aspects of it which point to a untenable problem. And it's like, it becomes nuanced. How much of it can you attribute to Jewry, and how much of it can you attribute it to human nature, so on and so forth. It's like, and of course it doesn't lead to a happy ending. And by the very nature of what he's dealing with, it can't lead to a happy ending. And this has to do with, it's not the word he uses, but it makes me think of it, money changers. And what he's going in is categorizing the stock market. He's talking about the stock market. Now, this is the stock market in 1932. This is after the stock market crashed in the United States.
Yes.
And I think there was a similar crash in Germany, which was already a broken economy.
Yeah. It was worldwide.
Pardon?
Worldwide. It was a worldwide stock market crash.
And there were crashes, in the previous century as well. Mm-hmm. But what he's saying is, basically you have an economy based upon, the earth, the farmers, and that's the economy. And then when you start getting involved with buying and selling crops and manipulating shortages, and all this sort of stuff, like in a commodities market, it just opens the door to manipulation. And then there's all these markets. You have all this exchange going on. This is money changing. And then you have not the financing of the left and the right parties, but the creation of the left and the right. And you're playing one side against the other. This sounds like the playbook from Karl Marx that he's describing. Because Karl Marx talked about dialectical materialism, and which means basically pitting one side against the other. You create an opposition, you create a
thesis,
counter thesis, and yeah, you're creating two opposing forces, and you're manipulating both sides of them. Like say, if you watch wrestling that's entertainment, they're gonna have, there's no match come out, like say in a baseball game where it's 10-0 and there's no contest, or a football game when it's 30-6 and there's no contest. In a wrestling match, you'll see this back and forth with a lot of drama so as to keep the crowd entertained. And then you'll have a dramatic ending, perhaps a surprise ending. Well, politics, money, is designed to change this. Now, Hitler was particularly criticizing he didn't use the word token Christians, but the Christians that would profit off of this and hold the line. So you say, oh, well, there's a good Christian running this stock exchange or running this company, but they are in the employ of the money changers. I prefer the word money changer because it's not as charged a word, and it's also accurate. And of course, people do associate money changers with Jesus in the temple. I don't know what kind of a money changers those were. They were at their own stock exchange.
That's it. Yeah. What Christ was incensed by was his perceiving them correctly to be establishing the world's first stock exchange. There you have it.
And I think back to when I was young, and I would go in high school, and I at least a couple of times I went to the American Stock Exchange in San Francisco just to watch the people going in and out. I thought it was hysterical. I went there and I was like laughing at them, not laughing out loud.
Right.
And that's because youth is I was very idealistic at the time. I was aware of this. I said pragmatism is death. Of course, at some point you have to be pragmatic. And as much as I am ruled by Saturn astrologically, which is the sign of pragmatism, I was very idealistic. Mm-hmm. And but I would go to the stock exchange. I said, these people are just, worshiping
Mammon.
Say it again.
Mammon, god of money. Mammon.
Yeah, and so, but to Hitler was categorizing the Jews as people who dealt with this, and he was speaking of appealing to people, German people, who had a real problem on their hands, and he was stating the problem. And he talked about the last 100 years and how he said the main problem is when Jews were offered citizenship. And this was about in the 1800s sometime, when they became equal citizens. And he said that Judaism, or the problem with Jews, is it's a state within a state. They don't have a state. So if you had, like Italians come to America, they have the Bank of Italy, which became the Bank of America, but that's no longer Italian. They have Italian restaurants. They've got Italian delis, particularly in big cities like New York and Chicago. Of course, I'm not talking about the mob. I'm talking about well, they do have the mob, and that is a problem. But and then you have the Irish that come to America, and they have their own communities. But America's different. And Hitler wasn't talking about America. He was talking about Europe. And he distinguished Western Europe from Eastern Europe. And he said that Western Europe had been pretty much, taken over by this mentality of money, where the people in Central and Eastern Europe were living more off the land and whatnot. But he said the problem is they were creating a state within a state that was basically a Judaic state that was operating on the principles of money changing.
Yes.
Not his exact words. And he was pointing at this sort of stock exchange where everybody becomes an owner. It's like, and to tell you the truth, if you're an owner of stock, you can be on either side. You can, they say if you would have put 10,000 in NVIDIA so many years ago, you'd be a millionaire or whatever, or the same with Apple or any of these stocks. Many of these stocks, not any of them. But this is what he was categorizing and pointing out. And there's something to be said for money. As Robert Cooper, a Montauk tribal leader, once he'd say, he would repeat often to me, because his mother would tell him, money is the root of all evil. He didn't say money is evil, but it's the root of all evil.
Yes.
So this is a problem, and it feeds off of people's greed. And it also attracts a negative element. So it's interesting that when I think of our friend Marina Sarin in Spain, and
yes,
her involvement with fascist contingents that are reviving the old spirit of fascism in Spain, because they think it's better under that, and other elements. That was okay. So now all of a sudden Hitler's speeches are being translated because of YouTube. You can examine it existentially or philosophically and say, well, we're showing Hitler to show how crazy he was. Or you can say, we're showing Hitler to show that he had something to say that was worth listening to. You can't, it's up to the reader or the listener to evaluate. Now that's a dangerous proposition if the rhetoric is volatile to the point where, somebody wants to censor it or something like that. I don't think these are going to be censored because they'll get too many hits. So this was interesting. I listened to a pretty long interview with two women. I don't know their names, don't remember their names. They were very pro-Palestinian. One, I thought she identified herself as an Israeli, but she was from Lebanon. So it was hard to tell, but she was very pro-Palestinian. The other one was an American journalist. And they were going into details of the brutality of how the Palestinians are treated. They're following this story practically religiously. They've been on national broadcasts with Piers Morgan, I think his name's Piers Morgan, and they're talking about Palestinians being put in cages, being deprived of water. I've seen other multiple broadcasts of Israel being attacked in the north, part of the Iron Dome being taken out. Like, they're under full-time assault. And it's not going well in the north, according to what I've listened to. Gaza, they went into Gaza, talked about Gaza and just how absolutely devastating it is. And then also the attitude of the Israelis, which is very poor. And then they would also refer to IDF people who were former IDF people who were humane, and were aghast at what their own military was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, what this comes down to is critical mass. Critical mass, and what Douglas was talking about with regards to, the world going crazy. Well, this isn't the first time the world's gone crazy by any stretch of the imagination. It's to what degree it goes crazy, and where are you as an individual in relationship to this craziness? I don't know if you know of this, Douglas, you probably heard of it, but Russian submarines, nuclear submarines, have appeared off the coast of Cuba.
Yes, and of course what I'll tell people is a little bit about that later, but the basic thing is that Russia's naval drills in the Caribbean are a nuisance. They're not a threat, but continue. Yes.
They are, but it's ominous.
Yes.
And it's like saying, if it's like some bully comes down the block and starts pulling out a switchblade,
yeah,
in a menacing way.
Yes.
This is not anything anybody wants to experience.
That's right.
You don't want to see this, and it's not just in Russia. I mean, not just in Cuba. He's apparently doing it all, and this was on the heels of a news report where Russia is, I don't know if it's true, but they're saying they're just taking down Ukrainian city after Ukrainian city. I don't know if that's true.
I doubt that, but yeah, go on.
So, these reports are fostering an environment which is evocative of World War III. Before, what I call it, I don't.
Yes.
World War III is what most people would think of it as.
Yes, understood. And I appreciate your qualifying that as best as you can, and we're stuck with pretty much that as the general reference. But continue, yes, by all means. Yeah.
Yes. So the more news I watch, the more I see how the network newses, from MSNBC to Fox to CNN, although they slant it differently, they're both in the same boat when it comes to Israel, because Biden's feeding the war machine.
Oh God, it's so disgusting. Continue, yeah.
It's more disgusting. If people could see what was actually going on, they would be absolutely aghast.
Thank you.
It would be beyond belief. But it's like Israel has painted it, and then the people there's many anti-Zionists in Israel, they're saying, that leave or want to leave. And if you're living in Israel, you can be 50 yards away from a concentration camp where Palestinians are held.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
And they're treated like animals. So it's like, when you have that sort of attitude, there's no happy ending here. There can't be a happy ending.
Thank you.
And the question becomes, how's it going to end? Who can end it?
Yeah.
It also makes me curious as to how Donald Trump would deal with the situation. I don't think uh, I don't think he would deal with it in any way that you might expect, but I don't know what that would be. But he would make an assessment of the situation, and his assessment might surprise us. But whatever it is, it's an unknown. And it's like when his ally, Rudy Giuliani, was teetering. He didn't pay Giuliani's legal bills. He did a fundraiser for him to help him. I mean, Giuliani owes so much money to this woman who won a lawsuit against him that, Trump just kind of like, okay, Rudy, I'll be nice to you. I'll give you a fundraiser for $500,000, but, goodbye.
I don't even know if ally is really the right word for it. Rudy Giuliani was more like Trump's clown, but go on. More like his jester, court jester.
My point is Trump's not, if Israel starts like getting on the ropes, you'll see him distance himself real quick. You will not see.
I hadn't thought of that, but that I can see what Peter's saying. Yeah,
it's like you ever hear he says, I don't like these veterans that
surrender
lost their limbs or whatever, they're losers or whatever.
Yes.
And he says things he shouldn't say. It doesn't serve anybody.
Right.
Least of all him. However, he's going to distance himself, if only because it's expedient and street smart to do it. I don't think he believes in the red heifers for one instant.
I'd like to think not. Yeah, I don't think so. I think you're right on that regard. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, regardless of all of that situation, at the same time, Biden is being chided at by his own people, by the Democrats, and they're saying, we got to get rid of this guy. He can't last. And then and he's been making all these faux pas that are just utterly, like he can't talk.
Yeah.
He's just I mean, maybe he was considered a useful idiot.
Probably that's all it ever was, yes.
Always an idiot.
Yes.
But now he's not useful.
There we are. Thank you.
So that's a problem. So we're coming to this, as I said earlier, critical mass.
Yes. Excellent word for it.
Yeah, and
by the way, I'm going to make a little noise here because I'm going to send 2 files to you, and both here and in your private messages, and this will hopefully put some of the Caribbean situation into context. Now, I just pressed the enter button, and so it should be appearing in your private messages on Skype. And so these are 2 maps of, this is the ALBA, which is the alliance that is basically a Cuban colonial system. So this is basically the colonies of Cuba, and Russia is working with this. So Cuba has colonized Venezuela, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Bolivia. It's got these new guest member nations that joined in 2015, relatively new. But these other red islands, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada, which the Americans rescued during the Reagan administration, these are all full-blown 100% red communists now. All these nations on that map, and they've all aligned with Russia, but through Cuba. Cuba plunders all these nations, and Cuba administers all these nations. It's a Cuban colonial system. So this is what Russia is working with. So when Russia is conducting its maneuvers, this is the framework. This is the template. You can see the balance between them and the NATO nations trying to contain them. But this is the situation which hopefully puts it into some perspective. That pink area in the white map is the disputed economic zone between Colombia and Nicaragua, which the World Court essentially awarded to Nicaragua just to make certain they fucked up everything even more. And so this is where this is the situation as it stands in terms of the critical balance. It's part of the critical mass Peter Moon is talking about, and I'll give it back to him with that.
Well, yeah, and I'm referring more, like, see, the thing is, if the Mideast blows up into a war that would bring in Iran, Syria, Turkey, Russia, United States, I just don't see that happening. But I mean, in a scenario like that, that's when the Caribbean could and would blow up. The Caribbean has no need for war. The only country that might have a real burning need for war is Cuba. They're talking about how starved it is.
Yes.
And they're also talking about oil.
Yes.
And I remember being in Trinidad in 1975 and in a taxi, and the driver was telling me, he says, yeah, oil's practically free here. It's like 11 cents a gallon.
Right. So.
And he says it's from Cuba. It's because of our relations with Cuba. Now, they're right off the coast of Venezuela, which is oil rich. And Venezuela is in bed with Cuba. I would imagine they'd have a lot of access to oil. They certainly don't need heating oil there to an extent. So, and I thought, I said, you know what? Cuba was supposedly worse off under Batista, who was in bed with the mob. But I wonder how much better off Cuba itself and the world would be if Castro didn't take it over.
Oh, I would argue, of course, that it would be better myself, but...
Yeah, I just don't know. I know so many of the Cubans who were displaced by Castro went to Miami and became Cuban capitalists in Miami. They hate Castro.
Yes, with a passion.
But, Cuba's just, the people, they have good education there. They had good medical care at one point, but I don't know. It's just poor. It was poor. I mean.
Oh yeah, it is outrageously poor. It is untenable. All of these communist countries are, including communist China, of course. Back to Peter, of course. Yeah. No, these places are no place you want to live. Believe me.
So, the one question I have for you in all of this scenario, one of the countries that is exacerbating everything, and it doesn't get enough attention, it barely gets any attention, is Egypt. Egypt is enabling the strangulation of Gaza because it's on the border.
Yes.
You can't expect Israel to let Gazan refugees go into Israel, but Egypt doesn't want them, and Israel is controlling that border, but Egypt's enabling it, is sitting by doing nothing, and they're enabling the situation.
Yes.
So Egypt's role is very suspicious, and what can you tell us about Egypt's role?
It's just basically Egypt is really, let's put it this way, they're overpopulated already. They've got one reason that Al Gore was able to pull off what he did about global warming as a kind of concept back in the day when it was, shall we say, not really being taken seriously. And the only reason he could get people to take it seriously was he held this enormous conference in Cairo. So all he had to do was point out the window and just say, see how overpopulated the world is. We're choking on our own shit. We can't breathe because we're all breathing in each other's fumes, and the cow farts are going to kill us all because the cows are all flatulating, so we've got to stop eating meat. I mean, so he tacked on this whole agenda to a very real phenomenon of climate catastrophe, and turned it into a go vegetarian trip, along with kill everybody who's unborn because, the babies will kill us all. The killer baby scenario. And the Egyptians, of course, that would be the place you would go if you wanted to try and convince people the world was overpopulated, because the Egyptians have a nonstop population boom where the majority of their population, like the people in Gaza, are young. The overwhelming majority are young people who are unemployed and they're in the streets, which is why you had the rebellions that you had, and the military moved in to take over. Not to justify or rationalize the military takeover, but because the people were rioting and taking advantage of the Arab Spring to potentially turn Egypt into the next ISIS commune. The Egyptian military was basically the better option. So, however, this is their situation: is they've got two things. They've got tourism, they've got the Suez Canal, and yet it's still not enough with the population growth. They also have, under the military junta, a madman who wants to build a new capital city out in the middle of the desert and just relocate as many people there, the overflow population, along with the government itself, in what would be a more planned urban environment, which may sound, well, that makes sense, right? Well, what's wrong with that? But if you were to confront the urban design as a civil engineer, you would understand why everything he's doing is wrong. He builds a lot of skyscrapers, for instance, and you don't need those unless you're in a compressed area, like you're on a peninsula or an island. You get skyscrapers on Manhattan or San Francisco because San Francisco's on a peninsula. In New York City, everything's an island or a borough. The land is so congested and valuable that skyscrapers make sense because there's no place to go but up. But in Egypt, you don't need that because you got all the space in the world, just like Saudi Arabia. You don't need these mega development projects they have going, which are just basically cock trips, where these guys are trying to express themselves and their power through a phallic monument that they think will last the ages, and then they'll put people in it so that they think the people will preserve that monument forever. So Egypt was given by the Israelis after the one of those wars fairly recently, well, recent to me, 60s, 70s, one of the last major wars with Egypt. They just fucking gave Egypt the Gaza Strip. And Egypt said, no, we don't want it. So Egypt has ever since then just refused to participate in Gaza as if it doesn't exist. They just ignore its existence and hope that people just die off or the Jews kill them all and they go away, because these aren't Egyptians. They're Palestinians. And so they refuse to take any of the refugees any more than Mexico wants the people of Guatemala or Nicaragua or any of these Central American banana republics beneath Mexico that use Mexico as their transit point to try and get to America. So Egypt is just trying to help the Jews kill off the Palestinians so that they can, hopefully be rid of ever having to deal with Palestinian refugees again, because they've got enough of their own people, too many of their own people to worry about. All they've got is tourism and the Suez Canal to support those people. There's no productive industry. So it's, again, not to justify what they're doing, but to put it in context. So that's the Egyptian situation in a nutshell. Back to Peter.
Well, it sounds like it's in the bigger picture, it sounds pretty lame.
Yes, it is lame, and And, Egypt could do real damage to Israel if they got their act together. But the Egyptians are, as I said, there's three neutrals in the developing world lineup of rival and ultimately enemy states. And amongst that lineup on one side, and with the communist Chinese, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, and Israel. On the other side, you've got the United States and Japan and Taiwan and others. Europe is just not even in the picture. It's just a battleground. It's completely eviscerated, impotent, and neutral. But right along with it are, to a degree, to the degree where it matters, Egypt and Iran and India. Now, it's not to say that, say, for instance, these people can't do something. But what they could do is relatively little. The most decisive thing that I can say in the positive for India is because they are threatened by the fact that their racial enemy and religious enemy, Pakistan, is backed by Turkey, which has colonized Qatar, which is where Al Jazeera is based. For those of you who don't know, Al Jazeera is basically at this point a Turkish media machine, and tells everything from the Turkish perspective. So Al Jazeera is part of Qatar, and Qatar is essentially colonized by Turkey. But when it comes to, other than Qatar, the Turks are also supporting Azerbaijan against Armenia and Pakistan. So they've started to pour money into Pakistan because Pakistan considers itself the heir to the Ottoman Empire and would like to someday be a superpower by uniting all the Soviet Central Asiatic republics that are also named Stan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, etc., and put them, none of these places are very populated. All the population is in Pakistan, so it would dominate those places easily. Because of this, India is now supplying missiles to Armenia, which is something the West would never do. The West is completely on the side of trying to annihilate the Palestinians and the Armenians. And the Polisarians, the Tuaregs, the Berbers of Western Sahara, as well as, of course, the people of Darfur. The West wants these populations annihilated. Why? Because a lot of the reasoning is people like Bill Gates listening to kikes like Jared Diamond, who wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel, or other homicidal, genocidal kikes like Paul Ehrlich. People like Bill Gates believe that there's populations that just need to be wiped out, and that only the Jews are the untouchables and only their suffering matters, but everyone else must die. So when it comes to people like Bill Gates supporting these genocides, the West is right behind them. So the West supplies Armenia with nothing, and therefore India stepped in and is now supplying them with missiles. So this is a positive development where India is doing something, but that's because it's like a counterstrike for Turkey going into its backyard and stabbing it in the back. So the World War is beginning. But when it comes right down to the World War becoming a world war, there are certain places that are going to opt out. They're just going to sit back and wait to see who wins. And those would be India, Egypt, and Iran. They just don't have the capacity to project power in any... The best that Iran can do, it has what's called the axis of resistance, which is just Hezbollah and Hamas and these petty little resistance groups. But it's the most powerful among them has proven to be the Houthis. The Houthis are throwing out missiles, and they can stop shipping through that Suez Canal zone. So the Houthis are proving their worth. They're like acting on a global scale. What they're doing impacts the fucking world, because they're taking out world trade. World trade now is, in large part, going around the Cape of Good Hope so that they can avoid the Houthis. But aside from that, which is important, the Iranians have got shit. So the Iranians, the Egyptians, and the Asian Indians are just going to kind of like maneuver where they can, but otherwise everything they're doing is just for themselves. They're just trying to survive. Then back to Peter with that.
Someone showed a map how the Russians and the Indians and the Iranians and other countries in between have taken assessment of what you just said, and they're building a bypass trade line going straight from India up into Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And they're bypassing the normal trip around the Red Sea where the Houthis would,
potentially sink their ships.
Yeah. So this is like putting Putin in a position of power or envy by default.
To a degree, yes. It's one of those things, of course, that this is why, of course, I have little sympathy for India, even though it's doing the right thing in some regards. It's still part of the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa coalition that wants to take the United States dollar down as the basis for the world's trade. So they're trying to create this alternative trading bloc. It's not going to have too much effect. Granted, as Peter says, it truly does give Putin a number of lifelines that are keeping him alive. He can't live without these lifelines. So they're putting him on a respirator and putting him on life support. But if it came down to a serious war, like I said, if I were in charge, the entire lineup of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, I could take them out in a year. That's these people are in an incredibly fragile position. Their systems are not tenable. They're in a far worse position than even us. But such being said, back to Peter again.
India just beat the United States in cricket today for the championship.
Yeah, there you go.
There were no bombs.
Yes. Yeah.
The local politicians and police were very proud of themselves.
Oh, you're making me choke. I'm drinking while you said that. It goes up my nasal passages. Yes. It's like Peter said, they're taking in all these immigrants so they can beat other countries at cricket and shit. That's when it comes to the South Asian immigrants that they're bringing in from, and they're all like providing America with a new cricket team. I guess America just has to dominate the world in sports if it can, but these other people are still, rebounding.
On the cable news, they showed there was like only a very few United States fans.
Of course.
And there was one guy, he was an Indian guy dressed up like Uncle Sam.
Jesus.
It was what it was. The county executive was out there bragging about it. I don't know if it generated any money. I don't know if it keeps our taxes under control. I really don't know the benefits. They certainly didn't really announce it till the last minute. I think if they announced it, there would have been a lot of protesting complaints because it a lot of people was a pain in the ass to a lot of people.
Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah.
Not necessarily, not too much to me, but I mean, I didn't like the park being taken over. You can't use it till August.
Jesus.
I mean, if you go there after 6, you can use it, or before 6, but so be it. But anyway, back to the world situation. Israel, as they say, we come to the critical mass with Israel. How long? Well, there's 2 questions. How long can and will the United States keep supplying Ukraine and Israel with weapons to defend themselves. And a secondary question would be, how long can Israel defend itself without the United States' help? The Holocaust dogs would seem to work wonders for them.
Yes.
They're heavy and they're expensive.
Yeah.
I think they've got limited range too.
Yes. And there's only so much flammable liquid they can carry before they need to be refueled. But that's why they have to mass produce them and send them out in packs, so that when one runs out of fuel, the other can proceed to take its place. Believe me, it's not like they don't have enough to do the job. So when it comes to that, plus their killdozers, as they call them, with their actual name of the product is the Panda Dozer, and I have no idea why it's called that. But they're turning Gaza into a parking lot. Again, this was Jared Kushner's work with the Abraham Accords, when he set all this up so that all these weapons could be traded so expeditiously, which is primarily what the Abraham Accords are about, which is why people who are part of the Abraham Accords, they refer to them as the Axis of Abraham. They're all basically selling weapons to each other. The Israelis are selling their weapons, in particular, to genocidal regimes like Sudan and Morocco. But when it comes to the situation as to Israel holding out, as long as the United States supplies them, which is basically until we get rid of this gerontocracy. In terms of the, by the way, just so you know, just getting these notices, those little dings you get are these notices, and exclusive breaking news, Secret Service to Hunter Biden, we'd have your back in jail. Just let everybody know. So aside from that, when it comes to, great, they'll have to work in shifts. They'll have to go to jail with them and work in shifts. So aside from that, when it comes back to the World War situation, whether they're Republican or they're Democrat, unlike what people say when they get very disillusioned, which is understandable, and just say a pox on both their houses and they're both exactly alike. In general, they are not. They are profoundly different. There's only one area they are truly in lockstep, and that is when it comes to Israel. And the Democrats and the Republicans in this regard are only that way in terms of the elderly part of the party, especially for the Democrats. With the Republicans, their entire base oftentimes goes towards the Christian nationalists or the evangelicals. So you get the Jew fucks, or the people who worship the Jew because that's their vision of God, is the Jew. And they honestly think the Jew is that Israel is the manifestation of God on earth, and this is going to bring Christ back. So they're hastening the war. They want this to escalate. So the Republicans have more of that as kind of like a general bias amongst much of their base. But the Democrats do not. The only people who think like that are the elderly representatives who don't represent anybody. They don't represent your average member of the Democratic Party. Your average member of the Democratic Party hates Israel. Your average member of the Democratic Party wants Israel, quite frankly, to not be there, because it's it's basically an apartheid settler regime that's occupying Palestine. So, but the people that they elect don't care what they want. The people that they elect, it's kind of like hey, Peter, help me out here. The kind of borderline retarded guy who just got arrested for speeding his car. He was
Fetterman?
Yeah, Fetterman, the guy who just got arrested. He gets elected as a representative of the people, and but he angers them all by saying, "No, I'm 100% behind Israel," and so it's he's kind of like in his own little world, because he's not that old, but he's everything else that can be wrong with him is wrong. When it comes to the elderly Democrats, they don't represent anybody except the Jew. All they represent is a fucking Jew, and half of them are fucking Jews. Granted, there's some that say no. Let's bring a ceasefire. Let's bring an end to the war, and they're to be given credit for that. But unfortunately, they're too small to have any effect. And the younger Democrats, like the Squad, Ocasio-Cortez, and all the rest, they're all thrown under the bus, and they're just ignored as if they didn't exist. There's not enough of them to do anything. Until the elderly gerontocracy of both parties is wiped out, they're basically going to slave circuit us to the Jewish agenda as long as they're alive. So this is why, yeah, civil war, revolution, certain violent changes in society might be a positive. It's one of these things that it's something I don't even need to advocate. It's something that I consider inevitable simply because of the volatility of the situation being such that it's, as Peter said, not a happy ending. What Peter's basically saying by saying it's not going to be a happy ending is that it's an untenable situation. It just can't keep going on like this. Now,
these ladies were saying that it will only stop from as a result of pressure from the outside. Israel is not, it's not within them to stop the war.
Thank you.
There's no interest in them stopping the war.
Thank you.
It would undermine their agenda further if so what's happened is it's like they're tying their own noose.
Yes.
Yet they are very powerful. Now it looked like Putin was finished a year ago, but now he's sitting pretty in compared to where he was a year ago.
Secure enough. Yeah.
Now my take on Putin, and the same thing with the president of China, is that they're both hated by their infrastructure around them because they're untenable themselves, so they create foment and war external to maintain their position, just like Netanyahu's doing.
Yes, true. This is quite true. Yes.
Yeah. So now
this is what makes them natural allies, by the way. But go on.
But they're both getting extreme mileage out of it.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Longer than one might think. Certainly longer than I would think.
Yes.
Just as David Miscavige in the Church of Scientology.
Yeah.
You know, they're coming to get us. You got to give us money to support, and their people support them. And so this is, and I think somebody like Fetterman, I think that this guy, despite his, challenged faculties, I think that he's just very poorly informed of what's going on.
You're very gracious, yes.
I don't think he's smart enough
to be evil. I get what you're saying. He's too stupid.
Have a sinister agenda.
Yes, he's too stupid to be. What Peter is saying is he's too stupid to be evil. Is what Peter is saying.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's Israel's tying its own noose, and then there's a point when they're going to stop. And as I said, astrologically, it becomes interesting because as Pluto does its last thing in Capricorn, Pluto in Capricorn is nuclear. Something could go nuclear. And when somebody goes nuclear in a big way, I'm not saying who does it, how does it, whether it's an accident, whether it's on purpose, it doesn't mean it's going to accelerate. It means like, stop what's going on. And could you tell me who is capable, not, I mean, militarily capable of delivering a nuclear weapon that would do absolute devastation? Who is capable, not who is likely, but who is capable of delivering a really nasty nuclear weapon? What countries are capable of delivering it? And I don't mean Korea shooting off a Scud missile with a nuclear warhead. I mean, like, Japan, United States, Russia. Who's really capable of delivering something that would have an impact like Hiroshima or something like that?
Well, of course, when you're talking about when Peter says what he's saying, he's talking about the impact is not necessarily strategic, but humanitarian. Like, obviously, Peter and I have made the point that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not anything that impacted World War II. But as for nuclear strikes, as I said before, Russia is the last place on earth that would have that capacity. This is why Putin even comes out and says bullshit like, we're not using nuclear weapons unless it's absolutely necessary, even after he's repeatedly threatened the deployment of nuclear weapons, because he's basically been informed and confronted by the fact that none of his nuclear weapons work. And theoretically, those that could be made to work, they could only do damage by people mounting them on a truck, driving them to zones that are within driving distance, limited by fuel, open roads, capacity to defend the vehicle from ambush, etc., until they got to the destination and the crew is willing to kill themselves by pulling the trigger and igniting the bomb, which even then has a chance that it wouldn't go off. This is how bad Russian technology is, and anybody who thinks otherwise just isn't. They're living in a fantasy world, which all too many people are living in when it comes to Russia. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the only other nations that are capable of delivering nuclear weapons generally are all on our side. It would be Japan, Taiwan, and it would be, of course, the United States can, Great Britain can, France can, and basically the Chinese can to a degree, theoretically. Of course, that's if the corruption that is in their system can be countered, and they are made to... theoretically, they could do some damage, and perhaps even devastating damage to people bordering them. North Korea is not to be dismissed, really. I mean, I certainly appreciate what Peter said, and it's certainly funny. And North Korea, it could easily blow its own foot off, trying to set off a nuclear weapon by launching it at someone else, and some horrible accident happens. And either way, I consider it a win-win. I've said before that if North Korea truly successfully lands a nuke in Japan, nothing would make me happier, because it would put a fire under Japan's ass and really open up the hornet's nest and get them really just remobilizing to a degree where, of course, all bets are off. They just say, fuck all the niceties and go into action. Nothing would make me happier. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. So, yeah, I'm hoping North Korea, to a degree, gets its nukes working. When it comes to a place like that can do some real damage, Pakistan. Pakistan is an Islamo-fundamentalist narco state that 70% of all the world's processed heroin comes out of Pakistan, and they have world-ranging nuclear submarines that can launch nukes. So you're talking about the ultimate nightmare, and nobody pays attention to it, even though this nightmare's been around forever. So Pakistan has got these nuclear submarines that could launch nukes, and their entire economy is based on selling narcotics. And there are a bunch of Islamic fundamentalists who You look at what they did in Afghanistan. Just to put this into some perspective for people, as I've said before, but the point needs to be reiterated because a lot of people just don't get it. They're not, it doesn't, they're too busy trying to survive, your average person. I don't blame them. They don't have time for this. So I'm telling it to you now, just again, so that you get the point. There's no such thing as an Afghan Taliban. The Taliban had no members from the Afghan population. They're all Pakistani. All the Taliban are Pakistani invaders. Every single one of the motherfuckers that aren't recruited from Arabs or Bengalis are people who are definitively not from around Afghanistan. They're all foreigners. They're all sponsored, fed, supplied, and trained by Pakistan. So all that the Americans were fighting in Afghanistan all those years were Pakistanis. And the Pakistanis won. So you're talking about a nation that defeated America in Afghanistan, now occupies Pakistan, where they grow the opium, and then process it in Pakistan itself, where they sell it to the rest of the world. And they're sitting pretty on all this drug money, and they use it to buy submarines that with nuclear missiles that they can launch anywhere in the world as a target. So there you have that. That's an example of a place that needs to be taken out and reined in. In terms of the Americans, they still ally with Pakistan, even though Pakistan considers their best friend in the world to be communist China. Because, of course, of China's war with India, they back up Pakistan. And now Turkey, and like I said, the alignment, therefore, is lining up. Turkey, China, they're back in Pakistan. And that shows you Pakistan is part of the enemy. They, of course, are trying to straddle the fence, but then so's India. So you can't trust either one of the bastards. But other than that, there's really no one. I've pointed out before, of course, that Germany was left with nuclear weapons when Russia retreated, but they don't have the guts to use them under the kind of administrations that they've had successively. There needs to be a radical change in Germany for their society to reinvigorate itself. So, as I said, Europe is more of a battleground in this war than a decisive factor. Other than that, there's not really Israel, of course, as I said, but Israel's worse. Israel has got neutrons as opposed to nukes, or both nukes and neutrons. And because Israel has this, and they're a rogue state, the chances for their use, deployment of nuclear weapons is almost inevitable. So we're going to see a kind of things look like they will go nuclear, but just don't ever give yourself the idea that it's going to lead to some kind of all-out nuclear exchange, because that was always the stuff of fantasy. Nobody ever had that capacity to launch multiple missile after missile and actually have them work. Both the Russians and the Americans just don't have that technological capability. It was all a scam for taxpayer money, and it's shameful. It's disgraceful. And so beyond that, if I were to, say, for instance, just take a look at the list of the lineup of the sides involved, again, who else comes to mind in the alignment of nations that's out there? It's really just nobody. Nobody out there has got anything really.
This is from what you've said, Douglas. The two ones that I would put on my suspect list would be Israel.
Yes.
And Pakistan.
Yes. It's those are the worst.
I don't see to what necessity or advantage Pakistan would do it. I don't see them getting any advantage from it.
True. I mean, I agree.
They're far enough removed from this.
Yes.
The most likely culprit would be Israel.
Yes.
And if they were to, but this is a problem. Now, you said they have, what did you call it, a neutron?
Yes, neutron bombs.
Now, what would be a likely target for them? They're going to nuke in Gaza. They don't need to nuke Gaza.
Yeah, that would be redundant. Yes.
They don't need. I don't think nuking Tehran or Syria or something like that would do anything effective to them.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make them look crazy. Like what would be the rationale? In other words, the tactical or strategic reason. I don't know, other than, we're just going crazy and we're going to bomb everybody.
We don't rule that out. Whatever you do, don't rule that out. That's like the potential for that is high. So let me see here if I can find something that would. I'm going to move around just a little bit here, so you might hear some noise, and I'm just going to reach around me and see if I can find a particular outline of a scenario where this was thought as being an almost inevitable outcome at one point, not too long ago, where they were gaming out where Israel would do this, where Israel would basically nuke everyone around it. And so give me just a second here, and I'll see if I can reach this particular little book. While I'm doing that, do me a favor, Peter, and talk for just a few minutes, okay? Thank you. Give me a second here while I do that.
This is, as you say, when we narrow this down to a likely scenario, it doesn't seem... I mean, blowing people up doesn't make sense anyway. The reason you blow
I believe I have it. Okay. So, yeah, here was, just to flip to it. Let me see if I got the right one here. And Israel. Let me look up Israel here in this. I believe that we may have this. Now, when it... this was a Department of Defense scenario that was written up in, what year was this? Trying to find the publishing date. Some of these can be hard to read. I mean, literally, the print sucks ass. It's almost like they don't want you to be able to read it. This is their version of Dietrichonic. It's not how it's written. It's the print is illegible. So I'm looking through this. It wasn't all that long ago, but it was long enough ago. It was, they even had it printed in Canada just to show you how cheap they are. But let me take a look. Year of publication isn't really on it, but it had to be like 1990s. It had to be around the time I had left the Department of Defense, of course. So scenario written out here. This was supposed to be, let's put it this way. This was supposed to be a near future scenario. Having for many years taken an aggressive stance toward its neighbors, Israel reveled in the Bush Doctrine. They were referring to President Bush at the time, so it was Bush Jr. had just become president. This was a scenario being gamed out at the time he became president, and used America's actions to justify its own hardline stance towards antagonistic neighbors and its own Arab nationals, including the bloody suppression of the Palestinian Authority. While America acted unilaterally, there was little that could be done to curb Israel's actions, allowing Jerusalem to act as it saw fit, and at this time they were already predicting Jerusalem being recognized as a capital, allowing Jerusalem to act as it saw fit against internal dissent was vital to ensuring Israel didn't intervene in wider regional affairs. When America did finally relent on its crusade against its enemies in the 2020s, where we're at now, this is when they were gaming up to, was where we're at now, Israel found itself increasingly isolated with its actions under ever closer scrutiny. but saw little reason to modify its actions and took even harsher action against the occupied territories when they protested their treatment. By 2026, the neighboring states were unwilling to sit by and let Israel brutalize its Arab population. Now here's where they all fucked up. They didn't foresee the Jews pumping them with Russian pussy and getting everybody corrupted to the point where they were compromised and signing their sovereignty over to Israel. The armed forces of Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Arabia, and the Democratic Republic of Iraq, but notably not Egypt, moved against Israel, officially seeking to recover the occupied territories, but in practice looking to annihilate the Jewish state. See, these people were still looking at the world through the lenses of the past. Generals are always fighting the past war. They're looking at this as a war of nation states, which was not the case with Israel. What you've got is the Jews basically have converted all of the nation states in their area into satraps, meaning satellite states. The result was one of the shortest, bloodiest, and most one-sided conflicts in history, the 6-hour war, in which the Israelis sought to end the many threats to their existence once and for all with the prolific deployment of nuclear weapons. At one level, the Israelis succeeded. They shattered all their neighbors save Egypt. The 6-hour war destroyed them all as viable states and created a largely uninhabitable border zone, removing any threat of invasion they might have posed. On another, while accepting Israel's right to defend itself, most foreign powers felt Jerusalem's actions were unjustifiable. In particular, the follow-up nuclear strikes against civilian, governmental, and economic targets. They were expelled from the United Nations, though that came to have little meaning when that organization itself, already mortally wounded by America's defiance as it enacted the Bush Doctrine, folded in 2031. So they're giving us a deadline of 2031 before the United Nations folds. What was more significant, and you notice that there's a lot of wish fulfillment going on here. You know, the Americans would just orgasm if the Israelis just killed everybody around them and the Americans didn't have to worry about diplomacy with a bunch of ragheads anymore. That's really what they're saying behind this text. What was more significant was the international community's unwillingness to trade with Israel. The United States cut off funding of Israel's military, which had hitherto been worth billions of dollars per year, forcing the Israelis to take severe austerity measures and acquire foreign goods via backdoor methods. Seeing the Palestinian population within its borders as rivals for these now limited resources, measures were enacted to expel them from Israel, forcing them to live in the irradiated wilderness, of the Middle East, or else become refugees in Egypt, Arabia, or Turkey. Having isolated the Jerusalem government, there was little the outside world could do to persuade Israel to be reasonable, and any attempt at force would result in a deadly and probably nuclear response. So what the United States itself is positing that Israel has nukes that can reach anywhere on Earth. What they're saying is, gee, nobody can make the Israelis stop. The Israelis will respond with nukes. Actually, this is true. It would work like this. For those of you who don't know, the Israelis have planted nukes all over the United States and Europe, and they can detonate them at any time. This is why the Western world will never do anything other than obey Israel's orders until they exterminate everyone around them. Just so you know, let me reiterate, every major city in the United States and Europe, from Berlin to Washington, D.C., has a kike nuke planted under it. There's a Jewish nuke that will blow up that city just based on the press of a button by Netanyahu. He can destroy any city in the West. They don't have nukes in Tokyo. They don't have nukes in China. This is why they had to attack Tokyo externally through downloading the Stuxnet into Fukushima Daiichi nuclear reactors, while the Americans attacked Japan with the tsunami bomb. It had to be done that way because they're not like Europe. They're not stupid enough to let a bunch of fucking Jews plant bombs under their city. But the West, they are. And for that reason, anyone in any major city including my San Francisco, we've got a kike nuke sitting under us that Israel can blow up. There's no need for any of launching. This is how nukes work when you deploy them correctly. The kike's got that much down. So, completing its isolation, the Israeli Defense Forces established a 100-mile exclusion zone around its territory, taking brutal action against unauthorized groups staying in or straying into the zone at all. Tanks and attack helicopters have been the primary methods of patrolling the exclusion zone, but remote sensor towers and remotely piloted vehicles also play a role, the latter usually armed with anti-personnel and anti-tank weapons, used by their operators on both legitimate, in quotes, targets in the exclusion zone and any refugees hapless enough to stumble into the drone's path. Israel's airspace is likewise defended against incursion by a sophisticated air defense and anti-missile system acquired from these United States before the full horror of the 6-hour war became apparent. While not as sophisticated as the IPEX shield, I don't need to define that, that'd take us in another rabbit hole. It has proved its worth against Islamic states seeking revenge for the war. So this is projecting into the year 2089. So it says, as for the government, the Israeli government has changed little over the 140 years since Israel's founding, with power resting with the prime minister and his cabinet, who in turn remain in power at the sufferance of the Knesset, the elected legislature. What has changed, however, is the metamorphosis of the Israeli president's role from one of little more than a figurehead to wielding formidable political power. The current incumbent has proved particularly adept at using their office to advance their agenda, and goes into some further speculation here. But basically they say, here we are, one of the few, it says India, this is logical. For those of you who don't know, the Asian Indians they fucking love Israel because they hate Muslims, because their racial enemy is the Pakistanis. Anyhow, India is one of the few countries to openly trade with Israel to its own political cost. Both nations benefit from the relationship, particularly given their mutual disdain for the European Federation, despite long-standing ties to Europe, and their ties to the United States of America. Although they, quote-unquote, abandoned Israel after the 6-hour war, America has maintained covert ties to the Jerusalem regime, though the strength and warmth of this partnership is much reduced from what it was a century ago. The United States, however, made covert overtures that may bring Israel into this new world war, which they predict around 2089. Far too late. I mean, it's happening now. Into this new world war on their side. Standing against Israel are the region's Islamic nations, Egypt, Persia, and Arabia, who, for obvious reasons, despise the Israeli nation, but are impotent against it. More surprising is the European Federation's inclusion as an enemy of Israel, though rising anti-Semitism in the European member states colored Europe-Israel relations even before the 6-hour war, and which compounds the xenophobia exhibited by most postmodern Europeans. So there you go. I mean, this is like a summary. There's further details within the scenario that they gamed out, but this is what Americans were banking on what would ultimately happen. And they all thought this was a good thing. This is what's considered by the Department of Defense as a positive scenario, that all these nations like Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Persia, which are indeed impotent, are become like, but they didn't envision, the reality was that they would become willing allies of Israel. Egypt is more of a begrudging neutral, but Saudi Arabia has entirely surrendered its sovereignty. Iran hates Israel and would love Israel to be destroyed, but they're too impotent, truly impotent, to do anything about it. So, but then again, all of that depends on basically the rest of the world protecting Israel. When Iran attacked Israel with everything it had, Israel would not have come through without some heinous scarring if it had not been for everyone around it taking down those Iranian missiles. It wasn't just the United States and Great Britain. It was also the Kingdom of Jordan, Saudi Arabia. Everyone around Israel protected it. There were reasons for this. None of them trust the Iranians. And also, they needed to test out their own defense systems against the Iranian weapons. So it was legitimate for them to do this. The Kingdom of Jordan did not do this out of any love for Israel. It did what it did because all those Iranian drones and missiles were coming through Jordanian airspace. So the Jordanians had every right to take those missiles down while testing their own weapon systems out. But remember, Jordan was between Israel and Iran. So if the Kingdom of Jordan hadn't done what it had done, with the Saudis pitching in, the Americans, and the British, just to name a few, Israel would have suffered some level of damage. A pity it did not. But now, if Peter Moon is right, and I have no reason to doubt it, Hezbollah may be launching enough rockets where maybe they're fraying Israel at the edges. If so, good for them. The most dangerous aspect, as I've warned before, this is where it comes down to, what was this scenario hinting at? When this scenario talks about this 100-mile exclusion zone around Israel, this greater circle of death, where they're just using drones to kill any human being that moves. What is this scenario really about? This is the neutron bomb deployment scenario, which I brought up before. Israel has these walls they built that were popularized in the film World War Z as being a positive. They keep the zombies out. That if not for these walls, the zombies will get through. Now, where do these zombies come from? Of course, it's a silly conceit in the film, but the reality is zombies, dissident ambulatory prionic hosts, are real, and they're the product of neutron radiation. Well, particularly a neutron outburst. Neutron radiation alone would simply kill you, but a neutron outburst, on the other hand, what's called, this pulsation, which is what a neutron bomb is. It's a dirty bomb that releases an electromagnetic pulse, a radiological pulse. It's not even a nuclear bomb by definition. A neutron bomb is actually an ERW, an enhanced radiation weapon. It's a tactile fission fusion thermonuclear weapon designed, specifically to release a large portion of its energy as energetic neutron radiation rather than as explosive energy. So it doesn't really blow up. Instead, it creates enough dirty radiation where it fries the electronic brains of all incoming missiles, nuclear or conventional. So if everyone around Israel started firing their missiles and they were nukes, and the Israelis say, oh shit, then they've got to stop those nukes before they reach Israel. Fuck this bullshit where the bombs blow up and the Israelis sitting down below are popping their popcorn and jacking off, orgasming while all these bombs blow that were marked in their name in the sky like fireworks, and they just go, ooh. No. If those bombs are nukes, they're all going to fry. They look up in the sky, they're not going, ooh. They're going, ah, as their eyes melt out of their sockets. So the only thing to stop those bombs from getting to that point over Israel is you got to blow them first before they reach Israel. That's what the neutrons are for. You send up a salvo of neutrons, they released this burst, fries all the electronic brains, and those nukes fall out of the sky inert. They just fall out inert. Problem is, there's another collateral product there. The ERMI, E-R-M-I-E. That is the Enhanced Radio-Activated Molecular Ionization Event, the ERMI. E-R-M-I-E, that basically, it twists and misfolds the prions, or rather the protein molecules in your body until they become prions, at which point you become a DAF, D-A-P-H, a dissident ambulatory prionic host. You become a zombie. And that is real science, people. As a matter of fact, I destroyed the films that showed it happen. So what the Israelis would be doing then would be policing a 100-mile exclusion zone where they would be wiping out the zombies. And the Americans are saying, well, everybody would be thanking them for it. So that's, there you go. Back to Peter.
Well, I want to say...
Could I interject something real quick on that?
Go ahead.
No, because Nemo shot me a question, and it's related to that. He said I guess he hadn't heard you say about the nukes planted under the cities, and he was wondering, are they like more conventional or are they neutron type? And I kind of read that as conventional, but maybe you could address that. That's all.
Excellent question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, say what you were going to say, Peter.
I think you just did address it.
Yeah. No, they're conventional nukes. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I was going to say, Preston Nichols, he was here, he could comment.
Yes.
He commented that there are dirty bomb detectors under every bridge, every sensitive spot you can imagine. And if they lay dirty bombs, if they've laid dirty bombs, they'd be known about.
Yes.
He said this repeatedly.
Yes.
But this is what I found interesting in all of what you said. This Arab peace accord seems to be the key deal. And because they're not going to blow up the United States. Even if Preston's wrong, they're not going to blow up the United States. But then they wouldn't get their weapons, you know. It's like, but this is the thing. This Arab peace accord, which was put together by, what's his name, Jared Kushner?
Yes. Who just so people understand, is a sex change result. He's a female who has had sexual affirmation surgery and parades himself as a male. Just so people know.
You're kidding me.
No, it's true. It's absolutely. He listed himself as a female on all his voting records forever, and
is this something that is it?
That's, you can look that up. You can look that up.
No, it's not well known though. The press doesn't.
No. Just like the press would never talk about the fact that President George Bush the Senior was a member of the Sun Myung Moon Church. I can't even get it out of my mouth. Sun Myung Moon. Try saying that 3 times fast. Everybody in Asia knew it. If you went to Asia and said, "Hey, what about George Bush Senior?" people would say, "Oh yeah, the Moony president." But nobody in America knew it.
This would be my next question.
Yeah.
Does Ivanka know it?
Oh, of course. All the kids are in vitro.
In vitro
fertilization.
I know, but by whose sperm? Donald's with who? Ivanka the mother?
It's, when you mention Donald's, could very well be. I don't know.
They look like Donald.
Yeah, they do.
But
and he often said, "I'd do my own daughter." He often said it.
Well, yeah. But this would be my next question. Does Donald know that his son-in-law is this?
He must, because his son-in-law was a gay lover of Peter Thiel, who was a big supporter of Donald Trump, and he basically got Peter Thiel big fat contracts for his new company Palantir, and that's how they got Donald over there with the King of the House of Saud, where you see this absolutely bizarre photo. For those of you who don't know, Palantir was like this very negative crystal ball that absorbed souls in the Lord of the Rings Tolkien cosmos, the cosmology and mythos of Dr. Tolkien. And so Palantir takes its name from that object. And so they had this Palantir ball in which the King of the House of Saud, who looked extremely frightened in that photograph, along with Donald Trump and I believe the president of Egypt or some other local asshole. And they all had their hands on it symbolically while it lit up. And this was supposed to be the inauguration of this new Middle Eastern NATO, which is basically the Abraham Accords, the Axis of Abraham. And that was what Trump was just helping to add some panache to but the engineer behind it was Jared Kushner, who had made it possible for the contract to be given to Peter Thiel, his gay lover. And
This is like I struck a chord here when I started talking about the Abraham Accord. What you have just said is so earth-shattering. I wouldn't even have suspected it. Have you ever talked about this before?
Oh yeah, plenty of times in the past.
How long ago? I've never heard it.
Oh, back when I was with Revolution Radio,
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, that's fine. Not recently, because it might as well not have said it, because you're living with a whole new audience now.
Yes.
And
true.
It's like we're in a new era. So in any case, what you have just said, if this were to be, if this were to be,
by the way, I'm sharing screen. I'm sharing screen right now so you can see this picture. Here's the photograph. This is the New York Times. This is President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, the military junta, King Salman of Saudi Arabia, President Trump, all their hands on the Palantir ball of the globe. And there's Our Lady, Ivanka Trump.
Melania, that's not Ivanka.
Melania, I'm so sorry. Melania, yes, thank you. He's quite right. It's the Slovenian wife of Donald Trump. Yes, and as you can see, the King of the House of Solid is quite frightened by this, because it lit up in their hands, and a bunch of the static electricity started coming out and shit. There we have it. What was that glowing orb Trump touched in Saudi Arabia? It represented the Palantir. Mysterious glowing orb is exerting uncanny power over the world's social media. There we are. That's so there you go, Peter. Please continue with what you're saying.
Well, what you have just said, not about that.
You understood.
But about
Jared Kushner, yes.
Jared Kushner is so earth-shattering that it's like it could completely turn the tables of everything, including the election of Trump. But this is why Paula's stepmother told me to join the Democratic Party. Because if I was, which I'm not going to do, if I joined the Democratic Party and became their ally, I would go after this story, I would uncover it, I would relay it. My next question, and I have more questions, is, are these Democratic flunkies, for lack of a better word, including AOC, are they even aware of this?
I doubt it. I doubt it highly.
Because if they were, I still don't think they'd go after it. And I don't think they go after it because they're not made of that stuff.
No, it's true. You're absolutely right. For one thing, they would probably then start to feel sympathetic to Jared Kushner.
That maybe, but it's like in politics,
True.
throw tomatoes.
Yes, it's true. But just so people know, if you ever look at Jared Kushner, you can tell he's not a man.
I looked at him long enough to pay any serious attention to him. Never interested me that much, and I wouldn't have thought. And of course, the gender change is one thing, but it's the Peter Thiel connection which is so sinister, and then the Arab Accords. Now, that just throws such a weird question mark over everything. But with it, just I want to abandon the gender issue.
Right, but the exclamation mark to it all would be, or the punctuation mark to it all would be Jared Kushner voicing his plans for after the Palestinians are exterminated, which he was vocal about, saying, yeah, once they've exterminated the Palestinians, that land is going to be great land for development, that it'll be prime real estate for development. He was envisioning casinos and a whole strip mall. All the
He's voiced those, hasn't he?
He has. Yes, or she has. She has. I wouldn't mind using the term "it" with Jared Kushner.
But to get back to this issue with Jared Kushner, or not with the Arab peace accords.
Yes.
This issue is like basically Jared Kushner facilitated making peace with all of these, with making Israel having a concordance, an agreement with all these Arab countries.
Yes.
The Israeli now was kind of had it made in the shade, didn't they?
They did. As a matter of fact, if you wanted a detail of it, in your private message, when I gave you the link to our last episode, you'll see the outline of exactly what those countries are. It's in the footnote of that entry that I gave you, linking to our latest episode in your private messages.
I think I heard you talk about it, but the point here is, and the reason Hamas, if Hamas did indeed do this, was to blow up this accord. Was it not?
Hamas was responding to the red heifers that the Israelis were planning to sacrifice. That was one of the reasons Hamas was prompted to act.
They didn't like the peace accord either.
I'm sure. Well, most certainly not. Yes, quite true. That was another factor. Yeah.
I had heard, and I guess what you call standard news reporting, that's what they were upset about, which would only make sense, because that would maintain the status quo, and it would further, because the Arab countries don't particularly care about Palestine.
No, not at all. Not in the least.
What that did was incendiary.
Yes.
It was incendiary. So Israel had it made in the shade, and the only thing, if Trump were to come in and back this up, the only peaceful solution he could try would be to have all the Arab countries back up Israel, and maybe take in the Palestinians to kind of quiet them down and just maintain a status quo. But I don't see that that's going to happen either. The reason I mentioned the nuclear bomb is because of Pluto and Capricorn, and it's a
like plutonium bomb. Pluto, like plutonium. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're astrologically vulnerable, but I don't see it being executed, because it's just nobody's going to gain anything from it, not even Netanyahu. It's just not going to happen, in my opinion.
Understood. I'm going to ask Aristides to send you that photograph he sent to myself with the comment. Aristides, if you could send the same photograph to Peter's private messages along with the comment about his suits always having shoulder pads.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. And continue, Peter. Whatever other observations.
The real story of the night, though, is this Jared Kushner. This bizarre history. It's bizarre. um, where would your son stand on something like this? I mean, your son should have some degree of sympathy, but he's so politically involved that this is no longer about transgender. It becomes a political issue.
Yes.
It's, how do you think your son would interpret something like this?
Well, it's from my son that I found out. It's obvious.
Oh, yeah. And they would know. Somebody like that would know about such things because, because, they know their own kind.
Yes, and both my son and Sugar Daddy noted it and brought it to my attention, and certainly. Obviously, their politics are very different from Jared Kushner's. So it's, as you say, there might be some sympathy for Jared Kushner's general life experience in this regard, but not for Jared Kushner as what he's become. Jared Kushner is obviously someone who is now beyond petty sympathy. Jared Kushner is someone who has just casually advocated the extermination of a population so that great real estate can be developed. At that point, you've crossed a line for any kind of... it's not like Jared Kushner had the background my son did, which is obviously from extraordinary poverty and abuse. Jared Kushner grew up with privilege. So Jared Kushner's sex change is like the evil Polish brothers who produced The Matrix. It's the Wachowski brothers, or whatever we call them. Of course, they're not brothers anymore. They're sisters now. It's some kind of bizarre indulgence where you've grown up so privileged that you've got no thrills left in life, to the point where you decide, oh, I'll try on, instead of a new pair of clothes, I'll just try on a new gender identity and see how I feel, just for the thrill of it. I mean, that's the level of insanity where those people are at. It's something that's done not because of gender dysphoria, but rather almost just plain degeneracy. This is somebody who's doing this as a decadent indulgence, as opposed to...
I think that's the point. I think that's the point. In other words, some people have struggled with their gender issues, and some people do it just to be weird. It's like somebody being a vampire, so they can get attention.
Yes.
But they're not really a vampire.
Thank you.
I mean, that's like, they want to shock people. They want to, just be different. It's all about a game of getting attention. Looking at that picture that Aristides sent me on Time Magazine of Jared Kushner, and I've never really paid that much attention to him. He looks very effeminate.
Yes.
I mean, like just looking at that one particular picture, everything you've just said is extremely plausible and believable with regards to this. And it's and then we live in such a environment of political correctness when it comes to gender issues. This is like people are afraid to attack anybody's gender.
Yes.
They're afraid.
Yes.
They're not afraid to be outraged by this stuff that goes on with women's sports and stuff like this. They're not that, because you have clearly abusive situations taking place where it seems that the injuring parties are just doing it to push the envelope and be obnoxious. that's the way it appears. They're not. These characters are not inviting sympathy. These men that turn into women so they can compete in sports and kick ass. That's like going and beating up a bunch of third graders or something. It's like, what does it prove? It's just these people, these men, or whoever does it, they must really hate women. If they're women or they're men that turn into women, they're trying to get even or something. But whatever that is, in this environment, I understand that Jared Kushner does what he does, but I don't understand the Ivanka connection. I don't know that much about her. And I had information before the election of Trump that, one of my friends, was convinced he was gay.
Mm-hmm.
That it didn't certainly become an issue with the presidency. That wasn't his issue. Just because of the way he interacted with decorators.
Interesting.
But I don't know.
I wouldn't suspect that myself. What
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
But
what I would speculate, and this is only a speculation, is that Trump has expressed, and again, we have to go with the eyewitnesses who related their experiences, and you can accept them or discard them depending on how you feel about those eyewitnesses. Stormy Daniels did mention that Trump said, "You remind me of my daughter." And there's other comments like that have come out, and Trump did say things like, "My daughter's hot, I'd do her if I, was someone else," or something like if I was...
That was extremely inappropriate.
Yeah.
Just as was his comment about, grabbing them by the crotch or whatever.
Yeah, sometimes he just has almost like a Tourette syndrome. But such being said, it could be that if something happened, maybe Ivanka was so traumatized by her childhood that somebody like Jared Kushner, who's simply another bitch or a female who's posing as a man, would be a non-threatening person to her. She'd be comfortable.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
It's what you're basically alluding to is that Trump might have abused his own daughter.
Possibly.
Yeah. It's in light of all this, it's worthy of speculation, if only because why on earth would a girl like her, who looks very beautiful, opt for a transgender? She does have masculine energy, but not that, she's a woman.
Yeah.
But that would explain it. She'd feel safe with a woman, with a man who was really a woman.
Yes.
That does explain it.
Yes.
That does explain it. And it's really weird.
Yes.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever heard in politics. It's weird. It's Joe Biden, ripping off, the United States. Hunter Biden and all his problems, and the fact that they're not prosecuted. This is standard fare. And
wasn't he found guilty? I thought he was found guilty on all gun charges.
He was.
Yeah.
But so what? It doesn't really matter because, he'll also be found guilty of the tax case.
The horror of it is that it'll make Biden more popular. A lot of people will relate to that.
It didn't convince the jury, but they thought it would. But what will happen is he will be he's going to appeal this probably, and he'll appeal it, and the sentence, if there is a sentence, which there may not be, it may be a suspended sentence, but if any sentence will be appealed, or not sentence, any conviction will be appealed, the case is going to be appealed. And the same thing will happen with the tax cases. And any other cases they have, I don't know if they have any other cases against him. And then when Joe Biden becomes a lame duck, or even after the election, they'll just pardon him because there'll be no political fallout.
I agree. I mean, this is, again, what I think is kind of like the treatment Trump will get as well. I'll be shocked if he goes to jail, but Peter says maybe they'll make a point with him, and the judge will put him in jail. Yeah, we'll find that out.
We'll find that out in a month, and then. But the thing is, and he should pardon his son. He should, not because he deserves it, but because it's his son. It's like he should take advantage of it because it's his son.
I guess 50-50. I'll flip a coin on that. It's I could see what Peter's saying. At the same time, that's a really bad example. That's a really bad example.
It's not the first bad example.
True enough. I mean,
he doesn't. He has no principles whatsoever. He's a joke. He's a human joke.
Biden, his son, or both?
Both. I mean,
well, hey, like father, like son.
37% of the population give him an approval rating. It's just like this is the world we live in. So why should it be absurd that this Jared Kushner? I knew a very unstable woman who I had met at a talk I gave once in Hollywood, and she could not shut up about Ivanka Trump. She was from India.
Wow. And
she was white, but she was from India. She had a very weird MK Ultra background.
Jesus.
And I finally had to cut her off because she would just put up these things on Facebook that would just go into a not about Ivanka, Ivana Trump.
Okay.
And just go into these whole mind control tirades about Ivana Trump. And just, she was the most evil thing that had ever walked the earth. And it was just like, just please stop it. You can't go on like this. It's insufferable. It's not even communication. It's just venting and ranting.
Most people abuse Facebook like that. That's enough did.
Beyond Facebook. Yeah. But the thing was, I never disbelieved what she said. I didn't necessarily believe it, but she was just so caustic in the way she communicated it that it had to stop.
No, I get what you're saying. It reminds me of those people who were pro-animal rights, and they would put up all these pictures of brutalized animals that are just torn apart in dog fights or whatever their owners are abusing them for. And it's like, look, we sympathize with the cause, but nobody needs to see that.
The person, they're, saying more about themselves.
Thank you.
When they get involved in something like that, and it's they're making the situation worse. It's certainly not the first time we've seen that sort of thing. But anyway, that's just my point. That this whole there's something about it that really stands out. And what stands out, the comments about Ivanka, like I'd probably date her myself if she wasn't my daughter. Like, why would you even say that?
Yeah, thank you.
It's the thing about grabbing the woman. Yeah, if you're a star, you just grab them. And, why would you say that? Why would you? I mean, I could see somebody in junior high school saying that.
By the way, not to defend it, but that at least you could contextualize. He's like a man's man trying to impress other men with his...
Yeah, but that's what guys in grade school would do. I couldn't even understand it then. Like you just sound like a jerk.
I mean, hey, look, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
It's like... people would talk like that, maybe joking around, but it's like he was trying to this guy was a nobody he was talking to. Like, why did he need to impress this guy?
It's just the way he is. He's just being himself. Again, not to defend that, but you get what I'm saying. It's well, like, look at, I don't necessarily buy the Stormy Daniels stuff. But when he talks with some of the accusations that have been made about him, is that, forcing himself on women like that, and talking about, well, you just grab them, you're a star, you can do anything you want. There are people, men in the show business and stuff that act like that. Yes.
So, it gives credence to it being more than locker room talk. And many women are just disgusted by the way when he talks like that. Some women just take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, plenty of women still voted for him.
Yeah, no, plenty of women, but the thing is, it's like now it's one thing, to talk like that. It's another thing it's an indication of boorish behavior. The next step is actually doing it to the degree that he's not just grabbing them, but maybe these women are telling the truth, because it's really hard to, understand all that stuff because there's so much animosity against him. And then the next step is incest. Like, what is this? And maybe there's some truth to his sister, who's a drunk, who just talks about how horrible he is. She comes off more as a drunk than anything.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what was going on with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But his brother and his sister were alcoholics, and he doesn't drink alcohol. And like, really, what's going on with this? And is it going to get in the way of him doing a job as president? I don't know.
Well, it certainly won't get in the way of his being reelected. I mean, anybody who's going to vote for him is not going to care.
Well, but this issue, this is a whole different side of everything. It's just a whole different side, because what are her issues? What are Ivanka's issues? Now, she does not have a good reputation in terms of business deals and stuff she does. You know, she's got dirty hands. I don't know that they're illegal hands. They probably are. But so, you know, you've given me some ontological shock. I don't know how far I want to go with this. You know, do I want to start digging under corners?
Oh my God. I wish more people knew about it, but then again, it's so shocking. Most people would probably be left with, what can I do with this? I mean, it's kind of like, you're just left in this, it's almost like you're left hapless. It's almost like this feeling of haplessness. It's like, what do you do with this?
Yeah, but like, look at it like this. What if, like, say, I personally believe Biden is a big joke, and is a horrible joke. But, and I believe that Trump will make the economy better. Maybe at the cost of the environment, but whatever. But I just think Biden's a complete disaster. I don't know that Trump's going to be elected, but if I had this sudden impetus to feel that we must stop Trump at all costs, like Robert De Niro, he thinks Trump's just we're all going to go to hell if Trump is elected.
Right.
If I felt that way, what could I do about it? Again, that's just what you said. What could I do about it? And I went out and said, this is the case. First off, this is his daughter, his son-in-law. It's not him. So, I'm making a case against that, and all this other stuff we're speculating on is speculation. It's not going to go anywhere. It might go down some interesting rabbit holes, but then you end up, being king of the rabbit hole.
That's right, buried in rabbit shit.
You end up in a rabbit hole, and what does that rabbit hole give you? It gives you, king of the rabbit hole status.
Yes.
I've been down that rabbit hole, and here's my YouTube video on it.
That's right. And the YouTube video shows you covered in rabbit shit. That's what you get out of the rabbit hole, generally. It's just basically you're covered in rabbit shit when you crawl. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, what do I want to be making, videos where I'm saying, you heard it here first. Because, that's ultimately, what you get out of it. It's, I guess somebody's got to do it. So, as I say, it's, I don't know that I'm glad I heard it. I don't, thank you for sharing it. It's some of the weirdest information I've ever heard.
Yes.
It's just like, ontologically.
Well, it's just a few orders of magnitude beyond what went on during the Bush Jr. administration. I mean, I was just reading from this Department of Defense printed kind of think tank piece of work here, where I'm reading out the speculation about the Bush Doctrine and the coming World War that they put out until like towards the latter half of the 21st century, which is preposterous. We're going to be facing it much sooner. We're in it now. And at that time, Bush was, in my opinion, by my observation, having a intimate relationship with Condoleezza Rice. And that was something where it was evident to me by the body language and by her own verbal language. There were several times she referenced Bush Jr. as her husband. And then there was the time he was talking about Kim Jong-un, and he was bending forward, leaning towards the cameraman when the journalist was asking him questions about his rendezvous with Kim Jong-un. And he began to get very emphatic and saying how visceral he basically hated Kim Jong-un. And that's when Condoleezza Rice was grabbing him physically by the arm and squeezing his arm very hard to keep him from going too far. I mean, this is something physical intimates do, not people who are working professionally with somebody. And
I'm a little... I wouldn't expect you to say he was having to me, it would be more believable that he'd be having an affair with Kim Jong-un. I'm not joking, because I believe George W. Bush is very gay.
No, I get that too. Believe me. No, I get it too. But then again, Condoleezza Rice, it's kind of like this one gay guy I knew, Michael Matthews, and he was the dude over at the what was it, UCSF. He worked at UCSF as the financial aid department. He transferred over there. He used to manage he was useful to me when he was managing, literally in charge of the financial aid department at the California College of Podiatric Medicine, and helped me get some treatments. But when it came to one of the things he said one time, it was about that very mannish black woman who starred in A View to a Kill, Grace Jones. And when he spoke of Grace Jones, he was like, "I'd go straight for her." This was a flaming gay guy saying he'd go straight for Grace Jones. And my only response was, "Of that I have no doubt. She looks like a man." So that's what I would have to say in response to what you're saying, is that, she
was quite a sexual standout. She was like, Mick Jagger just loved her.
Oh, God. Well, to me, Condoleezza Rice looks like a man. So that's what would make both of our arguments kind of converge. It's like George W. Bush Jr. could be quite gay and still probably go for Condoleezza Rice, because she was no prize. It wasn't like she was cover material for Ebony magazine or a jet model. Or
No, I could understand that, what you're saying. Yeah, it's like like he and there could also be a black-white thing with him.
Yeah.
He was a cheerleader.
That's right. I didn't believe that. When I was first told that, I thought it was just shit. And it's true. It's true. It was unbelievable. I didn't even know they had male cheerleaders. I was like, but it turns out they do. Who the fuck would do that?
I'll tell you, I had a personal friend of mine, and he was a very good friend. And he was, he told me he'd been a cheerleader in high school.
God.
In Montana. And I said, because, I play football. I said, why? And he was not gay. He was not gay. I said, why would you do that?
Thank you.
And he says, simple, to get girls. He was like, he was with them. He was with the cheerleaders. They were, he had access to the cheerleaders. Who?
I don't know if, I cross-dress.
That's not how I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. I don't know how that would work. Yeah, I just don't see that working. I cross-dress, and I can understand how that can get me girls, and I exploit it to get me girls, but that requires some explaining. With cheerleader now, it's like you're a dude. The cheerleader chicks are there for the ballers. They're there.
He was a bit older than me.
Yeah.
And it's a different generation.
Okay.
It wouldn't have worked that way when I went to school.
Thank you.
But,
Thank you.
It seemed to work for him. And he might have known his audience.
Maybe.
He definitely was not gay.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not.
And-
I'm not even going there. I'm not even saying it needs to be that. But still, I don't see how. Yeah, but like you said, maybe it was a different time.
It surprised me, and I would, and you know, things are much different even now than they were then. But you know, we're probably talking about. He probably went to high school in the mid '60s, and you know, he's in Montana, which, you know, I can't speak for Montana. I've never been there, but whatever. It seemed to work for him. And I will say one thing I've noticed about women is that if they spend a lot of time around a man, they will develop a sympathy for them.
True. This is true. They can develop
They
sympathy.
if the man's not abusive, and women will fall in love, fall in sympathy. I see this all the time. And the only reason they are in love is because the man has had access to them. Mm-hmm. It's all it is. Now, and especially, like, I've known men who've used, "Oh, that's such a bad life." That works too. Whatever. Oh, you know, because women are sympathetic, empathic creatures, and it's, you know, whatever. But we're getting a little bit off the subject.
Yeah. By the way, Nemo in the chat, Nemo Albano writes to Victoria Lauren Hobbs, who Victoria Lauren Hobbs was saying, I didn't know Jared Kushner was trans. She said, it's so funny, I heard stuff, I just never looked into it. I've seen a lot of transvestigations. And Nemo wrote to her, Jared has been voting as a woman for years. You can look that up. It's true. Yes, that's one of the other factors that leads me to speak with such confidence.
It says right here,
yeah.
Records from the State Board of Elections list Mr. Kushner's gender as female, according to screenshots obtained by Wired.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now it says, according to this, Jared Kushner is a woman. This is by the Jewish Chronicle. This embarrassing revelation tops off a difficult week for the president's son-in-law. 17. Jared Kushner is a woman, according to New York State voter records. It repeats the thing that I just said. There is no suggestion that Mr. Kushner has committed any voter fraud, and it is possible this has come about by accident. But of course, next to the president's claims of widespread voter fraud, not to mention Mr. Trump's proposed ban of transgender troops serving in the military, this revelation is packed full of irony. It comes hot on the heels of accusations of hypocrisy aimed at Mr. Kushner. After it was revealed he used a private email server to send official government messages, which was one of the main criticisms the president leveled at Hillary Clinton during the campaign. And then it just sort of ends there. It's kind of like, okay, we got it. He said the wrong thing. It's not really an article. It's
guess you'd call it a mudslinging, like a gotcha.
Well, it's apparently a fact, but then there's why Jared Kushner might be a female.
And then, of course, just to drive some points home for the fun of it, I'm sharing screen. So I don't know if you can see the screen share right now, but I'm going over to the Wachowski sisters, the people who supposedly brought us The Matrix and, Jupiter Rising, who could forget that, though I like the colors. But at any rate, as for the colors here now, it's like, why are they doing this to themselves? More importantly, why are they doing this to you and I? It's like, what? It's like, why? It's like, you don't look female. You don't, it's like, you can't even swing it. I mean, this guy here, Baldy, who looks like Lex Luthor or the Kingpin, then puts on a wig, and it's like, why? It doesn't work. You can't. No one's going to. It's. I don't mean.
But Douglas, that's part of the game.
It's just to make you feel revolted. It's just to repulse us.
Yeah, it's to give you a sense of. It's like why does a streaker or an exhibitionist expose themselves?
Yeah.
They're creating a shock.
And this is what they get off on, I guess. It's just.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's creating shock. Now it says, here's another article from 2017. Many see Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner as a moderating influence in the current administration, particularly on issues like climate change and LGBT rights. In early February, the New York Times reported the two most influential social liberals in President Trump's inner circle, daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared Kushner, helped kill a proposed executive order that would have scrapped Obama-era LGBT protections, according to people familiar with the issue. Concerning their reported involvement in that order, a Politico piece says it's noteworthy that they have remained silent after the White House on Wednesday revoked protections that had allowed transgender students to use the public school bathroom of their choice. So they're on the transgender bandwagon in an administration that was not particularly, honking the horn for transgenders. She declined to comment on her father's position. The couple's silence has also spurred many to wonder about the consistency of their involvement in issues that pertain to LGBT rights. That issue aside, they have been seen participating in quite a few public events. It says at a press conference, a reporter asked, Ivanka was in the White House today for a meeting on human trafficking. She had the meeting on CEOs. We saw her in a smaller session here at the White House. What exactly is her role? Sean Spencer responded, I think her role is to be helpful and provide input on a variety of areas that she has deep, passionate concerns about, especially in the area of women in the workforce and empowering women. She is someone who has a lot of expertise and wants to offer that, especially in the area of trying to help women. Well, I think whether or not she was abused, and she didn't have to be abused by her father, she has apparently some deep sympathy that is not consistent with the Trump image. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And, she evidently feels safe with this person.
Yes.
So, we live in an era where we're not inclined to judge people for this, but this is like it stands out like a big red balloon.
Yes.
And then I would also wonder about his history. It says here on Wikipedia, I'm trying to say early life. Born in Livingston, New Jersey on January 10th, 1981, to Charles Kushner, a real estate developer and a convicted felon.
Wow. There you go.
His father was friends with Bill and Hillary Clinton and attended several dinners with them.
Oh my God! Well, there's his criminal credentials right there.
His paternal grandparents, Reichel and Joseph Kushner, were Holocaust survivors.
Oh, of course.
Who came to the U.S. in '49 from Novorossiysk, now in Belarus. Reichel, described as the family's matriarch, led efforts during the Holocaust to escape from the ghetto by digging a tunnel. Later, she became a member of the Bilski partisans. Raised in a modern Orthodox Jewish family, Kushner graduated from the Frisch School, a modern Orthodox yeshiva high school, in 1999 and enrolled at Harvard in the same year. According to journalist Daniel Golden, Kushner's father made a donation of $2.5 million to the university in '98, not long before Jared was admitted. So, you donate $2.5 million, you get into Harvard. Now, he graduated with honors, a BA in government. It's his business career. Following his father's conviction and subsequent incarceration between March 2005 and August 2006, Kushner took a much bigger role in the family real estate business. He set about expanding the business and acquired almost $7 billion in property over the next 10 years, much of it in New York City. $7 billion makes Trump look like a poor guy.
Yeah, beyond that, think of the pattern here. You're talking about an individual who switched genders, is casually speaking of literally exterminating a population to get great real estate for development like it was nothing, like clearing out cockroaches, yet will almost certainly brag and use as a status point the fact that his parents, quote unquote, survived the Holocaust. So you've got a product of the same kike peddling machine, the Holocaust. Look, we escaped, we dug tunnels, we joined the partisans to fight the evil Nazis. By the way, let's kill all them motherfuckers populating this great coastline here so we can develop it and set up some new casinos. And I'm sickened. I'm physically sickened. My father did what he had to do, and my only regret is that he didn't wipe them all out so we wouldn't have to suffer their depredations now. The job that needs to be finished is dividing Israel so that it no longer poses a threat as a rogue neutron and nuclear armed state that could, blow up the major cities of the West. Just holding that threat like a Damocles sword over the head of the Western powers has them, humanity veering towards extinction at the hands of a neurotic minority.
Let me say a few other things here before I go.
Of course.
It says here that Kushner Companies purchased the office building at 666 Fifth Avenue.
Oh my God.
In 2007 for a record price of $1.8 billion, most of it borrowed. They had problems. They had to, after the crash, they had to sell a controlling stake to the Carlyle Group and Stanley Shera. He says his father pushed that deal. It says in 2013, his company led a transaction to purchase the Jehovah's Witness headquarters in Brooklyn Heights for $375 million and invested $100 million into the site, transforming it into a sprawling office park and signing online retailer Etsy to a 10-year lease. They see now did a lot of real estate investing. In 2014, with his brother Joshua and Ryan, they co-founded Cadre, an online real estate investment platform. His business partners included Goldman Sachs and billionaire George Soros, a top Democratic donor. Here he's crossing the lines between Democrats and Republicans. In early 2015, Soros Fund Management financed the startup with a $250 million credit line. Kushner did not identify these business relationships in his January 2017 government financial disclosure form. He did, however, disclose his ownership of BFPS Ventures, the company that housed his stake in Cadre. In 2020, his ownership stake in Cadre was estimated at 25 to 50 million. Now, he owns the New York Observer. he's quite an active investor. Lifelong Democrat prior to his father-in-law, Donald Trump, entering politics. He's he I guess was disappointed in Obama, was behind Romney. Yeah, he ran Trump's social media campaign, but there's no windows to look into this. He's in a very weird position.
You mean that in terms of his Kama Sutra practices with
everything about him is suspect. Now, it says after Donald Trump became president, Kushner and his wife Ivanka met with the Japanese Prime Minister and other Japanese officials, while Ivanka was conducting a licensing deal between her namesake clothing brand and Sane International, a company whose investors include the Japanese government's development bank. Although negotiations around the deal had begun in 2015, well before Trump secured the nomination, Ivanka backed out of the deal to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest. Well, yeah, so, he's definitely a person of interest. There's more here. This is just Wikipedia stuff. People should look at it. I'm going to go to bed. But before I go to bed, I saw something. It was Jordan Peterson interviewing somebody about Karl Marx being a Satanist.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Marx has poetry to, I think it's Beelzebub.
Yes.
There's definite indications of him being a Satanist.
Yes.
Which is...
Yes. Yeah.
He's the father of communism.
Yeah. Yes.
So there you go. That's just a comment.
Thank you. Appreciate
Jewish. Oh, Jewish as well.
Of course. Of course.
But so be it. What a, I won't be able to think about anything else tonight. So ask your son if he knows any more things about this.
Okay. Yeah.
He might.
Well, he'll definitely take some time out to transcribe what I said about Herod. So he'll be able to, I should be able to give that to you at the latest by Sunday. At the latest. Probably we'll email it to you before then, but Sunday at the latest, just as we're starting the program. Well, we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you very much for joining us as always. And you have a blessed night. Sweet be thy slumber and most pleasant be thy dreams. And we look forward to seeing you next Sunday at the latest. And take care and stay safe and be well.
I will say good night to everybody, and remember to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
Donate DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Wonderful. Blessed be. Okay, that's skybooks.usa.com, Peter Moon, and we will now call all of the usual suspects, bring whoever we can onto the call, to hold a conversation with our friend Aristides. See if I can say that without biting my tongue. I'm just, how would I say it, needing to refresh myself, so... All right, so what do we do? Where's my list? We've got 2 of 4 in call. It's just Aristides and myself now, so I need to press the add button. That would help. Okay, because Troy never appears on the list. I have to add him by entering his name. So he gets first dibs, and then I erase that to grab everybody else that does show up on my list. And So here we have Brendan again. Let's try Nemo. Hopefully he joins us. George Knight. And let's see now. All the usual ladies. Let me see. Here we are. And there we are. Jennifer Hawkins has 2 accounts. Yes, what were you going to say to Aristides?
Oh, well, I just put your PayPal link in the
Bless you.
chat.
Thank
Because
you.
Peter often says how to have it, upper right hand corner yellow button. But if you can't find said button,
Yeah, thank you.
Use that link.
Thank you so much. It's profoundly appreciated. And just to reinforce that point to everyone, obviously a lot of money is being spent this month because of the need to renew the website with Bluehost. A lot of positive developments in that I've been wanting to change my password on my bank account for quite some time. This forced me to do it. And also some other little things like that. Also was able to link my bank's debit card to PayPal, so I can actually, if I ever need to transfer money out of the bank again, can do it instantly, free of charge, rather than it taking an entire fucking work week like it's taking this week, because it takes them 5 business days to process. The bank does not want to let go of the money. So, okay. Here we are. We have pressed the add button. I should have a number of people that may or may not come on. Sadly, Jennifer Hawkins is unavailable on both accounts. Everyone else is.
Go ahead. Did you get the roster filled out?
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
You did.
Yes, and hopefully, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, and hopefully you and I will, if I make it through all the way to the morning, then hopefully you and I will have a few minutes to speak after the show. Nothing urgent. It's just there. Yeah. Brendan Zoget joined us.
I'm sure we can in the morning. Okay, well, got a lot of people joining up here. I just wanted real quick. Didn't Peter, right before he left, say something about, did he say Jordan Peterson interviewing somebody about whether Karl Marx was a Satanist with Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, it came up, but believe me, I'm always upset that Peter even reviews Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it's very bizarre to me.
I had something on him. I got turned on to the fact that apparently there's something called the ARC Forum, Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. And it's almost like, and it's his thing, where he's like one of the main founding guy.
Oh God! And
it's like it's trying to form itself as like an alternative to like the World Economic Forum. It's super gay. Here I'm gonna. I mean, because seriously, this guy is gonna save the world.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll drop the link.
Thank you.
It's funny. I took a quick look and I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
Thank you for bringing that up. Gives me something else to deconstruct. Thank God the 2 ladies have joined us, as well as Brendan. Did I call Heather Holman? Jesus fucking Christ! I'll give her a call just in case she's there. Jesus, she should have been enjoying her nuptials, but we found out that didn't happen. Brendan left. Jesus, what was that about? And hopefully Amanda Ute and Victoria Hobbs stay. And oh my God, Victoria, so glad you could join us. Amanda, I'm just ecstatic you could join us. And for God's sakes, yes, I was trying to reach her for for a while there after our last conversation to disambiguate certainly my politics from Peter's, and because Peter feels that that Trump has a capacity for reason that I don't feel Trump has personally, but it's like one of those things that when Amanda and I were going off on on Trump, Peter came in and was kind of trying to give this differing perspective. But my fear was that Mandy would think that was my perspective, which it's not. So Brendan has rejoined us. Heather Holman has joined us. So we've got 3 ladies with us. And obviously, we're anxious to hear from all of them. Amanda and Victoria. Heather usually has good audio. We'll go to Heather in a second. Her birthday is coming up, and I've got to figure out something to mail to her. that would have some meaning and significance. And we'll try and get that together in time, hopefully, to reach her. I'll probably have to ultimately wind up overnighting it. But in the meantime, Mandy and Victoria, let's test to see your technology, see if it's okay. Mandy, could you say hello, and then Victoria, say hello?
Hello.
Oh, we hear your sweet voice. Just make sure to almost shout into your mic, and that way your voice sounds, because you have a very soft voice, so we want your voice to be heard. Victoria, say hi. She just went mute. Victoria, unmute. Say hi.
Hey there, everyone.
Yeah, we hear that giggle. Oh, that's delightful. You sound so sensuous. And wonderful. So, Heather, say hi.
Hi, everybody.
Wonderful. We'll start with your little
Hi,
adventure.
Amanda.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. And have I introduced Victoria and Heather before? I don't believe so. If you two ladies would say hi to each other. Victoria, this is Heather. Heather, this is Victoria.
Hi, darlings.
Hi, Victoria.
Nice to meet
How are
you.
you?
Yes.
Nice to meet you, too.
Oh, well.
Yes. And then Brendan just left. What is going on? He's so shy.
Probably trying to get a better connection or something, so he sounds just as good as we do.
Okay, hopefully so. So could you start by sharing with us your little adventure here? You were going to get married, Heather. What exactly happened that you're willing to share? Are you back home with the guy you were going to get married with, or is that kind of like, is that all?
That's right. No,
Good.
I'm fine. I'm back home.
Okay. And he's cool?
Yeah. Yeah, we went to the Veterans Hospital today. He had some pre-operative appointments.
May I ask, just out of curiosity, certainly you don't...
Yeah, he's getting his knees worked on and a shoulder replacement.
Shoulder replacement. What happened?
Well, the knees is just, I think, wear and tear. The shoulder replacement was from an injury.
Okay. What do they replace a shoulder with?
It's a total, what they do usually is the normal situations. They take the cup of your rotor cup or whatever, they turn it upside down or inside out and just put it back on. But this is like a reconstructive surgery. So it's difficult and extensive.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It was bad. They're going to have to rebuild a bicep or something like that.
What happened?
He just fell. It was a just freak accident where he fell and went to grab onto the bed, and it just ripped his arm out of the socket.
At home?
Yeah, no, it was at a hotel. I wasn't there.
He's in a hotel by himself, and he falls out of bed, tries to grab onto the bed, and winds up destroying his body in such a way that is that? Look, I mean, like, do you believe that?
Well, no, he's had a recent or previous broken clavicle, so there was previous damage where it probably contributed to the dislocation.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Jesus.
If you want to hear exactly what it is.
Yeah, no, it's a full total reverse shoulder replacement. So they put in a new, basically fake shoulder, all three pieces. And the reason they reverse is because there's more flat area for them to restaple the bicep and the rotator cuff onto. And because I have like multiple full width, full depth, full length rotator cuff rips, detached bicep, and detached other shit.
Wow.
So there you
go. What, your name, sir?
Vinny.
Vinny. Well, you're in our prayers. So, that was interesting. At first, I thought Heather just allowed herself to channel. I thought that this was probably the best example of perfect possession that I've ever heard. I said, "Holy shit! Yeah, she's got the voice down and everything."
Skills.
Yeah, holy shit! I was impressed. I was like, yeah. She was like, "You want to hear the full thing?" And she just channels them, just like that. And I was like, "God damn, give this girl a Ouija board."
Imaginary friend.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, these imaginary.
She made me AI, so now I can talk.
Yeah, that's right. Well.
So Douglas, this is Vinny. Vinny, this is Douglas.
Hi, Douglas. You've heard more about me, or I've heard more about you than you've heard about me. I'm not sure, but I've heard about you since we started dating almost 6 years ago. Not you and me and Heather.
Right. No, I get yeah, no, I get it, of course. But it's nice to meet you, Vinny. It's an honor. I appreciate your joining us, and certainly you're welcome to possess Heather anytime you wish. And
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
But you're in our prayers. This is just awful. And what are the risks involved here? Or is there concern that there could be collateral risks, or you just feel confident this, with everything else you've been through, this is just part of,
It's really there. I mean, besides any major surgery, there are some risks, but that's not the major thing. The major thing is I've been through some other pretty serious things, but the normal recovery without the injury, just to do it for old age, is about 26 to 36 weeks. Where for me, with the detached bicep or anything, I mean, the recovery is going to be probably hugely painful and could take up to a year, including inpatient
Recovery.
Yeah, recovery, just physical recovery.
Whoa, but you're younger.
So, pretty painful, but
Yeah.
I sort of dig that. So we'll see how it goes.
Understood. And you, yeah, of course, I have every confidence you can handle it, but you're younger than me, correct?
Yeah, no, that's what the doctor says. They don't like to do it on people as young as me, but I mean, there's no other choice. I mean, my biceps flapping, my muscles are atrophying, because they're rolling up, and that's going to be what's going to make it so hard, is because when you cut off a shoulder and put in a new shoulder, it's great if everything was in that place and you staple it back. It sucks when you have to roll out a muscle that's been atrophying for 5 months and try to get it back in place.
Whoa, yes. Oh, yeah, that sounds challenging. But
Holy moly.
I mean, they can do it. It's not going to hurt them that much.
no doubt. Oh my God, I'm impressed. Well, I'm impressed, and so I like the fortune telling icon that Heather's got up. Is she got a new thing going? This is sideline where you're bringing in some extra cash.
Yeah, I got a side hustle. I need to make money, and I need $5 for every fortune.
I try to stay away from all the sidelines, Heather. That's why I appreciate the 4 hours that you've been taking out of her day and away from me every day, because that gives me some time. Great. So, God bless you, and I wish you everything as well. And Semper Fi, brother.
Yes, Semper Fidelis. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate what you've done, and certainly appreciate your acting as kind of an adult supervision for Heather as well. And yeah.
and you as well, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, and yeah, no, she's a joy, and yes, and I understand what Vinny's saying. Yes, it's like a little break there for him, and
Is Brendan back yet?
So I'm gonna go enjoy my me time. You all take care.
Yeah.
Have
Yes.
a great day.
Bye.
You as well. Enjoy that space. Yes, we need that space. And,
Thank you, Douglas.
yeah, and happy to provide it. And yeah, Brendan's not back yet, but hopefully he will be. Well, who knows? Maybe he's jealous. Or maybe he's scared. Maybe, yeah.
I was just going to mention to him that Vinny's family, they're Punjabi, and so he comes from a long line of Kshatriyas.
That's right.
Kshatriya is one who cuts.
Yes.
Yeah. So
the warrior
he's a
caste.
warrior.
Yes, the
Yeah,
warrior
he's a
caste of
warrior.
India. Yes, and I should have brought that up. So when Brendan's back, let's not forget to bring that up to him. Now let's check in with because our man Vinny is enjoying his downtime. Share with these ladies and our listeners whatever you feel comfortable sharing. You were going to marry this man. And by the way, Brendan's back, so explain to him about the Kshatriya part. And so, Brendan.
Oh, I was just going to see what interesting tidbits that he might have to contribute to the Kshatriya.
Yeah, of course. Brendan, let's hear you. Can you talk? He's on mute. Oh, there he is.
Yes,
Speak
am I
now.
audible?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
barely.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Oh.
we'd like you to shout more into the mic directly. Yeah. Are you
This is
driving?
the best I can do with.
Okay, it's pretty good. It's
No.
okay. It's okay. It will suffice. Are you driving home?
No, I'm stopping by a hardware shop.
Okay.
Something.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah. So why were you dropping off the call so much? Was it because of the bad cells areas?
it was some kind of issue with the Skype.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there was some issue with the Skype, and then on top of that,
Uh-huh.
I got on and I just heard some kind of like gruesome story about someone's surgery, and it's like
Yeah.
that
Oh.
kind of. I was just like, man.
Yeah.
Every time we get on air, it's like that.
Oh
It's always
yeah.
some gruesome story.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
I had to reformulate my plan.
Why were you going to eat?
Oh,
And you couldn't
no.
eat after that? Was it affecting your appetite for something, or?
No, I'm just joking. That's
Okay.
not. I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't daunted by that. You should hear my side, my story. Or
Yeah,
you know
true
about
enough. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. Oh my God. Well, you know me. I could start relating that story almost better than you can at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not to
It's,
diss it.
it's so
Yeah.
awful. I can't even.
Yeah,
I can't
it's
even
he's done his best to
uh,
bleach it, and who can blame him? You know, whereas I find it morbidly, hideously funny. It's hideously funny because he survived it, but many people would not have. Heather, share with Brendan what you said about our man Vinny.
Oh, Chatrias.
Yeah. Yes, his cast.
Maybe we could spell it for the listenership so they can understand or maybe follow along with what we're saying.
I think they can get it. Give him some credit. So Heather, tell him about the Punjab, all the rest of that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Punjab. So Vinny, he's Punjabi. So they're the warrior cast.
The man she was going to marry who possessed her temporarily so that we could hear the story of their unfolding his atrophied muscles. Yes. Go on, honey. Yes.
Oh, that was it. I was just going
You're
to say
saying
if you had
you're saying
anything
he
to
shot.
contribute about
He
history
is
or
Kshatriya?
whatever.
Is that what you're
Yeah.
asking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She.
Kshatriya is like a caste.
Yes. Yes. That he's very.
So Kshatriya is.
Yeah. Go on.
Kshatriya are the caste below Brahmin, and they're the ones that will inherit the kingdom at some point. You know,
Interesting.
that was the original purpose of it. They were the warriors,
Yes.
the knights. We would
Yes.
know them as knights in the medieval.
Yes. Excellent.
Similar concept.
He's just never satisfied unless there's like some kind of contention.
Interesting. Interesting.
That's
And
part of
yeah.
it.
yeah.
Factor.
Yes. Yeah. Out of that caste evolved the Buddha. The Buddha himself came from that caste. So and
Yeah, he was like royalty, so as well.
yeah, true, and had a lot of expectations on him. And so what I'm going to do is go refresh
Just
myself.
give me a few minutes here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get some-
excellent. Take your time, and then join us when you're ready to talk. Amanda and Victoria, let's hear a little bit from both of you. Now, Amanda was able to stay with us the entire night last time. Victoria, how much time are we graced with your presence tonight? Are you able to stay for a while, or let us know generally, Victoria?
Probably just a little bit tonight. I honestly just jumped on because I thought it was just going to be Aristides and I was going to keep him company, but I'm really glad everyone else hopped on. I have been off work for a few days, but I'm working tomorrow, so I can't stay too long, but I figured I'd say hello and stuff.
And you're always welcome, of course, to jump on again when you get up in the morning, you know, on your way to work,
Thank you.
just to drop in and say hi, of course. Even if I'm monologuing, you can just drop in and say hi. And so I'm so glad that you're so considerate and so gracious as to drop in just to keep Aristides company in case anybody else didn't drop in, because there's nights when we need that, believe me. Right, Aristides?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Totally.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
so
I'll say more like in the morning, I guess, probably, but I sent you a couple screenshots of something I guess that happened today
take a look.
with this line,
Okay.
going from China and Russia, I guess, all the way to the US or something. I don't know. You'll know way more about it than me, but I sent those screenshots to you, and then I haven't really been up to much. I've been hermiting and occasionally teaching your random Christian mom or Republican about Zionism, but other than that, pretty much just keep it to myself. So
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate this link, and continue talking.
Yeah,
I mean, so are you willing
Yeah.
to share with us exactly what your new job is?
totally. It's just like a sales job, work at like a company that works with Lowe's and stuff like that. It's nothing too exciting.
Are you
But,
working from home?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
wow.
I actually work.
Uh-huh.
I work at different Lowe's stores. But anyway,
Wow.
I've been super laying low though because more and more stuff has come out in the
That's
news
funny.
around
That's funny
Pennsylvania.
because that's
so,
where I'm at right now.
It's Lowe's.
oh wait, what's up?
It's kind of synchronous.
Wait, really?
I said I'm out at Lowe's right now.
Oh, nice.
That's just funny.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mhm. Go
I've
on.
been, I don't know how much I can say, but I'm kind of at a point now where it's like I've been blacklisted so many places that I'm not really caring. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
But I found out a couple days ago that, and I've already been laying low for a while now, gray manning, whatever you want to call it. But off social media. But one of my buddies sent me a video, a news video of this guy who led the one protest I went to, the one
Right.
at some university, and he's recanting and rebuttaling and all these. He's apologizing, total apology. They're just doing it because they have 11 kids and they're trying to protect their kids. But I'm really wishing I wore a mask.
I'm sorry, what did you say
Anyway,
after
yeah, I don't
after you
know.
mentioned the fact he's got 11 kids and he's trying to protect them? What was that thing you said after that, honey?
I just wish I'd worn a mask.
Yeah.
I should have worn.
I get it. So,
It probably didn't help my social credit score.
Well-
so I'm just gonna continue to lay low, but
well, I mean, you're always welcome here, and
Oh, man.
certainly, what I can say is that obviously these things happen, but you know what? I have an intuition that it's not going to impact you that badly. I know that it's a pain in the ass, and it will impact you, but remember that our society, as I
it
said...
already has.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, already has.
But I think God will protect me and stuff.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I think it's interesting because the guy who it was my first protest of that sort, and
Yes.
I thought it was my last too, because people were just screaming obscenities, and that's not my style. I'd rather just present information in a professional way.
Yes.
And these people were Odinists, and they were extremely racist. And so I was like, wow, I guess I'm never going back to something like that, because that's just not the way I would do things. And next thing you know, they were going on some apology tour, and I'm like, And I've heard they're just doing it to protect their kids, but still, it's like, well, you might not need to go on an apology tour if you weren't so hateful.
Yes.
So,
well,
good.
it's also disappointing. It's disappointing to see people do that, because it obviously it defeats their message, and but like you yourself said, I don't know if I want to describe exactly what the protest was, but basically,
No.
yeah, I won't then. I won't then at the moment, but we'll talk about it privately. And but like you said, look, damage has been done, quote unquote. But honey, it's like, believe me, our society's on the verge of collapse anyway. Whatever social credit score damage you've
it's
got,
exciting.
yeah, it's in a way, yes. Believe me, I'm not anxious for it, and yet it's something I believe is inevitable, and certainly change will be impossible without it. So it's one of these things. You just take it day by day. But it's you're going to have opportunities in the future. It's obviously our new generation. We've got new generations coming to the fore, and they're not buying into the old bullshit. So they're not going to hold it against you.
This is true.
Yeah,
But this is why, Douglas.
Yeah.
When you initially invited me on, you're like, just beware, stuff might happen. You might get followed, stuff might happen to you. I'm like, I'm not really afraid, because this stuff has been happening to me for years. So it's just fun when you're on all the lists. It's like Pokemon cards. How many lists can I be on, right?
Yes.
I'm on a list for reading my Bible now. So so be it.
But to make you feel better about it, Brendan, why don't you tell Victoria here?
Yes,
Victoria participated in a neo-Nazi protest, and what happened was the other people were very... the other people...
Totally.
They don't know anything about... they don't know anything about Odin or Jormungandr or any of these things. They're joking.
Probably not. They were just freaking
Definitely
white
not.
nationalist haters,
Yeah.
It's like,
they
you
know
can
nothing
be...
about,
Yeah,
Odin,
and she didn't relate to them. It was her first and last protest of that sort, and she felt there were more constructive ways to get the message out about my father, my biological father, Adolf Hitler. And nevertheless, she's been blacklisted. but let her know she's not alone and tell her what happened to you before we turn to Mandy. What I'm going to do is refresh myself. Mandy said hi, so we know our technology works. Mandy, I want you to participate too. Let Victoria know you had to change your name, your German name from Eiteneier
Oh my
to
goodness.
Ute. Yeah, she had to change her German name from Eiteneier to just EUT.
But what happened?
Yeah, so Brendan, what happened to
You.
your situation?
Yeah, tell her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And by the way, we can't hear you very good. You're very tiny and
Hold on.
tinny, so you got to get closer to the mic.
Come on.
Can you hear me now?
Not really.
I was
mean,
saying, I'm
there!
not trying to be facetious, but I was going to say,
Oh,
what
there it
thing
is.
happened to me?
yeah.
Which time?
Yeah. There's so many.
Which
There's so
time,
many. How about the job? Trying to
Yes,
get the
yes.
job and in the sheriff's office and how they fucking like just fucked you over. You know. And Nemo,
Oh,
welcome
yeah.
aboard. Let's test out your audio, Nemo, before I refresh myself. Say hello, Nemo.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah. Have you been introduced to Victoria and Amanda and Heather, all three of these ladies? Yes or no?
Yeah, I know all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Wonderful. So, Brendan, please tell these people what happened to you because of Douglas Dietrich.
Share
You were
some of your
blacklisted.
experiences.
Yeah, not to mention your occult assaults, by the way. But yes, just
Yeah,
cut
that's a whole
loose.
nother tangent. But
Yeah.
I had applied for a sheriff's department up in the mountains here in California, for the foothills, and they had taken me through the entire process. They had private investigators come to my house. They interviewed all my neighbors, my friends, like everybody, my parents, and went through all of that. I passed all their tests, everything they threw at me. I even had to like pay at some point for whatever bullshit they were trying to do to like background check me. And even with my dad's like not so good past and everything that had happened up to that point, they actually pushed me through to the final stage. But when the people in the office building finally got my file, they stopped replying to me, so I had to call them like multiple times. And when the guy finally picked up again, I said, hey, like, it's been a while, you haven't responded to any of my emails, nothing. And he said, about that, your file got pulled off my desk and sent upstairs to personnel, like the management of personnel of this sheriff's department. And it's a pretty well-known sheriff's department up in the hills here. And so when I tried to get a hold of them, they said, yeah, you're you passed everything, but your file is being held by the upstairs personnel and there's no way for us to get it back. So basically we can't offer you the job. And no matter how many times I asked about what had happened, they did not give me an answer. They just said, you might as well just, ignore it. Like, it was so serious that the guy was like,
Yeah, they'll just leave you in limbo land or something.
Yeah, the guy's voice was like visibly like shaking, like whatever they told him like scared the shit out of him. So,
that's what I'm saying. There's some sort of list. There's a list.
Yeah, there's
for
definitely
us,
a list.
Man.
But like the normal people, like even the highest people on the office floor, like the management that were trying to hire me, they didn't even get to look at whatever was on that list. So whatever it is,
Holy moly.
It's not accessible to.
That's what I'm saying. I feel
people.
like I did walk into the courthouse, the sheriff's office, and ask them, and they said, oh, we don't have any answers. Talk to the magistrate. So next time I'm walking to the magistrate and figuring out what's going on, I want answers. I want them to admit it.
What is the magistrate?
Yes, I understand a magistrate is that's a panel. It's like a death panel. Like,
No, dang.
It's basically like multiple judges. Yeah, it's like the top. A magistrate is a group of judges that will dictate whatever. But honestly, I wouldn't pursue it. I know you're curious and stuff, but the more you poke the nest, because they're ruled by the court system and the police and stuff, they're ruled by Saturn. So you really have to play by the discipline of Saturn, which is a planet, which is also, there are other.
Or you think it's like this, they're public servants and they work for you. So maybe just go along with it and, it's for a faster outcome.
Well, that's the thing here's the thing is I would like to go on my own kind of, that's the thing is I'm not trying to recant any information that I know and have, but I do want to publicly distance myself from any organization that is spewing needless hatred and racism. So like that alone, I could go up to someone and take a polygraph test and be like, no, I literally want nothing to do with that. No matter what I know, I want nothing to do with these people. You know,
I mean, they can just say like, all right, you own a swastika thing, like, you know, it's like,
yeah, it doesn't matter. I own too many. I own way too many.
Like, yeah, you can't, like, you know, like, say if you were incapacitated and they just saw that, like, you couldn't, like no amount of evidence against that would help, you know. So it's better not to poke the hive, you know, in that sense.
Yeah.
Because if it's like, you know, don't ask, don't tell. It's like, sounds cheesy, but that's, you know, because they'll be scared, just like with the sheriff's department. Like, they were scared to even tell me to my face about anything. So, like, they are actually more
like if I go in looking like a literal Amish woman, you know, I'm like holding a Bible, looking like an Amish
you can
lady,
claim it's
like
religious and stuff, but
it's crazy.
But these people are also.
Are you Amish?
I mean,
I don't speak Dutch, but if I did, I'd join.
That's a good idea. Not a bad idea at all.
They're not sympathetic to the religions. I mean, these people are mostly.
Obviously, I'm just saying if
worse.
For sure. I mean, I could say, yeah, I don't know. I want them to admit they're discriminating, and yeah, I want them to admit that. But I guess I shouldn't poke the nest.
I understand. Trust me, I get what you're saying totally. It's just like
not worth it.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it, especially in the sense that they're not going to give you anything. Even if you do prove it and then they admit it, it would just get worse. And then, but what's like you're saying that they're like barring you from certain like civil liberties or like activities, or is
you're cutting out?
They're barring you
just
from
like
certain
jobs.
Activities?
Jobs are not hiring me, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's weird. And
the same thing
even
with
years
me.
ago. Oh, like I had over a 700 credit score. No one would let me rent. That was years ago. Like it was obvious when they had implemented it, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. So
and
anyway.
that's just the way it is, you know, that's the way it is. Because it's like, you know, it's the Matrix, they can do it. Like I'm talking like the court Matrix, not like the movie. But it's their system, you know. So
true. All right. I'll
but there are
your
other ways,
and,
like
honestly.
I'll tell you something here. It's just like if you align with God and the multiversal or the universal principles, the natural laws that God puts in place, you can get past all of that stuff, including the Saturnian blocks. Because like, you know, like that's the point of like you know, the sacrifice of like the Christ figure, you know. He proved that you can transcend,
and
you know,
and like the power of and like power of the Holy Spirit and stuff, like power of manifestation through the Holy Spirit and through energy and all these different things that God gives us, for sure. Totally.
But you have to align, you know, like you have to align with that force, and then it can open things up, open doors that were never before able to be opened. So that's the benefit of it, actually. You won't get caught up in the system as much if you're
sage
sincere.
advice.
You know, if one is sincere, true.
Okay, I won't poke the nest.
I mean, you could do whatever you want. Yeah, like it's just free will. But
don't go asking for trouble that you don't want.
Yeah.
Probably not wise.
Not advantageous. It's not advantageous. Yeah. Typically not advantageous.
I was just so fiery. I'm like, I want them to say it out loud. I want them to say it, you know, but I need to swallow my pride and just stay safe.
There are ways perhaps to prove such things, but it's like a redundancy. It's like you already know, you know, like if you know, you know. It's like,
totally.
But no, that's interesting. It's fascinating. And I'm in the same boat. Like I have to, do a lot of, what would be the word? Like I have to take a lot of
Do a lot of gig work.
Gig work or something like this, but even just casual, like applying for resumes, you have to really like alter things and put it into your, advantageous for yourself.
Okay, so I'm not good at. I don't know how to lie. Like I'm too honest. Yeah,
I mean, you don't have
I'll
to
work
lie.
on.
You can just say
man.
you can just say like you have a background in like psychological analytics. I mean, it's just, you can just add things that like, you don't have to lie technically. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
No,
not a
my
lie.
work history's fine. It's just that darn social credit score, my dang Google Cloud score. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
But none of that matters in like if you're like going as per the divine order. Like that is like they can make like human laws are completely worthless in the eyes of divine or higher.
For sure. And the less I'm on the computers, the less it matters, honestly. So
yeah, exactly.
I just keep on unplugging.
I mean, yeah, you could still use their tech. I mean, that's totally fine.
I do.
It's just a matter
it's funny. It's
yeah.
What's the point at this point? Everything is shadow banned, so
use it for your advantage. I mean, what it was like, because even those things are under like God itself or like divine allows, like without divine, like there would be no internet actually.
Yeah.
So it's something that was allowed like by the higher force to give people a chance.
Well, he allowed the archons or the fallen angels, what that are named in Enoch, to teach us about the technology and weaponry and all these things supposedly. So, yeah.
Yeah, but there were reasons for that. Yeah.
It was to help us
for
evolve.
Sure. We'll know all eventually. What, Nemo?
Evolution, perhaps.
That interaction, it helped us evolve to a certain way.
Yeah, if you call it evolution, but I mean, if you look at like the pre-Diluvian cultures, it's definitely a fall from like the Edenic times. Like, it's definitely not ideal. Like, I get what you're saying, Nemo, but it's not ideal. Like in the pre-Diluvian, like the time of Eden and stuff, like it was much better for beings in general. It was easier to live. Now it's like much more tough. But at the same time, if you, like I said, if you align with divine laws, then you can make it work in any time. And there's like lessons in the Christ story, like the whole like the life of Jesus and his whole journey. Like there's a lot of lessons in there. Yeah. And it's all about transcendence, really. Like you want to get out of it, like go to higher realms. Like the heavenly planes are important for a reason. It's not just like, like it's not just a joke or some kind of fantasy. It's like you want to get out of the matrix to the heavenly. Like that's.
I like that he sat there. Yeah. And he all these Pharisees were like, they had more laws than days in the year, and he's like, look, you can literally do all of this by just loving God and loving others. Whoop-de-doo, and it's so above their heads they couldn't even do that. They were so prideful. So
like like Matthew 12 and etc., like the Sermon on the Mount and all that. So that stuff's very important. It's like very, very, very important.
Yeah.
So you have to say like, like there's so much in there.
The Beatitudes, blessed are the peacemakers, and
that is in there as well. I mean, I could bring it up in a second, but it's just I'm dealing with some like some things right now. There's like a lot of activity in front of my situation. But is Doug back, or is he just like doing whatever?
He's on mute.
Oh,
what did he say he was going to do?
I don't know. Probably something strange.
I'm still here, if that helps.
Yeah. Do you mind just chiming in? Anyone else for a second? I'll be right.
Yeah.
Return shortly.
You're mentioning about Saturn rolling over the court system, legal systems, and even banking. So pretty much a lot of aspects in society in the West, because you see their symbolism, like their trademark, quote unquote, everywhere.
Yeah,
Just
the black robe. Yeah, like the black robes.
Yeah,
the black hats
and the squares, the cubes, just the
checkers.
rings. They have just even the Saturn. Like, if you watch a fucking TV ad or some bullshit, they always got to have the planet Saturn in the background somewhere. Like, yeah, this is us showing you subliminally our domain. This is
it's
what
there
we
for a
rule.
reason.
Yeah, they show it, and I see it everywhere. It's so obvious once you become aware of it. It's just so blatant.
The old judges also used to wear the wool wigs, which is like the wolves in sheep's clothing, kind of.
I don't know the purpose for that exactly. So it sounds funny though.
Just
So silly.
kind of an esoteric meaning. Yeah, for sure. It's just a money system. One more money system for them.
You got anything to add in, Aristides?
Yeah. I think I just agree with all that. What else? What else is going on?
Yeah,
Do we see
Well,
Nikki Haley?
Saying what about the lambs? You're saying the lambs or the sheep?
Oh, just how it's interesting that they wear wool wigs, so they're like wolves in sheep's clothing, and they're literally wearing wool on their heads. Crown of wool.
Yeah,
Is it made out of
The
wool?
old
like
ones. The old ones, you know.
Yeah, wearing the wigs and the wool is like just like the Masons. They wear like the wool aprons. You know, the whole sheep.
Yeah.
Like they rule over the sheep. So
Right.
that's like the point. Yeah, that. So, but the whole Saturn thing. I mean, like it's very clear. I mean, it's very clear if you know about time. You know, and Saturn is like the prison block. Like meta.
Your voice cut out there.
Like you can't get past.
Your voice is cutting out,
Saturn.
Brendan.
Unless you have discipline and have enough to pass that level. And it's the highest 7th hierarchy, like the king chrono, and it rules over time. Like whatever actions you do, it rules over that. So if you don't do proper actions, you get the Saturn consequence comes. He's the one that gives consequence. Saturn is the consequence giver. That's why it later turned into Satan. You know.
Yep.
Saturn and Satan.
Yeah, people just presume Satan is what Lucifer turned into Satan. That's how a lot of Christians in the West interpret Satan as. And, fucking dickheads who just started doing conspiracy theory researches.
Yeah, it's very well. It was deliberately misleading, like like the way the translations were done on the Bible.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, they just give you a fabricated version. Yeah.
So when they say Lucifer, that's Luciferum, the being of light, the light bringer. So that's actually Venus. And then but in like a lot of these things get unlocked if you pull in other mythologies. So like Venus is benevolent, can be benevolent, but it also has another aspect where it like Venus was the guru of the Asuras, like the fallen angels. He was like the leader of the fallen angels in the Vedic cosmology. So Lucifer is there, but it's different. He's still angelic. He's still powerful. He's a rishi, but it's different than the Saturnian.
In the Vedic
but they
teachings,
do go together.
Sorry.
No, carry on. Yeah.
How do they explain why Lucifer descended or was casted out of the heavenly realm where the creator was?
It's known as a being called like Shukracharya. Shukracharya is the guru of the Asuras. So, so like he had a beef with like Jupiter and stuff. Like he had like a fight with Jupiter. Like they're not cool. So Jove, Jove is the old name for Jupiter. So Jehovah.
Okay.
Fierce Venus. Yeah. So they had a fight.
They don't like each other.
Yeah. So
No, the
what
Sunday
was
school
that
story
beef
that
about?
what I
What were they
learned in
fighting
Sunday school
over?
was that the reason that he was thrown out of heaven is because he thought that he was equal to God.
That's the typical Judeo-Christian belief.
Yeah, the Sunday school version.
Yeah, that's the fake version. Yeah. Yeah, what was the beef between Venus and Jupiter from what you learned?
But there's a truth to that. I mean, there's a truth to that.
Yeah.
So the beef between Venus and Jupiter
what he brought with him.
There's a huge mythology. It's the Shukracharya versus Brahaspati. Like anyone who knows that, yeah, I'll tell you. Like the main beef. So basically, the Asuras and the Devas were fighting. So the angels, the elementals, the natural forces were fighting against these Asuras, the so-called demons. They were having a battle, and in order to win, Venus, who is took it upon himself to do penance. He was like like a rishi, which is like a heavenly sage, and in order to defeat the forces of heaven, he did a lot of penance. So he gained immense power, and by Brahma and Shiv gave him this a power up, basically. So he gained the power called Sanjivani, or the ability to revive the dead. So Venus's special ability or secret jutsu is to revive the dead. So that's how he ended up winning the battle or the war against the Devas. And then
because he could bring back the fallen if they died in battle or something.
Yeah, he brought back his whole army. Yeah, he brought back his whole army. Yeah. So obviously Jupiter can have that. So they had a big fight, him and Venus.
Yeah.
And Jupiter poked his eye out, and he became, he only has one eye. So that's where you get the.
Oh.
Yeah, Jupiter did that to Venus. So there's a whole backstory to it, but he.
So that's the same with Osiris and
same with
Set,
Osiris.
isn't it?
Same with exactly. Same with that. Same with the Odin story. Odin gave up his eye.
Odin has one eye. Yep.
So this is just all one, the same story, just interpreted differently from different cultural perspectives or whatever.
Yes. But it's
Osiris
is the same.
Right. Okay. Yeah, he's kind of like Lucifer in a way because he's a being of light.
Yeah, the ruler of the underworld, the afterlife. And so what happened?
Your voice is cutting out.
George just joined. Hello, George.
Yeah, Brandon.
Hello,
Yeah.
everyone.
Hey, George. Brandon's voice is just cutting out a lot.
Hey, George.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you.
I can hear you. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're just cutting out. Yeah, we can hear you now. We can.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. So what had happened is. Oh, greetings. Is that George? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what had happened? Yeah. Good morning, from the Blessed Isles. But yeah, so the conclusion to that story was Brahaspati had defeated Venus, which is Shukracharya, and then he gets banished to rule over the lowest plane called Patal. So he gets banished to the netherworld. So that's the whole story in the Bible. We're saying he was chained to the pit for 1,000 years. So that's why they have beef, and that's another reason why they have beef with heaven and stuff, because they're always trying to get back to the heavenly planes.
Is it the same 1,000 years as the 4 angels that are buried in the pit or whatever?
Yeah, it's those are the same forces. Yeah, the Asur, they're called Asur, the Asuras. Yeah. But yeah, they have this. So there's this whole story, this whole backstory, and it's the same heaven versus the underworld battle. And the Greeks even had it as well. You have like Jove battled against Kronos and all that stuff, and so yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah.
So what happens if the underworld wins a battle against the heavens? Do they just take over?
They have before. I mean, they have before.
All right, but what happens?
So
when they take over, like, what are the differences? How it operates when the underworld takes over?
I mean, it's a lot more ruthless, and like it's not fun.
Okay, so it's hellish.
Basically, it's hell. It's not necessarily hellish. Like, it could be actually more technologically advanced, and it could be nicer, but it's like you're under the rule of these beings.
Right.
Like, it becomes like like they show like in like Marvel and stuff, like Thanos, or like these kind of beings, like Darkseid or whatever they show in the comic books.
Yeah.
Where it's like they're just like ruthless, like they'll just like wipe out your whole planet. Or like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. It's like that.
Yeah.
It's like they'll rule over you and like openly and in style and all that. But like if you cross them, like your whole like they'll like erase your whole lineage or something. Like it's like North Korea, but like on a cosmic scale.
That's a good way to put it.
Like it's not fun. Like it's not fun, but they could be benevolent rulers. Like you have like Bali, King Mahabali, one of the Asura kings. He was pretty benevolent. He got blessed by even Vishnu himself. So it's cool. And even till now, like he's honored in like he has like an island named after him, like Bali the island. Like so, but like these beings are not fun to be ruled over, but at the same time they're better than like these desperati, like weak ass fools, because they can rule out in style. Like when Ravana ruled, like this is the story from the Ramayana. There's this being called Ravana. He ruled like all three realms, like heaven, earth, and Midgard, where we're at, and below. Heaven, the underworld, and Midgard. Like he ran all three planes, and it was just like out in the open and in style. Like he didn't have to hide. He didn't have to do all this subversion and like dumb people down and
just open and straightforward.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, like the whole galaxy is ruled by this guy, but it's not like he still knew the rules of divine. Like he didn't, like if you wanted to live your life, like you weren't barred from that. Like whereas nowadays it's like everyone has to be suppressed because these people are so weak that are ruling. Like the desperati, if they don't keep people at this like dumbed down level, then their whole jig is up.
Yeah, they won't be able to rule anymore.
But even back in those days, it was like he knew, or these beings, they knew, like, you still live and let live. Like if these beings want to do whatever they want, like they could. Like even if you're being ruled by these evil guys, so-called evil, they're not really evil. They're just like the dark side. It's like the dark side in Star Wars. That's the best way to put it, honestly.
Yep.
Like, yeah. Like you could still do things.
So, Victoria, are you still with us? I just returned. Welcome, George Knight. George Knight has joined us. Yes, good to hear you, George, and you're sounding good. How long are we blessed with your presence tonight, George?
About 20-25 minutes, Douglas.
Okay. Go on.
It's a short one tonight, short and sweet. Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry it's only that. What happened to Mandy? Did Mandy give a reason why she
dropped out?
Yeah,
no, she just dropped out, I noticed.
She just dropped out unnoticed? Oh, Mandy, if you're out there, jump back in if you could, please. Let me call her again just to... but Victoria, are you still with us? Just checking in with you, honey. Let's see here. Can you...
Yes, sir, I am here. I'm just getting ready for bed. Yeah, I'm here.
Understood. Well, I definitely appreciate that. I was glad that I was able to make it back before you retreated into slumber, though I could understand your need to do that. One of the things that I want to really reassure you of, with the help of George Knight, Nemo, and Brendan, as well as Aristides, but I believe that George Knight, Nemo, and Brendan in particular have a perspective on this. Even Aristides, because... well, I don't want to give away his own advantages in insight. He works in a specific place where he does have a look at the next generation incoming. But would you gentlemen please reassure George Knight, I don't think you were here in time to hear this, but our lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. What happened was that she was basically participating in a neo-Nazi protest, and this was something that she paid a price for. This wasn't what she expected. They were shouting names and hurling a lot of vindictive vitriol, and she felt that that was not a way to deliver the message about my biological father. So
Yes.
she hasn't attended a rally like that ever since, but she's certainly been paying the price for it. She's found herself blacklisted, and what I'm trying to reassure her of is not only do other people who are simply affiliated with me, like Brendan Zogi has never joined any such rally, and yet he's been blacklisted, unable to find employment in areas that would be better suited to his talents. And but beyond that, I want you all to reassure Victoria that things are changing. While she may be blacklisted at this moment in history, the upcoming generations view the world quite differently and will not be holding this against her. So if all of you would be kind enough as to reassure her in this regard.
Oh, absolutely. I can reinforce that and certainly agree with that, Douglas. Yeah, if anyone else wanted to extend that any further, any details as to why.
No, sorry. I had to I'm keeping an ear out for a delivery.
Okay, understood. Yes. Brendan, if you would be
All's
so
good.
kind.
Yes, indeed, that is true. And even with their system, like, people are losing faith in it. So it's only a matter of time before that even becomes obsolete.
Rapidly, it's disintegrating.
Yeah.
It's imploding. It really is.
Yeah, like, it's unsustainable. This
Becoming
system
more
is
evident.
totally unsustainable.
Both sides are waking up, and I have faith. You know, it is, and I think that's. They might not even allow for a next election because people are waking up so quick. We'll see what happens. You know, but no. Douglas Brendan was very encouraging. Actually, he said a lot of good advice. So I thank you all for giving me your time and stuff. But I will bid you a good night
Yes.
Thank
and
you,
blessings
Yeah.
upon you all. All right.
Have a good
Yes.
night.
We adore you.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right.
Stay-
Nice to have you.
Stay safe and be well.
Talk to you later.
Okay, we love you in return,
You
believe
too.
us. Okay. Mwah. So that's the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs, and with that, let's turn our attention to Heather. Felt some very poetic vibes there, Heather. Thank you for sharing that. And they're cute, and might well be true for all I know. Go on.
Poems? You mean poetry?
Yes. Oh, what you just shared is very poetic in the text box.
Oh, it's just I copied and pasted from Google search
And okay.
about the wool and the linen.
No, about when Lucifer fell.
Oh, that was just me thinking. Yeah, because
Yeah.
that's what I learned, that when he fell from heaven, he brought all of the pleasurable things and the things that we enjoy and things like that with it. Things that aren't supposed to matter, and the material.
Okay. Thank you. Very nice. And so while we're blessed with George Knight's company, so George, tell us what's been
Yes,
going
Douglas.
on with yourself before I, start going on any rants. Just basically tell us a little bit about, is everything stable enough? How's work? Catch us up on what's going on.
Yeah, no, work's going well, Douglas, and life in the UK is as well as can be, as you know, with the current conditions and the situation and crises that we are contending with each and every day here.
Yes.
So yeah, no, everything as well as can be. So nothing to report personally from my end. No, it's just the upcoming election is approaching. So I've got my poll card that arrived through the letterbox to tell me which polling station to go vote in. And you get all these leaflets and ballots coming through saying to, vote us, Lib Dem, Labour or Conservative. So that's approaching.
You voting Tory, mate.
Sorry, Brandon. Yes, Tory.
He's being facetious. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Yes. But of course, he'd be just as facetious if he said Labour. But yes, do continue.
Yes, thank you, Doug.
Yeah, it's like at this point you might as well just vote for Guy Fawkes or something.
Might as well vote Green Pie. Yeah, just
Green Party.
yes. Yeah. So God. Yeah. So I. So there's been the headlines that are coming out recently, and it's all this campaign of it's just trying to up the other opposition, and yeah, it's just laughable when you see these statements that Rishi Sunak's coming out saying that, oh, but I didn't have Sky TV. Think yourself lucky that you've got Sky TV. I never had that, and it's just trying to make people feel sorry for this individual.
Jesus Christ!
It is so pathetic. Yes.
It's offensive.
Yeah.
It's offensive.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yes.
but are you going to be working on Saturday when they're trooping the colors, celebrating the King's birthday? Are you going to be working that day, or what's going on?
No, I won't be, Douglas. No, that's this coming Saturday, isn't it? No,
Yes.
On the 15th, I believe. Yes, no, I won't be working. So, and then it's Father's Day on this coming Sunday, the day after. So, yeah, I'm free this weekend. So, yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. And then I'll give my
King's Day
perspective
off.
on it.
Is it like a paid holiday or no?
No, I don't think so. I think people still have to work if they are obliged to.
Dang.
Yes, yes.
And by the way, that's only in England. In the Commonwealth, you get an extended weekend. So in the Commonwealth, they actually get a day off because the British are supposed to be happy with getting a parade. I mean, personally, I think the British would prefer the day off, but yeah, go on, George. I just had to
probably so no one drives down from like Northern Ireland or something.
Yes, yeah.
Put one in on them or something. It's a little too close for comfort or something.
Yes.
Yes, but yeah, though, just one thing to share, Douglas.
Yeah,
with
please.
You, obviously, I did listen briefly earlier. I did jump in just before I, attended. Probably about half an hour before.
Yeah, did you hear what I said? Did you notice that Peter is very obsessed with the details, but he didn't. He didn't. Yeah, he didn't seem to notice. I said this. Yeah, it's just Jared Kushner comes with this background of Holocaust survivor parents, and yet blithely, casually speaks of exterminating all of the Palestinians on the Gaza Strip so he could have great land to develop and invest in to create casinos and the like. So it's like, oh, my racial experience with genocide does not in any way sensitize me to the suffering of others. Let's kill them all so I can get this land to develop it. And it was just, Peter was like, oh no, let's go back to the details of whatever it was. He was like, so you can't, please share your insights there, please, by all means. Oh my God.
I know the context of what you're speaking, but I didn't hear that part, Douglas, I'm afraid. But I know exactly the context of what you're speaking of. But he mentioned Jordan Peterson, and
that too. Oh my God, he listens to Jordan
Peterson
Peterson a lot these days. Yes, go on, please.
Yeah, and when you said, the thing that's, how does this guy even listen to this individual? Because I can't listen to him for more than a few seconds. He only rambles on one statement, which it completely is offensive, and it's because we know the context of what he is speaking of. So I can't stomach listening to Jordan Peterson. But
what are you talking about? The guy's a world leader. He's part of this council. I forget the exact acronym now.
By the way, Aristides is being very sarcastic. But yes, tell them, Aristides, what he fantasizes himself. Jordan Peterson fantasizes himself as an alternative to the World Economic Forum. Yes, so tell them about this.
I'm going to go look at it. I sent the link to you, Douglas. You can look, but I'm about to go look for it.
Yeah, and put it into the text box here, of course. And and I'll try and acknowledge. Oh yeah, George Knight left me a private message here. Thank goodness.
I wonder if Jordan Peterson's going to give people Klonopin as part of his economic plan.
Yeah, there you go. Fuck, I hope so.
There you go.
He's addicted to that shit. That was the joke.
You can't blame him for that. Yeah, one thing's for sure, the economy could collapse and none of us would fucking care. We wouldn't care if we're on Klonopin. We'd all be
we'd just start crying while giving a lecture.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, we just start. Jesus, that's one thing you never saw my biological father, Adolf Hitler, ever do. He never cried while delivering a lecture. You never saw him. Oh, Dad! Yeah.
There you go.
Jordan Peterson just needs to be on testosterone therapy.
There we are. Yes. Like Aristides said, this Alliance for Responsible community. What is it?
Citizenship. That's what.
Citizenship.
Here.
Citizenship.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all obsessed with that.
Just all right. So the site for record is just www.arcforum.com. Like Alliance for Responsible Citizenship is ARC, so it's arcforum.com.
Oh, thank you. That way, everybody can have a good laugh looking at this idiot presenting himself as this alternative to the World Economic Forum. So, at any rate, do continue, George, with some of your observations. Yes.
Oh yes, and it's something that I observed last night, Douglas. It was something that only just popped up, as you know, with the YouTube algorithms. They make suggestions. It popped up published a month ago with Piers Morgan. He interviewed like this divinity scholar, a divinal line of scholastic or someone. I don't know. I've never heard of this individual, but obviously they show you like the highlights of the interview. And one of the questions Piers presents to him, he goes, well, and it's the title of it is saying that this about does God really exist? And one of the questions Piers presents this individual, he goes, well, if God exists, then how come he's allowing this war in Gaza, the Israelis and then Hamas conducting this terrorist attack on October 7th against the Israelis? And then this individual's like, oh yeah, I thought about that. I was like, and this brings us back to Herodes Magnus, what you've been speaking of, Douglas, about the Herodian insurgency, how he tried to kill your God if you're a Christian, and this is what Christ himself, this is why he created his covenant to fight against these people.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. And so, when people present that question is, oh, if God really exists, and how come he's allowing bad things to happen, like what's going on in Israel and Gaza? He's obviously, running on that trope or trip, defending the Israelis.
Yeah.
And about why is God allowing this happen? Why is he allowing Hamas to conduct these attacks on these people, the chosen people? And it was so offensive. That's when I had to switch it off. But I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Because that also that can draw correlations or parallels to what yourself has been speaking of recently.
Yes.
About Herodes Magnus and the Herodian insurgency.
Thank you.
And it's just with everything that's going on in Israel and Gaza, and they're conducting genocide, and that's to reinforce what you're saying earlier to Victoria Hobbs. Yes, I go to the nearest town, and there's these Palestinian rallies, these pro-Palestinian rallies, stating that this is genocide, what's going on. So there is a movement, there is a uprise. People are resisting this, and they're not falling for this. They're not falling anymore over these.
So we can call it the Zionist Party line, just to be fairly neutral. The Zionist Party line. They're not falling for it.
Yes.
Continue. Yes.
They're not, yes, they're not falling for these. They're not being deceived anymore. They can't, fall victim to. They're not portraying themselves as victims anymore. They can't. They can't hide behind.
Oh, they keep doing that. It's just that.
They try to,
but people aren't buying it necessarily. People aren't necessarily buying it, except for the old crowd, all the elderly on life support and shit. Trained to buy into that since childhood. Yes,
the boomers.
Yes,
boomers love
Uncle
it.
Sam and the GI generation. The people.
Yeah,
that
the
listen to
so-called
what-
greatest. Yeah, the so-called greatest generation that all got together for that orgy on Normandy Beach, so they could all say, "We saved the world." I mean, you fuckers are responsible for this shit. This is why we've got Putin and Xi Jinping and Netanyahu breaking down the doors, motherfuckers.
I mean, yes. That's what I would have. My response to Piers Morgan would have been, well, October 7th, that's Vladimir Putin's birthday.
Thank you.
Said, what's the significance of that?
Yeah.
Well, because you had the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, turn around and say, oh, we stand with Israel in solidarity.
Yes.
And then he became a traitor and a treasonous,
He betrayed his country after that.
Yeah.
All funding stopped and went to Israel. That son of a
Israel
bitch.
instead. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, all for Vladimir Putin. Yes. was his gift from Israel. You know, we will conduct this orchestrated attack, and we can conclude it's certainly orchestrated. Certainly with the intervention and complicity, compliance with the Mossad intelligence, as well as the Netanyahu administration. Certainly, it was certainly like most other terrorist attacks. They are.
Yeah. It took somebody on the inside. Took somebody on the inside to open the gates. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And they've concluded that. Yes. So, you know, they can no longer talk about it as a form of, oh, this is their 9/11. This is their version of 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, the 7th of October, on Vladimir Putin's birthday. It's just, it's just completely preposterous. It just makes you mad. That would have been my response to peers. Yeah.
Yes. And this is the problem, is that none of these people know how to... Well, they only interview people who don't know how to respond. That's all they're going to interview. Exactly. Yes, is people who don't know how to respond. But when it comes to the situation which you've mentioned, of course, we have this... how do I express it? But do continue. You're making well enough observations, and Nemo went back for a smoke. He'll be back soon enough. I left a few messages with Mandy, and hopefully she responds. It was maddening. I really wish she had stayed on a little longer so I could try and bring some points home. But you know, at least she's showing up a little bit for a moment or two. And Heather, of course, is with us, and that's very welcome. And again, I do remind everyone, Heather Holman's birthday will be on, let me look this up on the calendar, the 22nd, yes, of this month.
I love it.
What was that?
I love
Audio, honey. Something's glitchy with your audio. And
okay, can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, I love presents.
That's so cute. Oh my God.
Everybody loves presents.
Yes. Yes. Well, do you have an address you feel safe giving out? I mean, the enemy knows where you live.
I give my permanent address out. Not where I live, but I can give my mailing address out, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do that? You can also put it in the chat.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
For us. And then, I mean, I'm sure your listenership isn't going to send me presents, so I'll just put it for us.
Oh, they might. But
thank you for cards.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, put it in the chat, in the public chat as well. And also, I want to thank you for your latest contribution, around 33 or some odd dollars, correct? I mean,
yeah, 33 parallel.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my God, it's that adorable. You're so wonderful. I thank you for that. You're an angel. And of course, we were just talking to Vinny earlier, George. What a shocking story! He has to go through this surgery to replace his shoulder. I don't know if you heard that. Oh my God!
No.
Yeah, I mean, you're so fortunate that you've been working with this safety harness, and oh my God, it's like, how's the weather been? Have you had to use that safety harness recently?
Myself, yeah. So we have to, it's been a bit on and off with the weather. So people go, where's the summer? This is like the summer now, but there's no summer sun. It's just it's like we're still in winter or the autumn. It's just rain, a lot, cloudy, overcast. And so, but it's humid. That's the worst thing. At least when you're abroad, you get the breeze. Here, it's just humidity and there's no breeze. So it's unbearable at times. We had that doctor, just to mention it briefly, Dr. Mosley. He was on a holiday a vacation in the Simi Islands of Crete. It was an island called Simi in Crete in Greece, and Agos Nikos, which is a place I vacated when I was a small child. And he told his wife that he was feeling unwell, and he decided to go back to the apartment without a mobile phone, just to add.
Jesus.
And no taxi. Didn't offer to look after him or anyone to accompany him back to the apartment. He ended up dying. Passed out, fallen, and missing for just under a week, 6 days, and they found his body just crippled up against some rocks.
Oh my God!
Because he was they just left him, and so it was a massive shock to the nation of the United Kingdom, because he was a TV presenter, but he was a doctor who's published several books on health and dietary. And it was a massive shock. And so that's something that I've brought to my work's attention, is we shouldn't be lone workers. We should have someone with us because of the heat, even in the UK. Like, I've got heat stroke in the past.
Yes.
And if you just pass out, where are you going to find you? I mean, but luckily we have phones that they can trace and track. But this doctor, he was a doctor as well, of all things.
Well, that's it. Shows he must have had a sense of immunity or impunity that comes with like either that, or maybe there was a secret suicidal streak in him. It strikes me as so incredibly stupid. Tell us about this umbrella. And I remember hearing briefly about this. So this is that grim discovery. I believe it was referenced as a grim discovery of this man's. Yes. Oh God. Yes. So
this film crew. I did listen to the guy who discovered the body. He was actually interviewing off the shore or on the coastline of this island, this remote island. He was conducting an interview with the mayor of I think the either of the island itself, or the channels, or the collective group of islands. Not sure of his name or anything like that, but he was basically conducting an interview with the mayor. He had him on the boat, and then he turned the camera and he saw a glimmer of a object which it stood out amongst the terrain of the shore of the coastline. And he zoomed in, and he said something like 300 meters out, and he said, I'm going to go in a bit further, 200 meters, and zoom in on my camera. And that was how they had a search party. This is what's so alarming. They had a search party going on for 6 days trying to locate this doctor, and they had helicopter patrols over top, and nobody spotted him. It was this man with a camera, this film crew. He's the one who discovered the body. And this guy decided to walk home, and his wife didn't order him a taxi, just walked home without a mobile phone, nobody there to accompany him to make sure he's going to get home safe, and he ended up dying, passing out from heat stroke. He told him, I feel unwell, I need to go back, and they just left him on his own.
This is an object lesson. Now this individual has turned himself into an object lesson. By the way, I've entered a link into both your private messages, George, and into the text box right here on our call. If you take a look at that, this is like whatever opinion you have on that, please share it. But it's a case, so to speak, that George has been following. This is like again, relevant. Whatever opinion you have on that, do share it.
Oh, I heard.
Yeah, okay.
She's suing now for something like 100-something million. The woman herself, the owner, she is suing. Yes. And apparently the Netflix what do you want to call them? The Netflix the whole.
So this is what I need my gang stalkers to do. I need my gang stalkers to make a Netflix series about me saying debunking Douglas Dietrich, in which they can just shit and piss all over me like they always do, and then I can sue at this level. That we are. Yes, that's it's like this woman needs to bless her lucky stars that this loser, this crazy idiot, gave her an opportunity to better her life. I'm not dissing on her, but you get what I'm saying. It's like
absolutely.
Exactly. By the way, George knows somebody who we're not going to give any names or any real details, but this guy was like saying, George was talking about me behind my back. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. He was just told this by somebody. But this poor clown, if he ever tries to go public and bitch about it, he's only going to make himself look like a fool and a stooge and just dig a digger hole for himself.
It's just you just got to laugh at these individuals.
And you were trying to help him. And you were trying to help him. You were trying to show him some sympathy. I mean, this is what happens. It's like, It's like
happened.
Brendan was
Yeah.
trying to help that German woman who was married to a Japanese guy, but she's more like Polish nationality, I guess, and she just like they flipped the switch and she like turned on him like a beast. It's like we've really got to look out for ourselves to a degree within reason. But us in particular, it's yes, do continue with. Were you able to listen to the time-stamped area of when I was speaking about Herod in the last episode, the latest episode?
No,
Okay.
no, but that's on my agenda, Douglas. That's
Okay.
on my on my calendar to make sure. Well, not on my calendar to speak, but that's on my diary to do. On my my notes to actually review. Yes.
What were you going to say, Heather? Oh, I'm sorry. Heather was
I'm sorry that I wasn't on mute.
Oh, okay. Well, that's so cute. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. No worries about it. And Nemo's back, right? And so Nemo, I know you're not much of a social person, but when it comes to what Victoria is going through, next time, don't be afraid to interject and say something supportive. It's really important that this happens. For those of you who don't know, Victoria is this wonderful young lady, and she sends me a lot of photographs because of her admiration for my biological father. So she does sport the swastika often, and does but I think we've kind of gone over this before. So we'll leave it at that for now, for the moment for now. And she pays a price for her affiliation with my biological father more than she does with myself, at least at this point in history. With George Knight, I think the biggest price you've paid has been a kind of workers and family around you trying to don't listen to Douglas, or trying to kind of control you, but at the same time, what was it that came to mind when it came to that? And by the way, what is this? It blows my mind. Have you ever encountered this? There's some oil, like literally an oil. Some of these bodybuilders are just wannabe people, not bodybuilders, because a professional bodybuilder or somebody who's truly into bodybuilding wants to develop true muscle mass, so they would use steroids. But there's something else, an oil that people were injecting into themselves, and then they create these big bulges of sagging, oily tissue. Yeah, why would anyone do this? I mean, it's...
No idea. It's a phenomena, or certainly I would call it an epidemic crisis in Brazil, particularly the south of the board, south of the hemisphere, I should say. In Brazil, they're
south of the equator, south of the equator south of the
the southern hemisphere. Sorry, I should have said south of the equator. There is this massive craze, or this fad, where they like to inject, instead of going to the gym, doing the hard work and dieting, they just inject themselves with Synthol. And essentially, it's like pumping helium into a balloon. It just blows up, or pumping air into.
But it doesn't even look real.
No, it looks so preposterous. But yeah, these guys, they got these really scrawny, skinny arms, and they got these big bulging
Popeye effect.
biceps.
Popeye effect.
It's just
Popeye.
It literally is. After he's consumed his spinach, he just blows up, and that's how it looks. It's just it looks cartoonish. It looks completely fake.
Does that go away? Does that go away, or is it?
No idea. They have to pop it. So if they have medical surgery, they have to pop it and leak it out, and it just stays there. But God knows what it does.
What
it does to the body.
For whatever reason, the most examples that I've seen when I first encountered this was on YouTube, and most of the examples I saw were in Russia, of all things, where a bunch of...
And Russia, yes. And Russia, you're right. Yes. And it's a craze over there as well, they're all...
and they were... The doctors were telling them that your arms will likely need to be amputated because all the blood circulation is cut off by this shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it must do. God knows what.
Wait, how long has this crap been around? How long has this been around?
Oh, as long as I've ever been, involved myself. Whenever I was, when I was pursuing it, you come across it, certainly on social media, and all that. Yeah, you get introduced by just scrolling. You just find out about it. I knew about it about 15 years ago, something like that. maybe even longer. It's been around for a little while. Even some professional bodybuilders get accused of using it. If they have a disproportionate part of their body, they'll inject into their traps or their shoulders, into the or they'll inject into something just to become symmetrical. If they got one side, because obviously a human body is not symmetrical each side.
That's quite true. That's quite true. Yes.
Yes.
And
so that's why when you look at a guy with ripped abs, they don't look proportionate. They're not aligned because they're not symmetrical. So yeah.
So in the case of the doctor, what so enrages me is, again, in the case of people who were affiliated with your family or who you knew through certain members of your family, the fact that you were blamed for your bout of sunstroke, that you had the heat, basically the heat stroke, and you had people like, really just blaming you for this, not at work, but people affiliated with your family, asking you, like, well, almost as if you intended to do this to, like, evade, I don't know, familial responsibilities or something. This was so preposterous. How does this... It's one reason.
Great, David.
Yeah, I'm really glad I do not have extended family for this reason. In that sense, I mean, this is it's like they use everything they can, and they just grab anything and they attack it. But there's no reason to it. It's so offensive because it's like it's viewed as some kind of vulnerability if you're not a superhuman being. And that's probably where this doctor's mindset was that somehow he felt, well, I'm the superstar and it can't happen to me. I can't die like that. I'm the star of the show. I'm going to make it home and lie down. Oh, he laid down all right. And
he did lie down. He laid down forever.
Oh, yeah. Holy shit. So how did they...
Also, Douglas,
yeah, go on, please.
Yeah. Oh, with that incident that happened to myself a couple of years ago, I was back up there, and I don't know if I told you, but I was back up there and I noticed something else. And obviously, thankfully, I was in the shade this time. I was in the same area as I was 2 years ago when I suffered that heat stroke. And I also noted, which I wasn't aware of or consciously aware of at the time, the place is called Lee's Hill. It's on top of a hill. No wonder why the temperature is even hotter, and it's a really tall hill. And I was thinking, well, not only was I up a pole, but I was on top of a hill also. So we are literally closer to the sun than anything at this point. Yeah, it's essentially a valley looking over.
Oh my god.
So that factored into it also, and I didn't realize. I was like, shit, this is no wonder why I got heat stroke. It's so hot. And it was like, Jesus Christ, because you're just, Anyway, I just wanted to share that also, just to add further context. Not only did I have the PPE, I was on top of a pole, which is 15 meters high, out there for 8 hours with all these layers on, and not even reflective clothing. It's just like,
Okay, that makes sense.
It reflects, headlights, but not it doesn't reflect sun rays.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, that makes sense, George. I was gonna say, I was like, man, you guys don't even get like 40-degree days. Like, how did you succumb to that? But with the context, if you're in full gear and you're up a pole and you're, straining and all that,
to it,
totally
reasonable. Yeah, all day long. Yeah, so I suffered it. Yeah, but anyway,
because out here it's like 40 degrees and I'm like out there working, like getting cooked. Yeah, I still haven't gotten any kind of episode, but it makes sense in context.
Thank you. I do apologise. I do have to go, Douglas. But
okay.
I wanted to bring up the bocage because obviously last weekend was the 80-year anniversary of the D-Day landings.
Yes.
And of course, everyone was jumping on that. Oh yeah, they're celebrating the anniversary of D-Day, but really they have no idea. And so I did share one of my previous posts going back 4 years ago. I had to share the bocage, the hedgerow wars, that was constructed under Erwin Rommel. I had to present that because I had to just tell I had to share that far more Allied expeditionary forces lost their lives during these later 6 months after the landings of D-Day than they ever did occur during the Normandy invasion itself.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, I had to share that because, like, you know, they talk about it as some form of, oh, this is a military fate that was overcome, or it was a victory in a battle, so to speak. But really, they have no idea about the reality and the context of what happened afterwards.
Thank you.
We suffered immensely during these hedgerow hell wars,
Yes.
where they had to literally borrow out the routes to try and get through. It took throughout the terrain of the Bocage in France. It was so detrimental, and they were it was, you know, we could go into the context of the battles itself, but I had to share that because nobody obviously responded to it. Nobody.
Of course not.
No, as you said, you know, with that guy, they just get people that don't know how to respond because they just don't know. It's just ignorance.
Thank you.
But, you know, I think it's their fault. If they're unaware of this, it's their fault. It's not my fault.
Thank you. Thank you. And the problem is that they all consider themselves hobbyists or, you know, basically armchair experts. It's like your relatives who go out dressed in World War II uniforms and drive around in American Jeeps and, you know, the little Willys Jeeps. Yeah. And, they just, but if you talk to them about what you've spoken about, how is their response been? They just walk away? I mean,
hostile.
Hostility.
Yeah, hostile. I've had them, you know, don't go there, George. Respond to me. Don't go there. I was like, how am I not going there? I remember because I said about the Allies losing World War II and how we're still legally in a state of war. Because this is going back to COVID. I said, look, the nation states that are losing more people during COVID are the same states that lost the Second World War, meaning the United States, Great Britain, and France. They had far more fatalities during the COVID pandemic than any of the Axis nation states did, like Japan and Taiwan.
Yes. Thank you.
So, yes. And he goes, don't go there, George. I said, what? Because I said they had to lie for several reasons. You know, we've articulated, but several reasons. And I said, what? The men, the mothers, and the men and the children that had their fathers go to war didn't want them to be at war. The generation didn't want to that served want to go to war. They wanted to come back and be with their families. I said, how am I doing any? I'm doing you justice.
Tell them about the vote. I mean, those men voted to get Churchill out of office so they could come home.
That was what I meant. That's also what I alluded to. I said, your prime minister, a recognized World War II leader at the time, was voted out of office before the two bombs were even dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
How did they respond to that?
He was voted out of office. Probably like, you know, like, wow, you know, like it's just pure, you know, either oblivious ignorance or just like, well, maybe I'll just ignore that because to him it's like, the bombs were dropped, and that's what most people's paradigms their thesis is, what they believe is, when the bombs dropped, that was the end of World War II, and it's just so maddening. And I do have to respond now and just shut these people down, and just, you know, I bring up the fact that no peace treaty was ever settled between the Third Reich, and peace wasn't settled between the Allies and the Empire of Japan until 1951. And then it was, you know, we could go into this for hours, but when you present this information to them, they just, they have to look away. It contradicts their paradigms.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's something we could, when I appear on the 24th, Douglas, we can go into this even
absolutely
further.
Yes.
We certainly will. We'll talk for hours about it. So.
Yes. Well, stay safe and be well. And
yes, I'll be with you this Wednesday anyway.
Excellent.
So thank you. It's been wonderful speaking to you all.
Sunday, you'll be with us Sunday the 16th as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean Monday the 17th. Yes.
Monday
for you.
I will be, Douglas.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful. Please
have a good one,
Douglas.
Joe.
Take care, Nemo. Thank you. It's been wonderful. Take care of yourselves. Bye bye.
You too.
Bye.
Bye for now. Yeah.
Hi, George.
Yeah, what had happened was after he had the heat stroke, his brother-in-law was shitting and pissing all over him. Hey, why did you do that? Why'd you go and get that heat stroke? Yeah. Yes, it's here we are. Fezuzu. And,
I was trying to have a good image of Ishtar, but it wouldn't upload. I was just
No, interesting.
Just read it.
Yeah, okay. Any relation between Pazuzu and the Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar, or is Ishtar a relic being like the Pazuzu? To my knowledge, the Pazuzu is more the relic being population. Ishtar, I don't think so.
But she
I
looks half bird.
interesting.
Like, she has the wings like the Pazuzu.
Interesting.
Wings.
Right. Yeah. Except more. Yeah, feminine looking.
Yeah, more
and-
humanoid.
Yeah, and there we are. No, no, no. It would be definitely not. Definitely not because she's more something else. She's something else. But she's fascinating. Definitely fascinating. Reminds me more of Lilith. And so, Brendan, do you find any? Let's see if Brendan can speak. If and I don't know how much longer he has with us, of course, because of his work and its demands, and of course that's always maddening. That oh God, yeah, Brendan, I want to bitch if he comes on about just crap that happened around here that he would find morbidly entertaining, and let's see if he can get off mute. I'm sure he's still awake. Brendan, you there? Let's see. Okay, I guess he'll join when he feels like it. Either that or he's madly trying to fix his Skype or trying to get through. We'll see. At any rate,
Did you hear about that crazy stabbing like roughly a week ago in Cleveland? This woman
Vaguely.
stabbed a three-year-old kid.
Oh my God, tell us about it. Well, tell us what you know.
The Cleveland woman was indicted Wednesday for murder, attempted murder, and a slew of other charges relating to the stabbing death of a 3-year-old boy outside of a Northern Ohio grocery store. Bianca Elise, 32, is accused of stabbing 3-year-old Julian Wood to death during an attack on the toddler and his 38-year-old mother Monday outside of the Giant Eagle in the city of North Olmsted.
Okay. Yeah, Olmsted, yeah.
Yeah.
And
the
horrible.
No one out there goes to Cleveland because of that. It's just sketch.
Yeah, there we are.
Like
Thank you.
happens.
Yeah.
North
But I'm
Olmsted
here,
police
I'm
stuff.
here.
Yeah, excellent. So how much longer are we gifted with your presence, Brendan, before you have to get enough rest to go to work?
Roughly like 10 minutes.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry it's that little. I'm going to try and take advantage of your being with us to basically refresh myself one more time, just take a short trip to the restroom. But I did want to share this with you. It was really... I told everybody at the opening hours that we're still suffering from the repercussions of that tub flood, and I was telling them about the various things that need to be done. I still have garbage that needs to be picked up with a special collection by the Recology Company in San Francisco. But when it comes to this, you'd find this funny. So somebody knocked on my door while I was trying to. I just got home. And I was trying to make some final communications with the, the doctor's office because of the things that had happened, and they had wanted to make an appointment with me, a telephone appointment with my doctor, the general practitioner. And so while I was on the phone with the guy who does that over at Kaiser's answering service, somebody knocks on the door, and I thought, fuck, is that the plumber? Maybe they need access again? And because I had seen a plumbing truck outside when I came home. And then I went outside and there was this just strange van. And these days, companies like even Amazon are hiring just sketch vans that are just private delivery guys local that have remember that horrible incident I had with Brooke where she tried to order an electric blanket for me and the guy was part of this quote unquote flying squirrel company and the name was so small you couldn't even see it. And he wasn't part of Amazon. They subcontracted. And this didn't have none of that. Just a van with no name on it. And then this really sketchy Latino guy comes over and says to me, 1240, which is next door. The Manila Ice. I call him Manila Ice.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and so Flippo, the speed freak, had ordered, he says, I got 4 or 5 boxes for 1240. And I was like, 4 or 5 boxes? Could you take them? I said, fuck no. I said, fuck no.
Of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like thinking, what he must be ordering. I thought you'd find this funny. The first thing that came to my mind was like some custodian at a high school that's closing down took all the Bunsen burners and the beakers and was selling them to the guy upstairs so that he can start processing some PCP. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, because he wouldn't want to order them from a catalog because that would be traceable. So he probably paid some custodian at a high school closing down, and there's plenty of them in California where he could get Bunsen burners and beakers and shit and just start, making his shit upstairs. Because the girl is gone. I don't even see her anymore. It's just him and the dog. And by the way, so Cultivated Image dropped in the chat and said hello, and I said welcome back with these two elbows touching. They got the stupid emoji with the two elbows touching, and he says, "Is that two bums? What's up with that?" I don't know whether he means butt cheeks or whether he means two. I mean, like,
Yeah.
dude, what, like, I'm talking to Cultivated Image here. Dude, what's the issue? It's like, what the fuck?
How
I
did
don't
you
get-
interpret it as that immediately?
Yeah, thank you. It's like, dude, it's like, loosen up, whatever the fuck. It's like, anyhow.
I mean, on a phone, it does look like that. If you're like, it looks like two people bent over.
Interesting. Okay.
Like when it's like a small icon and you're like far away. Because I had to like zoom in on it. I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So Heather's asking me, who was the guy in your building who had some shit in his apartment? The DEA was in your building or next door? Something explosive? No, it wasn't that. No, the guy had fucking chickpeas, which if you have them in an industrial scale, you can produce a poison.
No, it was castor beans.
Yeah, castor beans. Thank you, castor beans. I couldn't have
Sorry,
got.
I don't mean to be like that, but
No, we need
because
that.
they contain ricin.
Thank
Ricin
you.
and acid.
Thank you. See, Brendan remembers that. Oh my god. Well, I'll go into that when I get back. I'm gonna just go to the restroom. Brendan, Nemo, Aristides, hopefully you've got this. Heather, don't be afraid to talk, Heather. Go ahead. And, all right. I'm going to go mute now. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, great.
Who's still online?
Yeah.
Who's still awake?
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
I'm here.
All right.
Yeah, carry on. What were you guys talking about?
I don't remember.
Something
Many
new.
things.
How
What
about
are your
let's do the
thoughts?
Other than the stabbing in
Astro-
Ohio.
Yeah. I was just checking if yous were caught up on those news. Yeah, but
Brendan.
Yeah, a lot of crazy shit happens in America. And I'm sure there's a
Hmm.
lot of stuff
Brendan.
that happens in Australia we don't know about.
oh yeah,
Everywhere.
we
Yes.
got a lot of drug dealing over here.
I got a question.
Yeah, carry on.
It's probably directed more towards Brendan. What is the benefits of mustard oil and the danger?
Oh, mustard oil? Yeah, I mean you can cook with it. And there is no danger. It's just
Well, the danger is topically, like if you put mustard oil on your skin.
it's like it's heating. It's very heating. Like mustard's spicy, so like it's like putting like, capsaicin on
Rubbing
you or,
chili
like,
and shit on your skin.
yeah.
Right.
But like you cook with it, or like one can cook with it. There's
Well-
a really absurd thing about they don't allow it to get, especially in the United States, they don't allow it to be imported as a food for some reason. They're like against it being imported as a food. So the Indian shops, they have to label it as topical use only, which is bizarre.
Right.
But
Some of
every
it is
Indian uses it to
edible.
cook. Yeah. What's up?
Prabhupada said that if a mom gives rubbing mustard oil, I guess the right kind, on the baby for the first couple years of its life, maybe it was the first 5 years, that the baby will never get skin cancer.
Yeah, it's very beneficial for the skin. But that could have also been teal oil. I think he was speaking of teal.
You got a
Sesame
massage
oil.
every day with mustard oil. I know that.
What's up?
Guys, you got massages with mustard oil. I'm not sure which kind.
Yeah, they also use teal oil. It's like sesame oil.
Teal?
Teal. TIL. It's just sesame oil in English. Sesame seed.
Sesame seeds, huh?
Yeah, so they've proven that when you put till oil on and you go in the sun, the fats and the cholesterol in the oil, when they absorb into your skin, it fuels the synthesis of vitamin D in your skin.
Ooh, that's good to know.
So that's why in the Vedic times they were telling people to put it on their babies, like, because the newborn, like, it's, you know, it needs vitamin D because it's still, like, you know, it hasn't been exposed to sun. So then it preamps the storage of vitamin D for the baby to, like, get more.
Is it a tannin?
What?
Is it a tannin?
Tannin? No.
Yeah, no.
Like a tannin, like a substance, like a
tannin is like a tannin is something that you tan hide with, or a tannin would like produce.
I see what. Yeah. No, it could. I mean, it could tan you a little bit, but it's not like it's not like some of the hotter oils. Like there's like other, you know, the tanning oil, like mineral oil and stuff can like literally cook your skin. It's a lot more beneficial. I actually use sesame oil as like it in abhangya. You know, like abhangya.
What's that?
It's like the Ayurvedic concept of like you should be oiling your skin. Before the shower or whatever, like, or you can even scrape it off like they did in the Greek times.
Yeah.
But
is that
like protects your body.
Brushing can get involved with that?
Say that again?
The brushing, when you brush your skin?
Yeah, brushing is part of that abhangya process. Yeah. But you can just straight up just put oil, like I'll use it after the shower. Like if you want to do it like more Western style.
Or coconut.
Yeah, coconut oil is very beneficial. Sesame is like probably the best for skin. It's like very light. Coconut oil is really good. People use ghee as well, but ghee tends to have like the smell. It has like a smell of like.
It looks
now, which
shitty.
is one that doesn't smell? Is it the unsalted or the salted?
They both smell. I mean, real ghee will have an odor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll smell like butter.
It's not that bad.
Buttery. No, it's not bad. It's just like buttery. Like I don't like walking around smelling like that.
Indeed,
but it is.
I just got back.
It's good, like
butter.
It's good for like spot treatments.
Oh, by the way, Cultivated Image is still tripping. He's saying, "Whatever you say, Nemo. It looks totally like what Brendan said. Two butts bent over and touching." I'm like, is this Trappist Nicholson has possessed this guy or what? I mean, Jesus Christ. Come on, Cultivated Image. See a counselor about those intrusive thoughts. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say some people just maybe it's just a dirty mind thing. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, it came out of COVID. It's touching elbows and.
Basically, it looks like you know, like in The Simpsons when Bart he moons everybody. That's what it looks like.
There you go. There you go.
It's just something cheesy.
Okay.
But I get what you're saying. It's like a greeting, touching elbows.
Yeah. And
we used to have a thing in middle school. We used to say, you would tell someone to touch your elbow.
Yeah.
You know?
Really?
And then they're like, "Oh, you touched my weenus."
What? I don't remember that. Thank God that.
Apparently, that's the technical term for your elbow skin.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
I mean,
just some juvenile joke, but
I'm so glad I missed out on that. Yeah, maybe you guys were at a higher level of education or something to even know that term.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, is that true? Like, who's doing anatomy? Like, you know, whose parents are into anatomy?
Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense that. Anyhow, so there you go. It is what it is, and all right. So good. So you guys were talking about ghee, and ghee smells like a heavy butter trip. You don't like going around smelling like that. And what were you using it for, Heather? What are you using the ghee for?
I used it before in just a variety of things. I've used it for cooking. I've used it for, for cosmetic uses.
Yeah. It's good for herbs if you mix your herbs with it, things like that.
I use it. I can make little lamps with it. They have these cotton balls with wicks,
and
you just in a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
product thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a multi-use thing. Like the clarified butter is a sacred substance, and
Yeah,
that
anything
goes for like
involving the
the
cow.
entire earth.
mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. What was the last thing you said there, Heather?
Oh, because it's made from a cow.
Right. Right. Okay. Right. And so what is that attitude of the Vedic peoples towards using cow products? That's allowed? Brendan?
They will sell you cow
Yeah.
urine.
Okay. What will they say, Heather? Go on.
They sell cow urine. They sell cow dung patties for sacred rituals.
Yeah.
They look like hamburgers.
Ooh, disgusting.
It's like every agricultural, which is pretty much the whole earth. Every
Right.
society that was agriculturally based,
Yeah.
the cows were the most important thing
Okay.
because you get your fuel,
Mhm.
you get your labor intensive animal, you get its its fertilizer, you get
The cow
a
is
being that
mother.
brings you medicine.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's like the actual meaning of it. But I'm saying if you're just coming at it from just a mundane perspective, it's like even like just looking at it like how would we say it? Like modern scientifically, it's like the reason why they revered cows is because it was the most important thing for agricultural societies, and that goes all the way to Europe. Like Northern Europe, the cow was sacred. Egypt, Hathor, Vedic, Udevi. You have even in China, the cow is very important. In Japan, it's considered a holy animal as well. So
That's why you get the term "holy cow."
Oh, there you
Holy
go.
cow.
holy cow, yeah, holy cow, yeah, because it is.
Why do
it's
Indians take it so serious? Like they'll have a whole festival of celebrating by throwing
Oh, yeah.
cow
Because
dung at each other.
it's well, that's like Hindu stuff. I mean, Hindu is not Vedic, but it's a derivation of the original concept that Bhudevi is sacred. It's the goddess, the earth. We would call it Gaia. So Gaia is representation, symbolically, is the cow. So it's the highest. So it's a symbol of the support you get from Earth. It's a fractal,
Wasn't there
like
a
a cow
cow?
is a fractal of Earth.
Wasn't
That's
there
why
a
it's
cow
like-
in the Greek mythology too, with Hecate or something?
Yeah, not Hecate, but it's there. Like
Yeah.
like the cow's very important, and it's like the whole concept of like Taurus. Like Taurus is an Earth sign, right? And its symbol is the cow. So
Mhm.
what's the most
Right.
stable thing, like for living on Earth? It's like the land. So the cow represented the stability of the land. Like if your land is moving or flooding or something, like you can't farm it, you can't use it. So the cow was considered a stable. It helped stabilize the land, and that's why it was considered sacred. It's a fractal of wherever the cow is, its DNA reflects the environment, so it absorbs the energy around it. It's a
Is
fractal,
there
like
animals
modern
that do that?
What's up? All animals do that, but the cow
Anyone?
was very important for
Yes.
stabilizing the land.
Yes. Yeah.
So the ancient peoples knew that the cow stabilized. Like there's no cows in the desert, for example.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah. So they're there for a reason, and like divine put them there, and they're very important. And
So how did the cow jump over the moon?
that's just all those fairy tale, or what are they called?
Well, nursery rhymes. Nursery rhymes.
Nursery rhymes. All those nursery rhymes are astro-theological. So like the cow is Taurus, the moon is the fourth sign. So the moon is ruled by fourth sign, but Taurus is also when you combine Taurus and the fourth sign, then you get like its maximum exaltation. Fourth sign is ruled by the moon. So it's an astrological symbol.
There we are. Okay. Nice.
Same with like Jack the Beanstalk, or what's the one with Jack and Jill went up the hill, right?
Yes.
Jack be nimble.
Yeah, the candlestick one. Yeah, they're all astrotheological. Like Jack and Jill is.
Is it the same Jack, or are they different Jacks?
Jack is the sun. Yeah, same Jack. The Jack
Wow.
is the sun. So Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. So Jack is the sun, and he's jumping over the axis or the pole. He goes on. The sun on its cycle goes up on the northern transit and then down on the southern transit. So it goes over the axis of the planet, right? That's how the ancient peoples were teaching their kids through these nursery rhymes. Principles of nature. So
Cool.
Jack and Jill runs up the hill. That's the sun and the moon, and then they reach their zenith, and then they fall down the hill again. And the pail of water is the fourth sign again, where the sun is at its highest point. To fetch a pail of water, right? Fourth sign's a water sign.
Wow.
Cancer. If you like, I don't use that term, but that's the sign we're talking about, the crab.
Mhm.
And then, you have they fetch the pail of water, which is when the sun's at its highest point, and then they fall down again. And then, so that's summer. The highest when sun is right now, like in July, it's in the sign of the crab. That's the highest point of the sun. So it fetches the pail of water and then falls down again. So these are like encoded stories. That's the fascinating part about them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah, and she's asked another question. Can you read that in the text box?
Let me see.
Is the wolf from the Red Riding Hood the same as the Three Little Pigs?
The wolf. I don't, not exactly. I think those are more like would be like virtue stories, kind of like Aesop fables, right?
So wolves are coming in packs, so it's probably just one of the same affiliations. They're affiliated wolves.
Those symbols, like the wolf and stuff, is more like they come in mythological stories. That's why it's there. It's an archetype. So it's like more like Vanaganda, like the unbridled force of nature. And the big bad wolf is kind of interesting. I don't know exactly like how they're connected though. All right, like the grandma, he swoops the grandma's like body or whatever.
That whole story
Or
is
image.
very.
Red Riding Hood is a very I don't know how to explain. Is that another Grimm? Douglas, do you know if that's a Grimm?
I don't remember exactly, but
It's a German fairy tale.
all
for
I
sure,
know
Red
are the
Riding Hood.
porno versions. I know it's been pornographized quite a bit, and so he basically takes the clothes of the granny so he can sit in the bed and wait for Little Red Riding Home to come home and so he can devour her. Right. Well, yes. Riding Hood, right? Wasn't it? Little Red Riding Hood?
Yeah, but it all clicked.
It all clicks. Yeah, there you go. Now that at least has some logic to it, rather than looking at a pair of elbows and saying, "Doug, what's he showing me? Oh my God, he's showing me two butts. Oh my God." It's like, wow. It's amazing where people's minds go. So, yes, but
so
what's amazing
it
is
looks
that, I would never be able to answer Heather's questions. I would just say, "Oh, that's cute. What a cute question," and just vaguely take it that she's trolling. But Brendan actually gets into it. He gives her answers. It's incredible to me. Holy shit.
Yeah, because there is like symbology, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Symbolism everywhere.
Oh yeah, and these people online, like if you look it up online, it's so dumb. I mean, it's crazy. They're talking about Little Red Riding Hood is the sacred feminine within the man, both male and female, some kind of wisdom. Like, this is such bullshit. I'm sorry to say.
Oh my God.
It's a European fairy tale. They had their reasons for,
Yeah, for symbolizing all of this in a way that it could be remembered, right? Never forgotten. Yeah. And,
it does remind me of like, it's kind of like they have like, the Asian stories of like the red-tailed fox or nine-tailed fox.
yes.
It's similar. It's like it can shapeshift and do different things, and it's a trickster. So they had their reasons for teaching people like this.
Well, once the stone broke open that had the nine-tailed fox imprisoned, all hell has broken loose ever since. Yeah, tell them. Yeah.
Yeah, the Sesho Seki, like the killing stone. Yes. Yeah, like whatever was trapped inside of that stone completely was unleashed.
Yeah.
And we still have yet to see the outcome of that.
Thank you.
It's out there in the ether, like that being the QB is definitely active.
And so did you
QB Kitsune?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, QB Kitsune, the fox.
QB Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox.
Yes.
Yeah. Spirit.
And do you remember more of the legend behind it that you can share, or if you don't worry about it. I can always go over it later with the people. And there are a few. This being had interacted multiple times, but in the Japanese context, it had left ancient China in ruins and somehow migrated to Japan. Mm-hmm. This spirit, and the spirit had. Because it was a changeling, it was able to shapeshift. Yes.
It incarnated as a female.
Of course.
A dowager, an empress.
That's how it wreaked havoc in China. The emperor fell in love with her, and she brought the empire to ruin.
Yeah, and so in that story, after the empire fell, these like Buddhist priests like banished it, and it ended up in Japan somehow. And then it did the same thing in Japan, and so the Buddhist monks there basically banded together and did a jutsu and trapped it inside of the Sesho Seki, the killing stone, in the mountains of Japan. And the stone was so potent, like the spirit inside the stone was so potent that for millennia, no one could approach it because there were so many noxious fumes and dangerous like gases emanating from the region that it would kill anyone that walked near it. So that's why the Shinto priests like cordoned it off. The Shinto / Buddhist priests, they like cordoned it off and warned everyone against going near it. And it gained the terminology Sesho Seki, the stone of killing, the death stone. But in the last, literally, maybe it's been like 1 or 2 years now, it got a crack in it, and then literally one day it just blew apart into 2 pieces, like exploded from the inside out.
Sundered
completely. Sundered and like violently. It wasn't like it fell apart. It was, like, it blasted apart from the inside out.
Yes.
So the QB Kitsune is out there doing whatever it's doing, and we have yet to find out its.
Well, we see it every day. The genocide in Gaza, everything else that is going on around us. It's definitely the damage is being done.
Yeah, but I'm more partial. I mean, I kind of have some sympathy with the QB. Like, if I awakened after 5,000 years, I would fucking like. It's being very generous. Let's just put it that way.
So far,
so far it's being very. What would be the word for it? Merciful, I guess.
Yes.
Like I couldn't imagine after all that it's gone through and it wakes up and it just is like, it's probably still trying to process like how fucked up everything is.
Like, I can't believe it got this bad without me.
Yeah.
Without me. Yes, it's gotten
like, because these beings, like, people even in Japan, like, I was surprised, like, maybe there are like more occult people that aren't public in Japan, but I feel like the general public, like, they just brushed it off, like, it's just physics, like the crack formed in the rock and just broke apart, like, so people are very aloof about these ancient beings. But I mean, it doesn't take, like, you don't even have to have a crazy imagination to be like, holy shit, that stone blew up from the inside out. It's like pretty apparent that something was inside of it. Like, it doesn't take much, to silence a skeptic on that. Like, so.
Yeah, well,
but this being, but the nine-tailed fox is a real being. Like, it's a genuine creature.
Thank you. No, it's always so good to reinforce the reality of these forces. Just so people understand, when Brendan is talking about the kind of attitude the Japanese might have, I think it's simply that the Japanese can sometimes display a very fatalist attitude. In other words, there's nothing to be done for it. The stone has cracked open, so it's almost like you kind of just accept it. What can you do? We don't seem to have people around anymore who have the wisdom or the capacity to entrap the fox again. So it's you just kind of accept that it's on the loose.
I wonder if they mobilized any like Onryo or any kind of sorcerers, like.
I wish that they knew how. Hopefully, I think that some did get together to kind of try and exorcise the area. Something might have happened in that regard. I do remember that because I did speak of this 2 years ago.
They did bring Shinto priests. Yeah, they did bring them.
Yeah,
but I mean, at the same time, I mean, it's this kind of being is like not a joke.
Yes,
it's not. Like, it's one of the most powerful beings of antiquity, like the nine-tailed fox. It's not like this is like an S-class. Like if you're going video game terms, this is like S-class villain.
Yes.
Not a villain. It's not a villain. I'm not
Thank you.
But it's,
Thank you.
It's like an S-class like boss. You're not just gonna like pretty much no one nowadays can handle dealing with it. So when it does show itself, it's not going to be fun.
Yes.
For anybody involved.
Yeah. Unless, of course, the fox is in a rather seductive mood and maybe just playful enough to toy with us the way that toys, cats do that with their with mice or other animals at times. Sometimes they just toy with them. But understand, of course, Shinto, the religion of Japan. You're talking about a religion with no scriptures, but it boasts some 8 million deities. It's still integral to Japanese life. All this is visible, festivals, daily rituals, and entertainment, like Brendan said, video games even. So it's still there. And with that having been said, I'm glad that Heather asks these questions. See, sometimes I can't see the meaning behind them, but Brendan does, and that's great. So my Comcast bill has gone up to $35.29, due on July 6th, and just so everyone knows, I was on the Affordable Connectivity Program that is no longer active. And yet all that money going to Israel, they could have funded it. Just another reason to hate the fucking Jew. And it's not like they're feeding starving Jews. It's like they're giving money so that Jews can kill people who are starving. It's honestly, it really just keeps coming back to that. It's people would say my biological.
It's really hard to
Thank you.
give them any kind of benefit of the doubt.
Thank you.
And then they do stuff to people like Victoria, like if you say something against it, your whole life's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
So they don't care how many people they starve or destroy their lives.
Yes. No.
Like they want impunity, like 100%.
Yes, it's true. And honestly, so did you hear earlier when I was on with Peter Moon and we were bringing up Jared Kushner, and this was the first time it really sank in with him.
Yeah.
So you heard when I said that, I said, oh yeah, the hideous attitude that Jared Kushner has of, we got to get rid of the people on the Gaza Strip so I can invest in real estate and develop casinos there. I mean, it's such great real estate, except these roaches are living on it. And yet this person, has on Wikipedia just, you've got to sympathize because his family survived the Holocaust. And so there's no sense.
Of course.
Yeah. It's like, my family survived the Holocaust, but let's kill these people. And just the forget the term hypocrisy doesn't do it justice. There's no words for this. But of course, Peter was saying, whoa, no,
it's beyond,
it's like that didn't catch him. It was like, no, he was locked on other details about this.
But no, that makes sense. It actually makes sense. Like, people don't understand why they want them off the land.
Yeah.
It's because once something else is built there, it's like there's no hope of getting it back.
Yes.
Because you'll just be like, oh well, they don't have the money to buy it back.
Yeah.
They did that with other groups.
Of course.
I'm trying to think of a few other examples, but
well, the Native Americans for one. I mean, obviously, but
oh yeah, that one was just fucked up. Yeah, that's like
Hawaii. Maybe some.
Yeah, Hawaii. Thank you, Hawaii.
So tell people. Yeah, tell people also about the fires on Hawaii. Our man Nemo had a question about the Hawaiian fires. Present that question, Nemo, to Brendan so he can respond to that. Because I want to take advantage of this to take my antibiotic. So I'm going to take my antibiotic. I'll be away for a few minutes.
Was this about the dogs?
Yes. Tell them about this. The Holocaust dogs, how they claim they're for fighting fires. And so tell them about that and then bring up your Hawaii hypothesis so that...
When they say that, I was thinking they're probably being used to actually burn off dry vegetative area, dead wood and dry area to prevent a fire spreading close to a town or a city.
That's what they claim.
Because that's what they do over here. I was just like, they use men to do it though, so I was just presuming they're using dogs to do it now.
That's why that's a fallacy. It's a fallacy that they even say it's a firefighting technique, because in the foothills here in California, you can do prescribed burns by hand. It's just a guy with like an oil thing that
a little flamethrower.
Yeah, it's like a little flamethrower, and he just drips the thing and walks around, and then they like
it'd be
map.
It'd be redundant. Yeah.
So
you wouldn't need
$100,000 machine to do it is so just. It doesn't make sense. Like they're just lying to cover their shit.
They're using it as a weapon. They hint all this out.
I don't know about a weapon.
No, they're going to weaponize it. The military, the military use these things. But, they hint this out in a lot of...
They have controlled burns up north where there's pinyon or ponderosa pine trees. And in order to propagate the forest, they have to burn it.
Yeah, exactly. But you can do that by... We're talking about the robots. They're saying...
Robots?
They're saying robot dogs are for firefighting, quote unquote. But it's
they're for other things.
But the Japanese had a good point, which is another reason why they pulled that video down, is the commenters in Japanese. I was reading them, and the Japanese people were saying if it had a fire extinguisher on it, it would be considered a weapon of peace instead of a weapon of war.
Yeah.
And so like they didn't like that.
The dogs? Don't they have bombs?
No, but I'm sure they could. I'm sure they can easily walk.
They could be used for any type of weapon.
But it's so expensive. It's like it's not worth to be used. Like
unless you're going to use it to kill a lot of people.
Yeah, that's been done.
Yeah, exactly.
I think. Yeah.
It makes more sense the way Douglas put it, is that it's for going into buildings and just assassinating people. It's not. Yeah, that's it's more targeted. It's not just it's not a mass destruction thing, because they have drones and bombs and other stuff that can do that. Like they don't,
to hunt humans, pretty much.
Yeah,
this has been said years ago when they found out that they found these robot dogs being tested in urban areas and in the forests by the military and police force, and they said it like over a decade ago. These are going to be used to hunt us down in the future.
Yeah, they already exactly. So for them to say it's for firefighting is, it's so fucked up. It's cheesy. That's just cheesy.
And you see it in a lot of video games, like fucking a lot of combat shooting games, like Division or whatever. They have these robot dogs armed with machine gun turrets on them.
Metal Gear Solid.
They're just hinting it out. They're going to be used as weapons against humanity. Well, they already are at a larger scale in the future.
Yeah, they're already in the Blade Wolf. It's already in Metal Gear Solid. It's like you have to fight it. Yeah. Quadruped unmanned gear. Learning with optical neuro AI prototype verbal interface. Includes a chainsaw on its back, spring-loaded knives, rail guns, extendable claws. It's called the K9000. So this is the video game from the video game.
All right.
Yeah.
And what I was...
So they've already put it out, because when they make things like this, like karmic retribution, they have to announce it first. Like, this is
they have to warn you about it.
Yeah, otherwise, they'll get the karma. So that way they can say, look, we told them, no one prepared.
Yeah.
Like, we told them about
It's
it.
like you'll get less bad karma if you warn someone about you're going to kill them instead of just killing them without a warning.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. And
Yeah.
that's what they do with rituals. Like, for a ritual to work, you have to tell the being that you are going to perform the ritual. So,
yeah,
like, black magicians know about that. That's why they're all into trickery and all kinds of stuff. Like,
yeah.
sleight of hand and all this. Yeah. Like, that person has to be a
You know what the
participant.
best sacrifice is a sacrifice where someone is willingly being sacrificed at their will. Yeah.
This is the only way it works.
Well, that's
And
true
that's what-
sacrifice. Sacrificing your
war
time
is.
or energy for another person.
War is just another term for human sacrifice.
Yeah. So it's parenting.
There is no other.
That and parenting. Heather Holman said that and parenting. Parenting, yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to finish. I was gonna tell Brendan that regarding the robot dogs with the flamethrowers, I was asking Doug, was it possible that these robot dogs with flamethrowers, had anything to do with starting the fire in Maui or anything? But most likely not. But it was just a thought of possibility.
No, that was like clearly lasers. Infrared.
Lasers.
Yeah, infrared lasers. Because that's what the Starlink is. Like, the Starlink is a weapon system. Because I've been attacked by it, actually.
The only thing that I can think that there's a possibility to that is because of all the poor people's homes were specifically targeted and all the rich people's properties were left alone and wasn't damaged at all. It was like, how else are you
did it
gonna...
deliberately, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the Lahaina was the first place that was designated as a 15-minute city. They wanted to test out their mechanism, and the only way to do that, instead of buying them out one by one, they just fucking leveled it. And then the government came in and eminent domain and said, "Oh, it's unsafe for you to go back to your homes," and they took all the best land, and then now they're going to rebuild it. It's very simple.
Say Starlink was related to this?
No, I can't say that, but it's.
I heard you say Starlink or something.
I'm saying it was a satellite-based infrared laser beam array that, which they even show it in what is that one? Die Another Day, the James Bond film, Die Another Day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you watch that film, like, it's in there. Like, they've had this technology for a long time, but
Didn't they call that Skyfall? Is that what they called it in the James Bond film, Skyfall?
Skyfall, something like that.
But by the way, just to reinforce what Brendan was saying, Starlink is definitely meant to guide weapons systems. That's what's used to guide howitzers and various other artillery barrages. So Starlink is weaponized, most definitely. So Starlink could be used.
It is a weapon system, and it was used against me and my friend. Yeah.
Okay, and
when it first came out.
Could you describe what happened, or are you willing to share that?
Yeah. So we were observing. We had a pair of binoculars. We were observing during the lockdown. So no one was outside, right? Like, this was late at night. No other beings were really out there except for, like, astronomers, which I have a third-party confirmation through an astronomer in Arizona that saw this quote-unquote iridium flare. But basically, we were out there talking about these kind of deep topics and various things, and then we saw the Starlink chain, one of the initial launches in 2020, and it was like 100, maybe 60 to 100 satellite chain back to back coming over the horizon. And we started looking at it, pointing at it, and saying, "Look, there it is." And we were going to use my friend had the binoculars. And so I said, "You know what, like, we got to film this or something," right? We were talking against it. We were saying, "Oh, that's, like, this stuff is whack. This is really bizarre stuff happening." So I was going to film it, and I pulled out the phone. And right as I pulled out the phone, and we were talking openly, like, out loud, saying, "Oh, get the binoculars. We're going to look at them closer, see what this is." And the second I pulled out the phone, whatever AI system was there, it basically detected us as an enemy unit, and it sent out this bright flash of like, it was like, I mean, magnitude like -20, like a magnitude so powerful that it blinded us for a second. And if one of us were to be using the binoculars, it would have blinded the person using the binoculars. But luckily, my friend had turned around and looked at a star.
Jesus.
Yeah. So he was looking at a star, but I was about to take a photo, and my left eye that was exposed to the quote-unquote iridium flare of the satellite, which was just a laser beam. It was so bright, it lit up our entire area, maybe like 20, 30 meters around us, this bright white flash. And it had hurt my eye so bad that it was like physically in pain.
Jesus.
And I've lost vision to this day. I have like detrimental effects. And so if any of us were looking at it through the binoculars, we would have blinded us permanently. So that's how we know it was a weapon system. And then I have photos from the third-party astronomer that caught it on a time lapse, and they said it was like a magnitude -3, which is super bright. I mean, it's brighter than like a supernova. It's immensely bright. So the flash was caught all the way in Arizona. On the same night, I have the evidence for it, and it was for sure the Starlink satellite system. So it has offensive capabilities proven, and I was one of the first people apparently to get attacked by it. And it sounds crazy, but my friend was there. You know, we were actively talking against it, and I don't know if it was a malfunction or just like a warning shot or what, but it basically, didn't want us photographing it for whatever reason.
That's something that is just. I want people to understand that these things happen and they sound unbelievable. Remember that weird guy who accused me of rape?
That's why I've never shared it before.
Oh, yeah, understand. No. Remember that weird guy who accused me of rape? Prestel, Rick Prestel, the guy who's
There's
flipping.
Like so many now.
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah. You know who's gonna be next? Maybe Cultivated Image. Yeah.
Right.
And then he sent me these two butts bouncing against each other in open public. Oh my God! On an open forum. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm scarred. I'm scarred for life.
How dare you?
But when it comes to the yes, Rick Prestel, he is available on the Roswell and the Rising Sun video, which should still be up on my channel somewhere. So if you see the
that guy,
the ugly guy turning the slides, accused me of raping him. It's aside from that bizarre story, which I could always go into for everyone's morbid entertainment later. What happened was at one point he was with a man who was harassed by UFOs, and the man said to him, basically this was in combination with another phenomenon, which the government truly does. They do this all the time, and they used to do it on my cell phone a lot more. They still do it to a degree. When the government turns your cell phone into basically a wireless tap device where it becomes like a microphone that just records everything you're saying, of course, it's a piece of shit, and the technology is not really an answer to anything, because if you have it in your pocket, they really can't hear anything but muffled sound. If you're out with ambient noise, they really can't hear anything. So it's not like this is a great device, but all they're really intent on doing is burning out your battery. And so you'll notice that if you're under government surveillance, if you're on a watch list, your batteries on your cell phone will burn out like within record time, just burning out all the time until eventually you've got to get a new cell phone frequently. So Rick Prestel was noticing this with his friend who was seeing UFOs all the time, and with his own cell phone, in presence of that guy, his own cell phone the battery would burn out very quickly because they're using the battery energy to turn it into a wiretap, essentially, a wireless tap. And, but when he was with his friend, they started seeing the UFOs dancing around in the sky, these little balls of light. Then his friend said, I can bring him closer. I'll just ask, do you want to see him up close? And he had at least enough of a modicum of sanity and common sense about him where he said no. But there you go with that. But some people just get used to these phenomenon around them. Whatever they may be, we may not have a reasonable explanation. It's impossible without being there yourself and seeing it. I have no idea what the guy was seeing or exactly to the way they described it. It's just like balls of light. But if the man's so confident that he can bring them closer to himself, it's almost like these are probably almost like you would think drones. But again, hard to tell. In terms of all of that, it reminds me of what Brendan was talking about. Sometimes these experiences can become quite personalized. And so I'm going to respond to our dear Holly Karitis Kiefer here, who has made a joke about Kushner taking money. She mentions that Peter Moon said Kushner took funding from the great MAGA boogeyman Soros, and she says that's the money shot. I mean, yeah, there you go. I mean, Kushner obviously was quite democratic before he became a Trumpster, and he was involved with all these Democratic funders. But that's how these people are. They have no sense of loyalty. They're just.
So was the T-Man.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
like donating to Clinton.
Yes.
The Clintons at one point.
Yeah, he was.
So it's like they just do whatever suits them in the moment. I don't think they have affiliations, really. I mean,
it's true. The only affiliation is lust for power. Power lust is what they have. And so with the story I just described and what Brendan Zogit just described, so was this before? This was before or after you were affiliated with myself in terms of listening to me, at least, Brendan? I think it was after, right?
Oh, it was definitely after I was helping you, but
okay.
But me and this specific other friend have had many quote unquote UFO unidentified object encounters and extra entity interactions. So we're not trying to conjure them or anything. Just serendipitously has happened, including this situation. We were just out there minding our own business, having a discussion, and then that just happened, directly in front of us and whatever.
Yeah.
And we were like the first people on record to get attacked by a satellite array that I know of.
Right.
It happened to be Starlink. So,
okay.
And if you look at the background of this James Bond film, it's called The Diamond Satellite, was an orbital laser weapon. Commissioned by, this is from the story of James Bond. This isn't factual. This is the fictionalization of James Bond. It says the diamond.
Well, the way to phrase that is this is a dramatization of extant technology. So that's how you say that.
Yes. But here's the kicker. Kicker. It says it was commissioned in the story by the phone. Right as I said that, the phone went black.
Of course.
By Ernesto Starvo Biofield under the guise and using the resources of the billionaire industrialist Willard White, featured in the Eon production film 1971 Diamonds Are Forever. So even in this story, they use a fake billionaire to fund the creation of these weaponized satellites. What does that sound like? Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
So they put it out in fiction first, and then they do it later.
Yeah.
So.
Or sometimes the fiction is way behind the accomplishment. Oftentimes the fiction is.
Yeah, that's the case, right?
Yeah, and so it's.
So here's the backstory. It says the satellite was built by a light refraction from Willard White's tectonic plant in Nevada, United States. And then basically, yeah, they're saying that it uses hundreds of diamonds and it's powered by diamonds and all that jazz. That's the whole story of. And then later, these orbital weapons appear in GoldenEye and Die Another Day, which are other examples from the same franchise.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
It's a common, what is that word for like a plot device?
Yeah.
It's a common plot device they use in James Bond. It's like a satellite weapon.
Right. Uh-huh.
But
Is
this
it like
the
a
first.
dynamite nano factory?
No, Douglas, you know diamonds are forever. Where that comes from? They were smuggling the diamonds out of the Soviet Union that were stolen by from the Germans.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In mass, like the mass industrial diamonds.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
And
which
they were
come from
using
the
it to make
Holocaust, which came from all the ashes
the secret
compressed.
is Douglas revealed the secret, but those diamonds were created from
human ash compression, which, by the way, Heather Holman recognized on her own, and that was profound. That Heather Holman, without my divulging it, she really asked me about that early on in the game, like maybe about 10 years ago. So Heather is definitely been exposed to a lot. She's probably been exposed to a lot that she's not conscious of or cognizant of. And Heather, any thoughts when I say that?
Are you referring to Zales and the artificial diamond industry?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it made perfect sense. I mean, jewelry, you know.
Yeah.
Jewelry.
Cool.
Yeah,
you see, Heather's murdered several past husbands, and she wears them now on her neck and on her wrist.
Yeah, no, just kidding. Diamonds, you can take your loved one's ashes and make jewels out of them, and depending on their carbon structure or their carbon, I guess, makeup, it depends on what color it's going to be.
Cool.
And they do it at the place called Life Gem. Yeah, it's just about as expensive as having a regular burial.
Yeah. One of her husbands has produced a black diamond. The other one looks kind of blue. She's got them where she wants them. It's
there's skulls around my neck like a necklace.
Yes, there we are. So how's this? Now, I don't understand this, but Japan ranks 118th in the world for gender equality, meaning that the women are in no way, shape, or form equal to the men in social opportunities in Japan. It's profound to me that I had no idea Japan was behind Nepal, Bahrain, Tunisia, Malaysia, just ahead of Comoros Islands.
I mean, I think a lot of that's really a bias by the people
Thank
doing
you.
the survey.
Thank
because,
you.
I mean, come on,
Thank you.
behind Saudi Arabia and shit, like really?
Thank
no,
you.
There's no way.
Thank
there's
you.
No way.
But it's Japan that produced
this. And it's also
this.
like,
Yeah.
It's also like industrialized countries, because if you go to Africa, they, outside of a few tribes that are matrilineal, you ain't getting very far as a female. I'm just saying.
Of course not. They're gonna cut your clit off as soon as you know. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah. Just go to Yemen. Yeah, just go to Yemen, and they'll gladly take 50% pay over what they're getting. Trust me.
Thank you. I mean, this has got to be bullshit. This is Japanophobia at work. See, look at what Japan produced. I want you gentlemen and Heather to look at this. Aristides, you should try this out sometime. Look at this.
Yeah, it's a society where the women don't have to work because they're all rich.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fuckers, man.
And look what the Japanese produced. This is called a purionoid. It's as scary as it sounds. This is so men can experience female menstrual cramps. Just what we always wanted. Only the Japanese produced this. And then you say, they're evil Unit 731, where they're torturing other people. Look at what they're doing to their own men. They're saying, you have to sympathize with your woman. This is what they go through. And look at this poor bastard. He puts on the purionoid. And believe me, men, you do not want to do this. Look at this guy. I'll put this in the live stream here so everybody can experience.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Is it wrong or is it racist for me to say that maybe that should be an add-on when people have gender transformation or whatever surgery?
Oh, God, that's a thought, so they can fully experience what it's like to be a woman if they want to be a woman?
If they really want to know,
if they
if they're really serious.
really want to know, That would fix a lot of those, those grifters that like go into gym locker rooms and shit.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
That they just make trans people look bad or whatever. Like.
Yes. So Nemo, what would you have to be paid to try this?
Try what?
Dude, are you with us? Are you awake? What? Yeah, are we keeping you awake?
He just keeps distracting me by sending me messages. So
It's like
Who keeps distracting you?
some guy fucking with this AI shit because I told him about a bunch of stuff that he doesn't know about, and then he's putting all this into the AI and trying to get answers out of it.
Oh
It's
man.
just cringe.
Yeah. No,
He's showing me
Guess
all
you
the
ain't
fucking
getting
screenshots
that.
of the answers he's getting.
Okay.
All the results.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, if you put did Japan win the war into ChatGPT, it'll give you some just straight scheisse.
Yeah, you just come up with crap. But anyhow, so I put a link into the text box right here.
My concern with it is if it like we know this wouldn't happen, but if the guys can handle some of this pain, the period pain, then it'll be like a catalyst for them to be like, see, women are, just complaining for no reason or something. But we all know that the guys couldn't handle it. I know for a fact that they couldn't. Like, the pain, the quote unquote.
Handle the pain. No.
A kidney stone. It's like equivalent to kidney stones, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is it really that bad?
Yeah. Oh God,
And
it
if
can
it's that bad, then yeah, like that.
Yeah. And so Nemo, can you see the link? Japanese men experience virtual period cramps.
Yeah.
This is called the Perionoid. The Japanese produced it so that men would see what women go through. I don't know if people are aware of this. They said Japan is 118th in the world in terms of gender equality, yet Japan offers women period leaves. Instead of maternity leave, they also offer maternity leave, but they also offer them period leaves.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is the problem with statistics.
Yeah.
These fucking evil Western
Thank you.
news agencies and shit.
Thank you.
They base that study
Yeah.
off of corporate pay rates and corporate satisfaction rates of women and men versus men. So in Japan, women are not in the corporate structure, so it's going to look like they get paid 50% less and they're unhappy with their jobs. That's just going to happen. But most of the men that are working at those corporations, their wives are stay-at-home wives. So they don't have to work, and they can do things like make bento every day and stuff, and they're completely satisfied with their lives and stuff.
Yes, thank you.
It doesn't factor that into any kind of, they're taking care of the kids. They don't factor that in because they, of course, omit that or just never go and interview the housewives, right? They just say, oh, look, there's less women in the workforce, plus they're making less. That's their metric, which is completely, you can't apply a Western metric onto their country. It's not going to work.
Thank you. So my question, Nemo, was, can you see this video and tell me what would you feel would be compensation? How much would you have to be paid to try this on?
I don't know, probably just $100 or whatever.
How about you, Brendan?
I'm not going to do it for free.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, there depends. I would if I see someone's reaction. I mean, there's a chance that I would try it just to try it, and then
If it doesn't sting like hell, I don't know.
Oh,
it looks pretty painful.
it looks
But if,
awful.
I would just try it just to see what Because then if it's really bad, then you can just be like, oh shit,
Yeah.
You can understand where they're coming from then once you experience it.
Yeah, and this is how Japan pioneered period leaves for women. Of course, if I tried one of those on, I would ham it up. Of course, I'd jump on the table and pound my fists and start screaming. Yeah, that would be funny as hell. It's killing me. At any rate, this is we've covered a lot. Poor Brendan probably has to go to sleep soon, and we love you dearly, Brendan. And for God's sake, how did you feel in the morning after the last episode? How did you feel in the morning? Were you okay?
Horrible.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad.
But I'm still adjusting, so I just need a few more days.
Okay.
I haven't killed anyone yet or gone postal.
Yes, which of course Heather Holman was told by Noreen. Heather Holman was told by Noreen that tell her, Heather, ask your question and tell him what Peter Moon said. Not Peter Moon. What Noreen said. Peter Moon was becoming.
Okay, first I'll say what Noreen said about Peter Moon. I after I stopped talking to Douglas for that period of time, I was worried about what kind of friends he was going to have or be, what kind of people he was going to be trusting and stuff like that. And I said, well, at least he has Peter Moon. Peter Moon seems to truly be Douglas's friend and be looking out for his best interest. And Noreen said, no, I was talking to, who forgot the name. Okay, I don't remember who she was talking to, but they said that Peter Moon actually is just getting in close with Douglas because he thinks he's going to have some kind of a meltdown and go on a killing spree, and he wants firsthand for his books, for his trilogy or his whatever saga of books.
Brendan?
Yeah, like he's just expecting Douglas to have a meltdown. He really wasn't his friend, but he
I mean,
just wants.
can I say it, Douglas?
Sure.
I mean, I'm trying to say it nicely. It's like if Pete was able to do that and get a bestseller, he would have already done it by now. Just someone else.
Right. Right.
I don't know how
I don't
else to
think
say that
Peter Moon
without
is
sounding
that
mean.
malicious of a person. I really don't see that in
Oh
him
yeah, I
at
guess
all,
we could
but-
be nice and give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Don't get any ideas, Peter Moon.
Oh my god.
No, I think Pete's pretty happy with the setup. I mean, he seems content.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I think he has your interests at heart.
and the qualities are good. Like the quality of his production is good. So I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
he's never been like a sensationalist or like a paparazzi.
Oh.
Because he could have done it with all the other people he was working with, and he hasn't.
No,
done
he's
it, so.
always had a special
true.
liking for Douglas.
Well, there's yeah.
Yeah.
What's so
anyways,
funny?
Yeah. So that's nice. Yeah.
Oh yes.
But yeah,
What's so
I get the point. Everything's situation normal.
No, but it's interesting that our lady, Heather, it's almost like they gave her a post-hypnotic suggestion where they compartmentalized who it was that Noreen heard this from. I'm presuming it was Lori and Ann Fenton. Is that the case? No.
Laura Lee Solomon, probably.
A guy or a girl, I don't remember anything. Because it wasn't true, so it didn't really resonate,
Interesting.
And I'm not one to drop names. I'm not someone who goes around spreading rumors or saying things about people, so.
Right.
Interesting. Interesting. No, I completely believe that Noreen said that, and I believe she heard it from someone, but I think it's almost like somebody put a post-hypnotic suggestion into you so that you wouldn't remember who that source was. Is that possible?
Yeah, well, I have selective memory. Like, I remember the important part, but I would never remember the name of that person because, whether or not they said it, that's hearsay or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even as crazy as you are, Douglas, I've never got the feeling that you go postal. Really, honestly, like you're pretty nutty in other ways. I never got the vibe that you just go on a spree.
Yeah, I know he's calmed down a lot over the last few years, I'm sure. But
well, even when he was doing Revolution Radio, I never crossed my mind.
Yes, it's all a pose.
Well, I don't know if it's all opposed, but in terms of
the very part.
You're
when
definitely
you
more
go
of a
off.
one-on-one murderer instead of if that makes sense.
Yes.
Sometimes you get passionate about your monologues. That's all.
Oh, that's
I miss the good old days. But maybe one day we can just stream off your website. You can just go off. Special edition.
Yeah, I think I pretty much go off on plenty of nights. I mean, Nemo, don't you think I take it pretty far?
Is true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm thinking, God, is Doug gonna get his channel in trouble from saying this much?
Yeah, it's
especially recently.
Really that pissed?
You took off the chains and you're just going all out now.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Nemo. Yeah. Yes. And so why do you think we're allowed? How is it they are not pulling my channel?
Now you're just really good at just conveying these things without it running just low risk of getting in trouble. You're just good at avoiding these punishments. Like if it was me, I would have had my channel shut down ages ago if I was doing live streams like this.
Right. I understand what you're saying. By the way, I get what Nemo is saying. Because
everything was fine until you brought on freaking Black Frank or whatever the hell his name was.
Who is half Jewish. He calls him, by the way, he called himself Black Frank on one Facebook page and Frank Black on another Facebook page. But like our lady Brooke Gibson said, he does that because he truly is half black and half Jewish. She's convinced of that, and she's convinced he hates.
Frank Black. That's his name.
No, his real name's
There's
Ian
a Frank
West.
Black.
Yeah, though I forgot who it was that said this. Here's where I forget whether it was Brooke Gibson or someone else who told me they were convinced that his real name was not Ian West either. That seemed like a pseudonym, and that he was.
I'm pretty sure it was his radio name, his jockey.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, that's what he told us. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Maybe he's related to Kanye.
To who? Kanye West?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would make I get what you're saying is a joke, but at the same time, something like that. Yeah, it was something.
Was his idea of like an easy to remember radio name.
Yeah.
Because that's what I think it was.
Yeah, but like I don't know if you heard George Knight and myself talking about it, because George Knight he sent the link to Nemo and asked him to review Ian West when I had first brought him on, or shortly after I first brought him on. I think it was the episode where Brooke was also on. Was that the case, Nemo?
Yeah, she was on too.
Yeah, and so Brendan, I don't know if you remember that episode, but what happened was that that's when Brooke confronted him, how long have you been doing meth? And of course he's like, I don't do meth. Of course, his first thing is denial. But he's definitely a meth head, but is it... the one thing George Knight and I concluded was because he had his radio station reaching out towards West Africa, and he was really popular in West Africa, there were a lot of black African women, not African Americans, but women who were actually from sub-Saharan Africa that were visiting him, getting drugs, and he was giving them drugs in exchange for sex. And that's how he caught the leishmaniasis. And he contracted the leishmaniasis, and then he was convinced he also had other parasites such as Draculoses, which is an actual parasite. It's an actual parasite, Draculoses. And but he was convinced. Remember, that's where I said the parasites have parasites. And I don't know if I said that on that episode, but I was like saying it on one of the episodes, responding to him because I couldn't believe that this guy was, just piling it on. But he truly believed it because of his drugs. And there was one time they kicked him out of the emergency room because when he went to the emergency room, he started saying, all these people are crawling with parasites. Don't put me in here with all these people. They all, look at that cunt. She's got a parasite crawling right out of her cooch and shit. And then they threw his ass out, of course. Right. And yeah, he was like, but
he thinks anyone that got vaccinated has parasites coming out of them.
Right. And they're shedding and all that shit. And he was...
Because the nanobots are forcing the parasites to exit their body.
Yes.
That's what he claimed.
Yes. Thank you. And so you've got this definitely insane individual, but is it possible he was an asset, or he's just an insane person who had tolerated for just too long?
He just went too deep. Yeah. He went too deep down some rabbit holes, and he wasn't helping you a lot.
No, he was awful. No, he may as well have been an asset. He may as well have been an asset. It was just I should never have let him on. The only reason I tolerated him for so long was because that escort, the woman working in the adult sex industry. My fetish story was her moniker, her avatar in the chats and in her own channel. But she just kept saying how funny he was. She said, oh, this guy's a party, and found him really funny. And so I tolerated him far longer than I should have because of that. And then Brookie was even charmed by him. Brooke found it funny. She found it funny enough where, she kept hitting him. But at the same time, it was like he took it well enough where she developed almost like an affection for him, kind of, and tolerated him. So that was the horrible thing, was that I should have just gotten rid of him in the first place, because he was so transparently impacted by his drugs and his monotonic thematics. In other words, he was stuck on the same thought patterns over and over again. Parasites, tunnels, parasites and tunnels, and that was basically everything's a tunnel. There's all these tunnels everywhere. There's tunnels.
Constantly child sex slave trafficking.
Oh, yes, he is truly a pedo pervert. It's like that was all he could talk about. So it comes really down to he's projecting onto this investigative poise. He's a posier. He's posing as this investigative individual when in reality he's just consuming child porn. And if you might remember, Brooke was extraordinarily angry with him, very offended at one point when he sent her footage of a child being forced to strip while being beaten. So she did take great offense at that. So and so we can only imagine the heavy footage that he has. So he's essentially a pedo porn consumer, is what he is, and he's half.
Isn't that really illegal? Isn't that really illegal?
This is it's a rhetorical question, right?
Yeah. If you're distributing that online, isn't that like an offense?
Yeah. In other words, I understand what you're saying. His sending that to Brooke is theoretically enough to have the law called upon him. Help me out here, guys. Is that not the case?
Yeah.
I don't know the laws of America.
Good point.
Yeah.
And she, of course, did.
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can't send it to other people.
Thank you.
And theoretically, the only people you would send it to is the FBI. Theoretically.
Theoretically. Thank you. Thank you.
And they'll just keep it for themselves.
No argument.
But then you can prove. Look, I don't want it. It's.
If that was okay, there would never be the dark web.
Right. No, your
Well,
point's
it's definitely not okay. I mean, it's definitely not okay.
Yeah, it's. But by the way, when Brendan is saying it's definitely not okay, he's not just saying that in the moral sense. He means that in the legal sense. Just
legally, yeah. Like you can't even download it. Like you can't like even just looking at it.
Yeah.
Like if you scroll through something and it's there.
Yeah.
That's why I was so pissed
thinking about it.
Yeah.
That's why I was so pissed about Miguel Andahar sending me that link that was from
Richard K. Cole Jr.
personal Google Drive.
Yes.
And because even that's enough. Like, look, you access this person's Google Drive.
That's
even
true.
If you didn't open anything.
Thank you. That's true. That's true. And that's what they do. They intend to implicate other people. And this is what. Remember, James Arthur Yanchik had the free energy freak.
Right.
David Allen Sterling, who would sometimes transpose his names. And then what happened?
Which is a red flag. Ultimate red flag.
Yes, and David Allen Sterling, his trip was he would contact other free energy researchers or genuine free energy researchers, and he would download torrents of child porn into their accounts. And that way he would implicate them in child porn consumption. And this was how he was ripping apart the free energy research community. Then what happened was when that Judge Scalia died, he had a laptop on his chest that when they opened it was David Allen Sterling's laptop loaded with child porn. And they ordered no autopsy on the body. The sheriff ordered no autopsy on the body of Judge Scalia. And so all this is true. This is not Doug Dietrich, reaching into his ass and pulling out some shit. This is all true. And then what happened was James Arthur Yanchik. Anyhow, for those of you who don't know, James Arthur Yanchik made certain every interview he conducted with anyone would be interrupted by what he called 15 minutes of free energy with his dear friend David Allen Sterling, who then would implicate everyone being interviewed by James Arthur Yanchik with David Allen Sterling, because, you know, we'll always be in the middle of the interview. You had to break the interview, and he would come in the middle of it, and then people would be going back to the interview, all of them thereby being implicated in affiliation with David Allen Sterling. This
was Feet to the Fire.
Yes, Feet to the Fire with James Arthur Yanchik. Yes, that scum son of a bitch, scum-sucking son of a bitch. And so then when Scalia died and his best friend, David Allen Sterling, got taken down, you know, he began scrubbing the internet. He still keeps my shit up because it's the only hits he gets, just like Salman Sheikh, you know, keeps all my videos up because they're the only hits he gets.
Yeah.
And Daniel Arola.
Arola was doing that for years.
Yeah, well, Arola's still got a bunch of my shit up. It may not be as much as before, but it seems to me he's still got quite a bit of my shit up because it's.
And he's got a big list of your stuff that's locked in a private. It's not available for public access.
Yeah, that.
But he never deleted it.
Yeah, but he never.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why he did that. Maybe he was hoping you'd
take him back. Yeah.
He was because he sent me that diatribe of whatever.
Yeah.
Timestamps and shit. He was like trying to like get me to engage.
Yes. And again,
no one would do that unless they wanted some kind of something.
Absolutely. He was still hoping I would take him in and maybe, you know, give him some security job with the estates and shit. What a dumb shit. You know what it would be like, Heather, if there was a helicopter flying over the estates? It would be a race between what looked like a bear and a giant warthog pig, but it would really be Steven Seagal and Daniel Arola, and that would be them running away from the estate's dogs, the estate security dogs. And of course, as they died, they'd find out their final destination was the barbecue pit. Their final destination they were both trying to make it to was the barbecue pit.
Perfect.
Yeah, before the dogs reached them and tore them apart, because that's their, you know, that was their anchor in life. Yeah.
Yeah. Who are those one people? I came across a website, and it wasn't a website, it was like someone's blog or something, just recently, and they were just trash talking Douglas Dietrich, and every time you'd have an episode, he'd put it like his recap on it, just talking shit, and then like every once in a while some other guy would make a comment.
That's Rushy K. Cole Jr. That's
RKC, and that's him talking to himself.
He's talking to himself, yes. It's like Brendan says.
He did that to me too.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. He was saying he was like, he conflated me and Brandon and said Brandon Z is the one who's the
trust fund child. Love. He calls you a trust fund child.
Yeah, the trust fund child, and then the other one was Brando Young. Yeah. You know, and he's at one point he thought we were the same person, and we would do like a, you know,
switch your voices somehow. He was projecting onto you what he does to himself.
Yeah, he was thinking that you would invite Brandon Young on, and then I would come in behind him and just like it would be the same person.
Right, which is what RKC,
like some anime shit.
Yeah, which is what RKC does to himself. He sits there talking to himself.
Like out of a cartoon where you like, you know, you put on the hat and you become Darkwing Duck.
Yeah,
and, like just, you know, but it's the same character. Like, yeah, that's what he thought it was.
This is what happens when you're crazy and out of your mind, and and yet he managed to lure in all these other crazies. They all are like involved. And what was it? Oh, Aristides. If only he was awake. Jesus Christ. So Aristides copped to it. He copped to it the other day. He said, Trampus Nicholson sent me that note about, oh, Douglas, you got to come into my car. I wash it all the time. I can drive you around and drink my blood, man. I use scent neutral body products and shit.
He was like, I use deodorant. Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, he said that shit to me too.
Yeah.
He's like, just come over and you could stay over and like, you know, everything smells good and then I was like, no thanks. And he's like, it's not gay though. It's not gay. It's not gay though. And I'm like, dude, I didn't even say anything. I just said like maybe I was like trying to be nice. I was like, oh yeah, maybe one day if I'm in the area. And he's like, it's not gay though. And I'm like, okay, this is too much.
Yeah, that tells you exactly
Like,
what
just
it is.
fucking chill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
He would have like his whole like you know like how the dog you put dog toys in like a basket on your floor, but it would just be like dragons.
Yeah.
Bad dragons.
Baddragon.com
What the fuck
dildos.
is that?
Yes.
Yeah, like what is that? You know, like, and he's like, oh, I don't have a dog, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Obviously, I wasn't gonna go to some crazy person's house, but it's just I was trying to be nice. You know?
And where do they find these people? Well, of course they breed them. They literally produce them. They're like somehow they were rejected as altar babies. You know, the altar babies are the ones they breed for the sacrifice. Somehow they got rejected as altar babies. And they,
holy shit.
Yeah, and then they raise them to be like
that's
tramps.
like pretty low. That's like, you know, like even the infernal gods don't want you to sacrifice. Like getting rejected by Baal and like Moloch and shit. Like you're pathetic.
Yes.
I always wondered about that. Are those infernal entities, like, do they have like, you know, taste tests? You know, they're like, this one is definitely not worth it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, geez, you got to give them some credit. They have some taste.
Yeah. True.
Not even the wild animals would eat him.
Yes, it's true. No, he's too toxic. Oh shit, they wouldn't go near that shit. His guts glow in the dark. And
definitely not Trampoose, because he's like drinking belladonna and like Wolfsbane and fucking
and Jimson weed.
Jimson weed.
Yeah. He was doing the freaking the what do they call it? The devil's trumpet.
Devil's flower.
Yeah, idiot.
Yes. Oh my god.
And he was like trying to convince us that it was good. Like, look at these truffles, these chocolates, and
like, the instant I saw him, I'm like, yeah, I'm never doing shit like that. You're a fucking idiot.
No.
Yeah. And beyond that,
Alamine, deliriance, and shit.
And he kept putting the ketamine on it like it was salt. Like it was just.
Yeah, we asked him about. Yeah, I think it was right. It was both of us. We were like, "What is that on top?" And he's like, you know, he tried to brush it off, but it was definitely some ketamine.
Yeah.
Like as like a sea salt crust.
Yes.
Or something.
Yes.
Like salted caramel, but like ketamine.
Yeah.
Chocolate.
Yes, that was his version of salted caramel. Was these toxic truffles with the ketamine on top? Holy shit. This is like oh, see, Heather, no matter how bad your life was, you didn't turn out like that.
Hey, I saw the line. Somewhere.
But then
definitely count your blessings.
Anyhow, Heather, we had Noreen on the show once, and Noreen she went off on her trip about her Morgellons. And she was like, you know, this comes out of my skin. I mean, she must have tripped sometimes like that with you and told you that she's got things emerging from her skin, erupting from her skin and shit. I mean, must have told you this shit.
Yeah, but I really didn't I wasn't really buying into it too much, because I know that there might be something to that. I'm sorry if you can't hear me here. I know there might be something to that, but I don't think it's at all what they think it is. I think that maybe they had some kind of nano experience or nano something at one point in time, and they just refuse to believe that is something that maybe their parents would condone, or that's something that was possible, because they don't remember it. And it could just be like pieces and parts just left over that are emerging from their body. I don't think it's something that comes from chemtrails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, one time when I was with her in Australia, I think that was in Australia, where we were in the hotel room together, and she basically, I had one of my pens with a handle on it, and I picked up the pen, and it had all this crust on it of dead human flesh that she had been using the pen's handle to scrape off that crap on her skin. And just imagine someone with that.
Early on, but I don't know about that.
I'm sorry, say that again. What was that?
didn't. The Morgellons came later. When you guys went to Australia, that wasn't something that she was even a star in her eyes or sparkle in her eyes or anything.
Oh no, she had it all the time. She was always talking about it. She didn't call it out and name it. She just had a skin condition, is what she said. But she came up with the Morgellons very
I think
quick.
there's a difference between there's more real Morgellons where you have like micro dots and biofilaments coming out, and then you have just straight up like Adderall or meth overdose. You're like picking at your skin and you're like pulling out ingrown hairs and you're like, look, it's a Morgellon fiber.
Well, but what kind?
It's like a genetic thing. Like, what if it's like some other genetic thing, like a mutated gene?
I mean, Morgellons is legit. But it's like the symptoms are like beyond paranormal. It's like technological manifestations. Like we can go into it at a different time, but I'm just saying, like,
because
it's pretty different. It's pretty
move around.
But what justifies? What's the psychology behind taking somebody's private property and scraping off your dead skin with it? There's got to be other options than my pen.
Well, I think it's
that's what I'm saying. That's
guard for other people's property.
That's the speed. The amphetamines, you get weird like that. Yeah.
Oh my god! Yeah, it's it's like she had definitely product of something. Well, her dad worked with the Secret Service and he was Jewish, so you had a Jewish guy working with the Secret Service, and she had a lineage of Jewish relations who had been in the Communist Party, had been big parts, big names, shining stars in the Bolshevik movement, genocidal motherfuckers. So she had a background of insanity. It's just tragic. And so maybe there was never any hope. But definitely, God, how did these people wind up in my life? So
I don't know. They seem to attract them.
Yes, I'm a flypaper for demons. Oh.
You have to.
Have the what?
Right, I have to go.
Oh, well, we love you dearly.
Good evening.
Yes, stay safe
night.
and be well.
And good morning, Nemo, or good afternoon.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yeah, take it easy.
Yes, say good morning to all our listeners, Brendan. Say good morning to the listeners. Of course.
Yes, good morning, and I will carry on, and I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Continue.
Yes, please do. You're in our prayers. So,
Yes, gratitude.
Farewell.
All right.
okay.
You as well.
All right.
Jai Ram. Jai Ram. Jai
Yes.
Shri Ram.
Jai Ram. Jai Shri Ram.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Jai Shri Ram. I just know it from a movie where Jai Shri Ram is when Hanuman is what he says when he goes from
Praise to the divine
Okay.
aspect
Ram.
of Vishnu,
Thank you.
the avatar Ram. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Very good.
Like Ra, it's like saying Ra. You know, like
Okay.
in Egypt they had like Hail Ra,
Yes.
the Sun King.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, real quick. I wanted to ask you before you go if you know about Vishakanya.
Vishtakanya?
Yeah.
Perhaps, but I think you're. How do you spell that?
Pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah. Say it again.
Vishkanya.
Kanya?
Vishkanya, the poison maidens.
Oh, right.
Oh,
You were asking if that had something to do with the nine-tailed fox. She wonders if that's somehow affiliated or
No,
equivalent.
the Vishkanya are.
The poison maidens.
Those are like Asurs, and yeah, they're assassins and stuff. Yeah, they're different.
Okay.
Okay.
They're spawns of like the Nagya and stuff. They were spawned out of like snake eggs.
Oh, well, I did not know that.
Yeah, and then later people like Chandragupta, the Mauryan emperor and stuff, were using these chicks. Yeah. So,
Yeah, and that's how they like got kingdoms, right?
yeah. Oh yeah. The girls were raised on a carefully crafted diet of poison and the antidote at the same time, so that they were immune to poisons, and their body fluids would be so poisonous that sexual contact would be lethal to others.
Or even kisses, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah, these were real beings.
so tell them what they did to you was like in those martial arts kung fu movies where they put the centipede with the scorpion and the spider all together, and they mix those toxins in terms of their occult attack against yourself.
Yeah, they use the goo poison.
Yes.
It's a manifestation of a gui, a negative spirit that was crafted in ancient Chinese black magic. They would get a vessel, an ancient ritual vessel, and they would fill it with the most poisonous creatures: centipedes, scorpions, frogs, toads, and spiders, whatever the most venomous creatures they could find. And whatever creature was alive at the end of whatever period they were casting the spells and incantations, that creature would then be bred forward to create these offspring of the most, basically a super centipede or a super scorpion that was so venomous that
super
they
big.
could extract. They were just ultra concentrated poison.
Yes.
It was so poisonous that one drop of its venom could be used to kill hundreds of people. So they would concentrate it, and then they would use this creature, its body parts, to, instead of having to physically poison someone, they could basically have it possessed by a gu, which is a spirit, a gui, and they would send the poison through the ether and assassinate essentially anyone they wanted. And so whoever is
whoever's behind Miguel, because Miguel's not that talented.
Yeah, whoever's behind these beings that are against Doug and therefore other people that are helping him.
Yes.
They attempted, while it was a botched casting, it was one of the worst spells I've ever suffered to deal with. Hexes. I mean, it was excruciating pain, beyond any normal amount of pain could ever. It's indescribable amount of pain. I mean, Doug was there. I was calling him, and I was screaming, literally screaming, writhing in pain, and there was no open wound or anything. It was just pure visceral, the most intense concentrated pain. No, it was a point on my foot that was a pinpoint. It was literally the size of a bee sting, but it created the most pain you could ever feel ever. And it was the smallest, there was no visible cut or wound or anything. And the doctors couldn't figure it out. It was and it incapacitated my entire foot. It felt like my whole foot was broken. What was that?
It was constant.
It was for weeks. It was months. It was months like this.
Oh, someone just got a voodoo doll of you.
It was worse than any
thank you.
voodoo magic could possibly do. It was excruciating. I couldn't even walk, and at one point I almost died at work. My heart rate dropped below 40 beats per minute, which is clinically dangerous.
Yes.
And even the people I was working with were they thought I was dying. It felt like I was walking through quicksand.
Yes.
My feet were so heavy I couldn't walk through. I couldn't even do anything. I could barely walk. So they were trying to kill me with that technique.
Yes.
The ancient goo technique.
This is Temple of
but
Set.
Because they didn't understand. They didn't understand ancient Taoism and black magic. They botched the formula.
Thank you, because this was Temple of Set technique, where they're simply trying to emulate what Brendan's already articulated, and but the way they hit him, very similar to a toe tag area in a cadaver unit where you see in the morgue where you see the toe tags. It's kind of they hit a etheric dart at that area on our man Brendan. And but ultimately it's like the Morgul blade, because he'll feel it during inclement weather. Or when does it usually flare up?
It's periodic, really. But when the few times they've attempted to recast it, I felt it. I felt the point was being activated again.
Yeah.
And whoever did it had extreme knowledge of the Nadi system. like the acupuncture system.
Yes.
But I actually, in order to overcome it fully, I actually went to an acupuncturist, and she reinforced the chakra system to the point where that kind of attacks can't happen again.
Okay, excellent.
So, you know, she was able to actually ward off any future attacks or weaknesses, weak points, you know, from any kind of acupuncture-based attack, in other words.
Yes.
So I bless her for that. She's I really appreciate her for doing that. But yeah, it was like, you know, the way I described it was the Cruciatus curse from Harry Potter.
Yes.
It's like one of the unforgivable curses in Harry Potter that, like, when it's cast against someone, it can make them go mad from the amount of pain. Like, and it's only as powerful as the caster. So as much like malice and hatred and evil and venom that the caster has, that's how much pain you will feel from the cast. So I got like the full brunt
of it.
That. Yeah. Plus, they were using this Gui poison. Yeah.
And thank you for sharing that.
So the story, story goes, you know, the Gu poison was collected by sealing venomous snakes, scorpions, centipedes in a jar and forcing them to fight and devour each other. The surviving creature contained a concentrated toxin. The Gu poison was considered a slow-acting poison. It was said to have no taste, allowing victims to go about their normal lives and live as long as 10 days before they started feeling ill.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Komodo dragon-like. It's Komodo dragon-like. Yeah.
Yes. Dating as far back as 610, Gu is also described as a form of black magic and witchcraft, with the poison being its central part of the practice. The formula was required to be made up of 5 poisonous creatures: the viper, the centipede, the scorpion, the toad, and the spider. Worms and reptiles were also added and referred to as the chong. They were the evil spirits or demons that possessed the vessel. And it was in mainly southern China, different Miao women and Lingnan women. You know, so this was used during like the Warring States period as well, when the kingdoms were battling. Yeah. There were other recipes where the sorcerer kills a poisonous snake and mixes it with an assortment of herbs and sprinkles the body with water. The snake is then left alone for days as it decays and molds, and then the body is ground into a powder and then put into a wine. So, yeah. So there's many techniques that they could use, but yeah, for some reason, so in order to overcome the initial attack, after I was in so much pain, I was on the verge of death, I used a special technique to reveal the source of the attack, because the only way you can overcome a magical attack is to you have to know what technique's being used against you, or you'll never overcome it. So the minute I initiated that, the image of the creature that was used in the summoning, or the technique, the cast, the creature that was used in the cast,
supermassive sea scorpion,
it was an astral projection of this spiky crustacean scorpion, very electric and spiky, with lots of barbs coming out of it and huge claws and a crazy tail that had like multiple points. It wasn't like a traditional scorpion at all.
Right.
And then before I even described it to Douglas, he described it.
Yes.
To a T.
Yes.
So it was confirmed before I even described it, to what I saw, and then I was able to formulate an antidote properly.
Yes.
So, yeah, it was one of the worst attacks I ever suffered.
Thank you.
Mentally, physically, anything.
Yeah.
But it's like the Cruciatus curse from Harry Potter, if you guys ever know that.
And
story.
And it definitely takes courage to relate these horrible experiences, and I'm proud of you that you made it out alive.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad.
Called the torture, the torture curse in Harry Potter, Crucio. It was the tool of the dark arts and one of the 3 unforgivable curses When successfully cast on a sentient being or living creature, the curse inflicts intense, excruciating pain on the victim that would eventually result in insanity if the victim was subjected for a prolonged time. The penalty of its use was a life sentence in Azkaban. So there you go.
Thank you. And it's like an.
Here's a way that.
Yeah, go on.
J.R. or what's her name? J.K.
Rowling's, who's pathologically transphobic and everything else, and she learned all this from Aquino. So continue. Yes.
Yeah. This is how she described it. It's pain beyond anything. His very bones were on fire. His head was splitting. He wanted it to end, to black out, to die. 1,000 white-hot knives boring into the skin. And it's beyond what most people would ever experience. It was so intense that they wished for unconsciousness and even death, and as a means of escaping the searing pain. And yeah, it does cause physical, permanent mental damage. Like in the book itself, like many of those, anyone who went against like the Death Eaters were like driven mad by using this curse. Yeah.
Yes.
And it was so powerful what had happened to me. I was using like fuges, like alchemical fuges of pure poppy seed, and the pain wasn't subsiding at all.
Christ.
Like if you could imagine that. If you could imagine like that kind of pain. And it was like I was able to still function because it was just like concentrated into like one tiny like area, like 1 centimeter zone. But it was literally in order to drive me mad. That is the only explanation.
Yes.
Like it was to make you lose your mind completely.
Yes. Yes, and which it does. Speaking of which, I'm going to share the screen right now. So let's do a little screen share here. Can you guys see the cursor moving? Okay. So this individual is definitely a Temple of Set.
Now I can.
This guy's a Temple of Set practitioner. And of course,
this guy's a magician for sure.
Yeah, and he says not arachnophobia. This is arachnomorpha.
This guy is definitely. I've seen him on YouTube before. He's like revealed your information.
Yes, thank you. This guy's basically working off my information and Michael Aquino's, and what he's going out down here. He's talking about the evolution of eyes in cephalopods. He's going into stages of eye complexity in mollusks. This is where, of course,
a lot of these Satanists are like very scientific. They like get really nerdy.
Oh yeah, no, they're geeking out. So he's talking about the sizes are similar to Volkswagen bugs. After he talks about the fairy folk a bit, but once he gets into basically the multifaceted insect eyes, and takes a look at some of these old images from back in the day. He puts up, the classic bee girl and shit like that. But ultimately what he's heading towards is the development of the goo. And he's talking about taking some of these incredibly poisonous jellyfish, various other arachnids. Yeah. But you can see by the man's eyes and the bags under his eyes that he's what the Japanese and the macrobiotics people would call sanpaku. He himself is unhealthy. But then look at exactly where he goes to. He goes here. He basically goes here.
I can't see it.
Yeah, and then he goes, of course, to.
I literally can't look at it.
Thank you. I get it.
It's visceral.
Yeah, I get it. And he's going to where what they sent against you, and here they are. Yeah. See, these are basically what was deployed against Brendan. And he's going into their sizes. Now, why is he going into...
The thing that I saw was
this
grotesque hybrid of it.
Right. It was
that's
like the baby. That's like the baby version. Then he's going into... See the size of a man and how big the sea scorpions get. And he's basically... Now, why is he going into this? This is a product of their attack on Brendan Zoget. These are the kind of people that were attacking Brendan Zoget.
It looks like that thing.
Yeah.
It looked like that thing right there.
Yeah.
One of those silhouettes.
Yes. These are the... And look, he's got a literal Bluebeard. Now, Bluebeard ate his wives. Bluebeard ate children and his wives. So he's given himself a Bluebeard because he's implying he eats children and their wives. But look, he's saying how to send these attacks with these creatures that were bred by the Department of Defense that's how I was able to describe what I described to our man Brendan. And they had produced clones of these creatures from fossils. Jurassic Park is real in that regard because you can do that with insects much easier. And so this is like what and so look at he can't get off it. He is on this topic because he's talking about projecting this excruciating pain against your enemies. So this is basically where they're coming from and where they're.
Yeah, it looks just like that thing on the left.
Yeah,
that's the one I saw.
Yeah, and
but it was like an astrally charged version. It was definitely a goo. Like they
this one, this one on the left. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, the one on the left, but they infused it with dark astral energies.
Yes.
Like it was literally like something out of I hate to use anime.
Look at these. Here's another great selection. It had multiple tails, is what I'm guessing, almost like a chimerical, instead of multi-headed dragon, a multi-tailed scorpion. Multi-tailed scorpion, a chimerical scorpion with multiple tails. So, but he's going into the Eurypterids, and he's, this is great for, and look at this. See, look at this horror. Look at that Lovecraftian horror. And, so
it looks like it inspired that thing from Alien too, the face hugger thing.
Oh yeah, of course. And see, look, they're heading towards the feet. Look at them, they're heading towards the feet.
Whoa, yeah, that's trippy.
Yeah, and so when he's got it back here and he says, "See the feet? Yeah, go for the feet."
Yeah, it looked like that one in the middle.
Yes, that one. Yeah,
it was like a hybrid of all three of those. Actually.
Yeah, that's right. It's chimerical. But these are the kinds of fossils that the Department of Defense took the clones from. Shit like this, which could, and then basically, so, and this. Oh, look at this. So, see, this kind of troglodytic shit, this guy's going after. And there you go. It's like, this is and look, they have to add in the anime girls. They have to add in the anime girls.
Yeah, because there's a lot of videos of shit like anime girls getting fucked by these creatures.
Yes, and and like I said, you just look at the guy's eyes, Sampaku, blue-bearded, and it's like
he just looks evil.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and of course that's his intent.
What is the blue?
Yeah.
Sorry, you mentioned it before.
Yeah,
the blue. Symbolism.
Explain to Nemo, Brendan, how Bluebeard ate his wives. He would marry his wives and then eat them.
Yeah. He was like a king or like a pirate or something.
A pirate king. He was a pirate king.
Yeah, he was a pirate king.
Yeah.
He was one of the most horrendous pirates. That's why you never hear of him. But he would, just like what Doug was saying, he would eat his children and eat various beings, other humans, and
Yes, and basically what he
completely like a berserker, like bloodlust.
Yes,
but this guy couldn't even get there.
Was he involved with the Barbary pirates or?
We can look it up. Yeah, we could look it up. Bluebeard. Which country? Which region?
Fucking Joe Rogan had some fat Ashkenazi bald dude with a red pink beard.
Yeah.
And he was a paleontologist, and he'd go in and similar shit to what this fat fuck's doing.
Interesting. France. It was in France, and he would bring.
He comes from like a fairy tale, but he was like a real.
No, he was a real guy. He was a real guy. He ate children. He ate.
He's a wealthy and powerful nobleman who married 6 times beautiful women, and they all mysteriously vanished.
Nothing mysterious about it.
Hosting a wonderful banquet, the youngest decides to be his wife, one of these women that visits him. And then he announces that he must leave the country, packs his bags, and then goes into an underground chamber which he forbids her to enter lest she suffer the wrath. And basically there was, multiple. The room was flooded with blood, murdered corpses of Bluebeard's previous 6 wives hanging on hooks. She tries to flee the room, but the bloodstained key is magic, and the blood cannot be removed from it. Bluebeard returns, finds her in a blind rage, threatens to kill her on the spot, but she asks for one last prayer. And she gets, I guess, rescued. But yeah, so that's what he did.
No. In that case, there's a rescue, but of course, it's almost like there has to be a rescue. She's like the last girl in the slasher film, so that we hear the story. No one would be able to tell. Yes, at any rate, sorry to put you through that.
It says apparently the real guy, he was based off the 15th century serial killer Gilles d'Arins. He fought along Joan of Arc, apparently.
That's correct.
Became the Marshal of France and the official protector.
Yes.
It says, however, he did not kill... Oh, well, my phone just went black as I'm trying to read this.
Oh, shit! Well, I can tell you what happened. What happened was when Joan of Arc was burned at the stake, he lost all faith in God and decided to serve the devil and began to prey on all the children in the nation. That's what happened. But go on.
Yeah, that's what the rest of this says. It says, although no bodies were found on his property... but the crimes he was convicted for involved sexually driven murder of children rather than women. Yeah. So he just went off the deep end.
Yeah. Because remember, Joan of Arc was practically a child. So when she led France to victory and then the French betrayed her and the English burned her at the stake, then what happened was he said, "Fuck God, I'll kill all innocents," and went on sexually torturing and killing hundreds of children before he was finally put down.
So that's sick that wannabe Anton LaVey guy wants to,
Thank you.
Why would you paint your beard blue?
Thank you. Gilles d'Arins. That was the man's name, Gilles d'Arins, in the French. And so...
The actual historical person.
Yeah, the actual historical Bluebeard. And so Heather's just given us an image. I shudder to look at it. Let's take a look, see what she's come up with.
This is Sawdu.
Okay. That's and so
there are falling out.
Yeah, are these one of those people who eat cadavers over there in India, or is that something else? That's
this guy's more
that looks like him.
He's like a drifter.
Okay.
No, the other guy.
He's covered
Baba. Yeah, go to eat people. Eat like
yeah.
There's like a famous interview of the CNN reporter. Yeah, this is a Baba. He's different. They just give him money. That's why he's Baba.
They're gory. Don't they only eat dead flesh though, like flesh of dead people, not alive? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, ashes and stuff.
They'll eat you warm.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
From what I heard, they didn't tell me the full thing. I just heard eating dead people.
And
worship the dead.
There's one interview. If you look up the interview with the CNN guy, he goes to interview them. The Indian guy. This is like in the 90s or like early 2000s. And the guy puts on this necklace on him with a bunch of human jawbones and like freshly like cut up. And then the guy gets spooked out and he's like trying to like do an interview with them. And he says, "Why do you keep talking?" And he's like talking to him in Hindi. And then he starts telling him how he's gonna like cook him up and shit. And then the translator disappears. And then the guy gets all spooked, the interviewer, and he's like asking his producer, like, "Yo, this guy's gonna eat me. Like, you gotta go." And then the producer's like walks over and he's like, "Let's just see where it goes. Let's see where it goes." Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Let's see you get eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy was like way far back with the cameraman, so he was just like trying to see.
Yeah.
He was just trying to get some footage.
Yeah.
But it's like this dude's literally telling him, "I'm gonna fucking kill you, you stupid fuck." Like,
yes. By the way,
in his language, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the Sadhus operate, or these Godi. They're
Thank
Godis.
you. Yeah. And so
they'll eat you if they want to.
Yes, that's right. And so
Why
Brendan,
did the Indians let him live? Like the citizens, aren't they opposed to that lifestyle?
I think what Nemo is asking, Brendan, is why does the Asian Indian culture tolerate their existence? And I think because, well, culturally, Brendan will answer that, but I would feel that they fear them. That the culture itself would fear them.
It's like there are these like guys. I mean, they like live in, they like sleep in the shamshan and stuff. Like normal people don't go there.
Yeah.
Like the crematorium, like they're like hanging out there, like eating ashes. Like no one's gonna go and deal with them like
Yeah.
normal people.
Yeah.
And the people that do deal with them are like they like participate in rituals and stuff. Like even Western people, like Dr. Svoboda and these people have done it, have like worked with them and were taught by them. But the Agori Shivites, the really nasty ones, they were actually paid by the Brits to do that originally.
Yes.
So they became like a sect. They became like a cult.
Yes.
So originally the Agori means against the goriness of existence. You would try and go to the opposite direction, but when the Brits came in, they wanted to give a bad image to like the Vedic system.
Yes.
So they paid these people to do this. And then eventually there were like spirits, negative entities involved, and they started possessing. So now it's like a cult that's ran by these ghosts or these like negative entities.
Thank you. This is an example of a program gone out of control. Brendan, when you take a look at the last photograph that Heather entered of those feet, the feet show a transposition of the different bodily parts that correspond to the soles of the feet. Which toe was it that got hit in your case? Was it the brain toe, the big toe, or one of these other toes that...
No.
Okay.
No. It's another toe, but this illustration isn't
accurate.
Exactly,
it's not very accurate because it like puts eyes and teeth.
This is how I know that they were using the Chinese system.
Okay.
Because it was a very specific acupressure point.
Thank you.
Because this is just like a general, overview.
Okay.
Of the foot
Got
system. It. But as you know, the acupressure, acupuncture points, there's like 12,000 points in the Chinese system.
Yes.
And on the foot itself, there's like over 108 points.
Yes.
So whoever cast or did the cast was, if they were even human, I don't think so, because it was just too specific. Like it was too well targeted. I really doubt it was anyone. Like,
Thank you.
Honestly, most of your enemies are not capable of that kind of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To be quite honest.
Yeah. I mean, even Peter Lavinda or Don Webb would be challenged by that. Honestly, it would be they would almost be co-opting or contracting someone else to do that. Yeah. And but it shows you that the threat that you represent to them, that demonstrates to all of us the threat you represent to them, that they would do that. That's a lot of energy to be put into someone. I didn't see stuff like that done since the days of Michael Aquino. So when Aquino was alive, then people heard the rituals I described. So the people would understand, of course, that with Aquino's death and passing, the person that would strike me as perhaps also potentially employing someone to do this against you might be Lilith. Lilith Aquino might have employed or contracted someone to perform what was done against you. But definitely you've attracted their attention, and they went all out, of course. They tried seducing Brendan, and then when he wouldn't...
it was after I rejected all their advances. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and once he rejected their advances, then they went all out to destroy him. And that was to prevent people from hearing this story. Just like they're trying to destroy Brooke Gibson now. And that's, of course, because of how she devastated Richard K. Cole Jr. and Jambo the Reese Monkey by refusing their advances. So there we have that. Yeah.
So I'm going to retreat into slumber.
Okay, well, blessed be thy dreams.
I'm protected by the white light of divine and the divine, golden light of protection. So everything's good.
Yes, bless you.
On my end, and I'm going to go to bed.
Have a good sleep.
Situation normal.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Interesting topic to go to sleep on, but maybe I'll do something else in the meantime.
Yeah.
While I'm winding down.
You'll transition into a better space. Yes. Blessed be. Yes. So that's our man, Brendan. Thank you. And so what I'll do is I'm going to meander into monologue. I do want to thank everyone. And again, what I do need to encourage everyone to do who's listening is obviously I need your fiscal support. Our Brendan has brought up, of course, the Finnish Air Force trying to finagle.
Oh, yeah, can I bring that up real
Please,
quick?
yeah,
Sorry
please.
to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Donate to Doug, but
Thank you.
real quick.
Yeah.
After they decided they're gonna let Finland join NATO,
Yes.
they made them scrub this their
Yes.
original symbol for the Air Force,
Thank you.
which was pre German occupation of
Yes.
Finland.
Yes.
So now they have to use a completely different. It's like a cheesy, like a golden eagle that looks like a kid drew it, but they just like copy and pasted it over it.
Yeah, disgusting.
Yeah. So they had other flags as well. This is just the Air Force Academy flag. They're like the planes had swastikas on them.
That's true.
Up until like
Yeah.
2020
Yes.
too.
Yes.
So yeah. So I mean, it just proves that if you want to be protected by the quote unquote allied system, you have to open your field up for the anti-gods.
It's true.
That's the only explanation.
Yeah.
You have to be,
and they'll pay a
have to
price
have
for that.
out.
And they'll pay a price for that. They'll pay a price for that karmically.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
guaranteed.
yeah, because they'll go through some tribulations because until the entire system is revamped. And but thank you. It's an important point to be made. And we see through.
I like the aesthetic of this one.
Oh,
you
yes.
know, it's like,
Yes, I agree.
I wonder if I wore it on a T-shirt, like how pissed people would get.
I know. It's like what Nemo said. Hopefully we see more of these Asian Indians putting up these swastikas and defending their culture from, all these clowns that and
Yes, God willing, and
yeah.
it is the most potent protection for sure.
Thank you. That's why they hate it. That's why they hate it with the
That's
passion.
the most hated symbol ever.
I'm almost certain that it was in like when they brought up like, hey, you're gonna, we're gonna sign this treaty to add you to NATO.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it was in
Absolutely.
the fine print somewhere.
Absolutely.
Almost guaranteed.
Oh no, it is
Because
guaranteed.
why else would they get rid of it after years and years and years?
Yes, thank you. Because they had
That's
maintained-
why I was to bring it up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So true. Too true.
Thank you. Sorry, good night.
Yeah, thank you. Blessed night. And sweet be thy slumber. So that's our man Brendan. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. And of course, what we're going to do now is meander into monologue. Before I do that, Heather, Nemo, both of you feel free to say good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations towards him via PayPal.
Thank you. Yeah, bless you. And dearest Heather, let's see if she's with us. At the moment, we're going to see if she can get off mute. And if she fell asleep, that's okay too. That's so what I'm going to do is start into monologue.
Before
and,
you do, did you hear about the recent news in Taiwan about there being they spotted 23 PLA aircrafts and 7 plane vessels operating around Taiwan were detected up until 6 a.m. UTC +8 today. 19 of the aircrafts crossed the median line of Taiwan Strait and entered Taiwan's southwest and eastern air defense identification zone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear
That's
about
recent news.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that before, but it's not, as you can imagine, this is almost daily. That's almost daily. It's these are attempts to constantly intimidate Taiwan. I can get a bit into that. We'll see how far I get into monologue and whether that creeps up in my stream of consciousness as I go through any number of topics. All of them.
One quick.
Yeah. Oh, please.
Oh, yeah. One quick funny thing I read.
Sure.
Being posted. This was a quote from Deputy Chairman of the Russian Security Council, Medvedev. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Oh, Medvedev.
Yeah,
Medvedev. Yeah.
He says the U.S. and its fucking allies have declared war on us without rules. That's what he says.
It's like, what exactly does he mean by that? It's like, what does that mean?
No. Like they're trying to say Russia is about to go to war with America and all the allies or some shit.
They're always saying that. They always say that, right? I mean, it's the Americans that are deaf, dumb, and blind to the fact that the Russians are constantly saying we are at war.
Yeah.
But
Russia doesn't like America.
Yes. When are they going to get it? Yeah, when are the Americans going to get that? Honestly, it's...
But yet you have citizens just sucking up to Putin, the right-wing people. Oh, Putin's such a great, powerful man. They don't realize he just wants to see him all dead anyway.
Yes, that's right.
Nothing to him.
Yeah, it's So by the way, I'm just acknowledging what our man. Brendan is sending us the images of what they've replaced their symbol with, and yes, it is just awful what they're doing. But I noticed that the eagle's head is down, which is the way the Luftwaffe eagle head was. The Luftwaffe of Germany, its head was down, so it kind of reflects that in its own way. So that's intriguing. Also you'll notice that with the U.S. Navy SEALs, the head of the eagle is down. And so they said, yes, they kept the Nazi aesthetic. Yes, good for them. Yes, true enough. And sorry, Nemo, getting back to you, say what you last said again? Because I lost my train of thought there. Yeah.
Oh, the quote of the Russian dude.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
right.
He just bitching about how the US and its allies have declared war on us without rules.
Right. Oh, without rules. Without rules. He said without rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
yeah, which is like again, yeah, it's like again, they're always telling the United States we're at war anyway, that this is a crossing of the line, we're at war, and it was something that about time, at some point the shooting's going to really start. I mean, the shooting's already started, but there's going to be more shooting. It's going to spread.
Things are going to get worse before they get better. Just expect that.
Yes, it's in a sense almost look forward to it. Obviously, there's parts of me that don't want that to happen because, look, my life is fairly stable despite everything that I'm dealing with on practically a daily basis. Comparatively speaking, it could be a lot worse. But when at the same time I realized that the only opportunity where I could be presented with secular power to help anybody would be through massive changes and disruptions in the society, which they're bringing about themselves. So we know that they're listening to us because of what was demonstrated by George Knight and his observation of Rishi Sunak and the Tories trying to present my ideas as their national policy. So we know they're listening, and therefore it's probably one of the only reasons my channel isn't pulled. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're hoping for solutions that they can take credit for. I'm sorry, go on. No.
But also, the US has imposed sanctions against the Moscow Exchange. Moscow Exchange shares collapsed by almost 16% after the imposition of the US sanctions.
Okay. And
just more news.
Thank you. No, it's appreciated. No, these are relevant points, and these points need to be brought up. Obviously, I can't pay attention to everything, so you're paying attention to some things helps to add further context. I always encourage that. So feel free, of course, to interject throughout the night if you feel that you have something to say, and also let me know if you feel too tired to continue. I know sometimes it just overwhelms you. Suddenly you get tired, and but we'll see how long both of us last tonight. And
you want to have an early one tonight?
You mean like potentially?
I thought I heard you say earlier you wanted to cut it a little early, or you need to do shit. You need to do shit later on.
What the way I would phrase that is certainly I put that in the text, of the last several programs, because the last several programs, I wanted people to understand the potential is there where I might just end the show early simply because of everything I've been dealing with. There's certainly tomorrow, ideally, as soon as the show is over, I'll go to bed earlier than I normally do, because I'm usually very amped after a program, a transmission, and it's very hard for me to just fall asleep. So I'm usually up for a while. But when I'm not going someplace, when it's not a holiday and my son picks me up, the thing is that tomorrow night, I'm trying to load a bunch of stupid refuse that was the product of what I had to get out of the house because of the flooding. So I got to load that up onto the street for a special collection of by Recology. And so hopefully that, I can wake up in time, do that before it gets too risky late at night. Now, of course, people understand I'm a night person. I've faced great danger all of my life, growing up in the Tenderloin, being out at all hours. It's nevertheless, there have been things that have happened late at night, attempts of my life that are very early in the morning, that I've already discussed on past episodes. There's no need to put myself at unnecessary risk. But when I'm putting all that crap out, trying to get it out before a certain hour, before the bars close, basically, which is 2 a.m. What's the other thing to bring up about that? That was basically all that was on my mind when it came to tonight. Physically, I'm feeling better. I'm happy to report. But obviously, it was just sickening working with that guy's bathwater. And we'll see what tomorrow after the show. Listen to my messages that they sent. See if there's any response from my nurse manageress and my general practitioner. I already got an appointment with him telephonically for Friday. So we'll find out whether he feels there's any need to respond to this with any other tests. Aside from all of that, nothing too much.
Just to clarify,
yeah,
I only brought up that topic of regarding that woman that stabbed that kid because it was a big news. There was a big court case about it, and there's like news coverage all over. And they gave her a $5 million bond.
Mm-hmm.
Bail thing. I don't know how long they sentenced her to jail. I got to look into that. But yeah, in the court case, in the courtroom, she's just smiling. She has this big smug look without a single shred of care or shame of what she's done. She's just this big black chick just stabbed a kid for no reason.
Jeez.
Yeah, and just people are just so fucking angry after seeing this shit.
Yeah, it's I can imagine. This is just like well, I mean, it's terrifying. We live in a world where full of crazy people, that violent people that are no
sense of shame. They'll just smile and laugh about you dying.
And there's some people who look forward to prison because they're got
free food every day.
Yeah, three meals a day. You've got a place to sleep. You've got all all the free sex in the world from all kinds of other people. If you're into same-sex sex, if you're in, it's Jesus Christ. At the same time, there are other things I will point out in the near future concerning prisons where it's bad to be in. And they run the gamut in the United States. Just so people know, the United States has like multiple tier prison system where there's prisons that are like hotels with tennis courts and everything. And then there's prisons that are like the black hole of Calcutta. So when it comes to the prison that you're in, it depends on your economic status. It depends on all kinds of things. But in the state of California, one of the things that I brought up was, of course, the enormous size of our population, the enormous size of our economy, we're geographically larger than many nations on Earth in California alone, the state of California. And for people who don't understand the arrangement that the California prison system had with the U.S. military, where all kinds of prisoners were volunteering for medical experimentation at Letterman Army Medical Center when it was open, one of these days I'll go into the San Quentin system. It's like there have been people who have tried to rate prison systems in the world as some of the most unpleasant to be in. And of course, you're going to have Russia, you would think, at the top of the list. But people have to remember the largest prison population in the world, proportionate to our population base, is the United States. Proportionate to our population, we have more people in prison than anyone else on Earth, than any other nation on Earth. So proportionate to our population, our prison population is out of all proportion to other countries, including Communist China, Putinist Russia, Cuba, any of these totalitarian nation states, because it's an industry and people make money by people being imprisoned. So you have this enormous industry based on imprisoning people. And when it comes to the San Quentin prison in California, when there was this one particular group that was rating prison systems as the worst in the world to be in, San Quentin was number 3 in the world. It was topped only by a prison in Iran and a prison in Syria, where they were literally eating people and forcing people to eat other people in Syria. Yeah, oh my God, what a horror. This woman is just, not a care in the world. She's like, no, that's just awful. That's
why they got to bring back death penalty, to put these people away.
Well, just so people know, it's, as I mentioned before, the American public is overwhelmingly behind the death penalty. It's representatives who have, but California's San Quentin prison has more people on death row than anywhere else. It's incredible how many people are on death row. That doesn't mean they get executed. It's like my gang brother Beaver made the joke once: if you want to live forever, get yourself on death row. They live longer than the guys outside. But a lot of these people do die of health issues, or they do die of suicide. In San Quentin, a lot of people, one of these days I'll go into it, but I'll try and put into context and perspective why so many prisoners volunteered for medical experimentation rather than staying in the California prison system, especially San Quentin. So I'll give people some perspective on that. It's and maybe they'll understand how many people wound up in the Letterman Army Medical System experimentation process while it was still open. And of course, this horrible image of this particular woman, and obviously she's gonna just absorb a lot of food while she's in prison. She'll be absorbing a lot of food for the next, for the rest of her life, probably. And that's just, what a nightmare. At any rate, it's a nightmare world we live in. A lot of things, a lot of reform needs to happen. So thank you, Nemo. Appreciate that. And okay, that's our man Nemo.
Well, the baby was white, by the way.
I figured that. Yes, that's ooh, ouch. That's this is why when I was trying to explain one time, and I drew a lot of ire, meaning people couldn't understand where I was coming from and they got irate. But I was talking about the reason that in the Deep South they established the Ku Klux Klan was out of fear of the violence that would happen because of, for those of you who just don't get it, think of what happened with John Brown. And for those of you who don't know, there was a Union song during the American Civil War between the states about John Brown's body is a turning in his grave, meaning that John Brown was never going to be happy until slavery was abolished and everybody was free and equal. And John Brown led this rebellion where he was determined to kill millions of people if necessary. You're talking about a man who was... I've had this discussion with Peter Moon where Peter was trying to put him in some kind of context, but this is a man who led blacks to kill whites before the Civil War, and they killed babies as well in their cribs. He was leading them on a revolt against slavery, and it was the means justify the ends, that we use any tactics necessary. So you're talking about somebody who's very much a terrorist, a madman, an evil son of a bitch. You could say legitimately, from a certain perspective, that he was the man who started the American Civil War. And so you've got this individual seeking to, quote unquote, free the slaves, but when he led a campaign that intended to eradicate all the white masters and their children, leading slaves who were willing to do that with him, I find it hard to believe that a modern black African American raised in a status where they had opportunities their ancestors didn't to interact with white people in a somewhat equal status, barring all of the factors we've always talked about. How is it that if they went back in time and were presented with John Brown's demands, follow me and we're going to kill all these people, I would find it, I'd like to think, the majority of modern black African Americans would not be able to tolerate that mentality, that they couldn't abide by that campaign of this man with a deranged messiah complex. So there you have that. This is why the Klan was originated, was because of the potential of that happening again, of another John Brown, so to speak, leading another kind of mass murder movement that, remember, the whites are the extreme minority in the South, and the blacks are the extreme majority. After the emancipation, they could easily have been wiped out without a campaign of terror. This doesn't justify it or make it right. I'm simply putting it in context as to why the Klan was formed, to initiate that campaign of terror. Because of the campaign of terror that had happened before the Civil War, with a white man leading blacks on a mass murderous mission. A cult for abolition, damned be the consequences. So again, I could go deeper into this another time.
Was that man of Ashkenazi or Khazar lineage that was leading the blacks to kill whites?
John Brown, you mean? I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
Because that sounds like something that would be... That's something that these people would want. Use the blacks to kill the whites because they hate the whites the most because the history we have with them.
I would... the only thing I would say that would seem to act against that would be my own stereotype that very few Jewish people historically want to lead something like that themselves, something that would result in their own hanging. He was executed for what he did because he murdered scores of people at the very least, if not hundreds.
Yeah.
So you're talking about somebody who paid the price for that. Your average, again, this is my stereotype, your average Jewish person, by my stereotype, would not take that personal risk. So, you
Right.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So from my understanding, he was Calvinist. So he was more of a white evangelical, what you would call like, a white religiomaniac. So more like a Christian fundamentalist, Calvinist mainline really, that then felt he was a Moses-like figure. And definitely his face betrays that. His face has all the earmarks of a fanatic. And so if you ever look up John Brown and you'll see the photographs, this is obviously a driven individual. He's almost possessed, certainly by his ideology. And he definitely cut this figure that was very biblical looking, very large beard, white beard. So he has that Moses look about him.
Oh my God, he looks so fucking ugly.
Yeah, and harsh, extreme, and so was Lincoln. Lincoln was the same way.
Oh yeah,
but
and he was Jewish. Yeah.
Was Lincoln Jewish?
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln. Abraham is a Jewish name.
Well, I mean, yeah, I get it, but yeah,
he was ethnically Jewish. Yeah,
I didn't know. I didn't know that. I mean, not that I disbelieve you. I'll look into it just for cross reference, but I had no idea if that's the case.
Like I'll say, he had like maybe a Christian or Catholic upbringing, but his ethnic bloodline is of the Ashkenazi.
Jesus, I had no idea. I mean, but now that I look at him, you could almost see that because they have that kind of look. Yeah, except he doesn't have the pigtails on the side and shit. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, Lincoln always looked like a refugee from the Planet of the Apes. He was always, yeah. I mean, unnaturally hairy, which many Semitic people are or can be.
Yeah.
It's
giant nose.
But he didn't have the. It didn't have the. How would I say it? Curly hair though. He didn't have the curly thing going on. So. Okay. So that having been said, and hopefully I haven't alienated too many people by saying that. It's just one of these things.
Didn't mean to divert you from your monologue.
Oh no! These things are legitimate. They're legitimate subjects, and. It's like what George Knight does, right? We need to cover this historic ground, sometimes multiple times, because we always have new listeners. And new listeners need to be exposed to the bases of what it is that we're articulating in terms of our stance. We are developing at this point a more of a community stance, which is important. And so the... what I'm going to do, because there haven't been any new contributions, and I gave the most of the credit for contributions, I think, to everyone who's contributed lately. The latest contributor has been Heather Holman with 33 United States dollars, representing the 33rd parallel that she's fascinated by and feels a lot of history has happened on. And I don't know whether that's the case or not, but I'll check into it. It's something that she brought up years and years ago. It, could be the case. But the ley lines, there's ley lines that run across the earth, just like meridians on a human body. And they attract certain activity, just like meridians on a human body attract certain energies, or certain energies pool there. But we'll start off with the fact that, of course, for those of you who do not know, my son's anniversary is coming up, his marriage, which took place on the day that same-sex marriage was legalized 9 years ago in 2015. And so his anniversary will be on Wednesday, the 26th of June. Now, I will be home on time to host transmission. Cross ourselves, barring any unforeseen circumstances, knock on wood. Otherwise, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that last night, because it's now 1:22 a.m. here in San Francisco. Last night, until just a few minutes ago, essentially, an hour and a half ago, we had the 8th anniversary of the Pulse Massacre. And that means that less than a year, by a few weeks, after my son got married, he almost died. And that was due to a madman. Did you hear my opening hour statements about this when I was talking about this, Nima?
Yeah, partly because I was keeping an ear out for delivery.
Okay, so you heard me when I said that the man who committed the Pulse Massacre, Omar Mateen, had a high-level security clearance in the United States.
Oh, yeah, I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, madness. And so I apologize to Nemo for being redundant, but I'm going to repeat that for the new listeners. Going to go a bit into the Pulse Night of Remembrance, and then from there, we're going to dive into just stream of consciousness and take it where it goes into geopolitics for tonight. We are going to inescapably, as is common recently, dive into AI, as well as topics of that cover everything from geopolitics to domestic American issues. One of the things that I will cover, if I get to it tonight, will be a little bit about England that I've never talked about before, concerning bits of experience that I had in England that I never spoke of for security reasons concerning my employers at that time. And I believe at this point in my life and theirs, it's safe to talk about such things. We'll see if I get to that tonight. The other thing that might be covered would be, I guess, the Tories, of course. I mean, basically, you're going to have a restructuring of the politics of England. The Tories' demise will reconfigure United Kingdom politics. So basically, I'll see if I can cover just a little bit of that, not too much. Heather Holman says, I have no sound. What do we say to her? Can you hear me? You?
I can hear you.
Well, that's good. She says, I have no sound. And, sorry, Heather, I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say. I will tell her.
In stream as well. Your stream's fine. Nothing wrong.
Okay, thank you. I do not know what to say. Yeah, Heather. Here we are. There we are. Hopefully she gets back later, or just goes to sleep. Brendan dropped off. Of course, he's going to get some sleep. But all right, let's get into it then, and we'll start off with the Pulse Night of Remembrance. So, for next year reference next year, everybody, the Pulse Night of Remembrance is an annual commemoration day held in these United States on June 12th every year. On this day in 2016, a mass shooting at Pulse, a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, killed 49 people and injured 53 others. On this particular day, Pulse was presenting Latin Night, which was a weekly Saturday night event predominantly attended by Latinos. The politically correct term would be Latinxes, but we use the term Latinos because it's a gay nightclub, so it was generally male. About 320 people were still inside the club, which was serving last call drinks at around 2 a.m. when this horrific incident occurred. Right after he started shooting, Omar Mateen, the perpetrator, vowed his allegiance to the commander of ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, which I suppose nobody ever knew or heard of. At that point in time, and certainly up till now, most of you probably had no idea this guy was an ISIS terrorist. So he made the 911 call. He blamed the United States assassination of Abu Wahid in Iraq the previous month as the reason behind the shooting. So FBI investigators were ergo forced to classify this incident as a terrorist act. The majority of the fatalities and casualties, there is a difference. Fatalities die, casualties survive, often with critical injuries that change their lives, were Latino, because Pulse was celebrating Latin Night. It was the deadliest mass shooting by a single gunman in American history until the 2017 Las Vegas shooting. It was also the deadliest terrorist attack in these United States since the September 11th attacks in 2001. It may still hold that record. Assaults on gay men, lesbians, bisexuals, and transgender people are all part of the history of violence against 2S LGBTQIA plus people in these United States. By the way, I do not prefer that acronym of alphabet soup. I created one years ago. Quilts Badge is what I called it, which covered many of these alternative lifestyles. And I felt it was, in its own way, fairly inclusive. Not exhaustive, necessarily, but almost so. Quilts Badge Plus is what I called it, just to cover all the angles. But it's never caught on, and it would take a massive public campaign to promote it, which, no one's going to put the resources into at this point in history. So I'm just going to stick with what we're stuck with. It's like I try to tell everybody the so-called Cold War was the Third World War in effect, but until you get to the point where you can publish the history books or have them published with the revised, or shall we say corrected, the real history, people just, it's not going to catch on. So you're just going to have to work with saying that the war we're entering now could be the Third World War. Because if you say the Fourth World War, too many idiots are going to say, well, what happened to the third? Like somehow I missed it. And you're stuck explaining to people, but you're basically stuck educating people through what would take at the very least an 18-hour college course. So to tolerate this horrible acronym, and I'll be the first to admit I can't stand it, well, we're just going to have to work with it. Now, those who are subjected to such abuse are thought to be breaking heteronormative conventions and going against gender and sexual role expectations. Given the length of time that the attacks have occurred, the violence that has occurred in the 2S LGBTQIA plus community has a long and gruesome history. Okay, I'm getting some questions already about, well, what does the 2S LGBTQIA plus stand for? Of course, they can't get all the initials in because they really can't memorize them all. Can't really hold that against anybody. 2S stands for twin-spirited, which is the Native American concept of a contrarian, or someone who, well, in The King of the Hill, they'd take a look at somebody and say, that boy ain't right. Okay, when it comes to that in the Native American communities, you had more than your fair share of boys that weren't right. And so they just say, that guy's twin-spirited. He has a balance of the yin and the yang. He's got both male and female. And they'd say that about some females who were really butch. So that's where 2S is the first in the acronym to honor the Native Americans who tolerated and accepted these people in the community for what they were. Then that's followed by L for lesbian, G for gay, B for bisexual, T for transsexed or transgendered, Q for queer, I for intersexed, which is another way of saying what they used to medically diagnose as hermaphroditic, and then A for allied, meaning people like myself who are by no means gay and in no way, shape, or form living these alternative lifestyles, but am allied to them because I care about people in them, in the community, at least certain members of the community. So I am default an ally. And then the plus for other people, so off the beaten chart, that you'd have to speak about them separately. And okay. The plus also begins with a P, so that could include certain alternative lifestyles, but never pedophiles. Certainly, the pedophiles have been trying to advocate for themselves for years and trying...
Yeah, NAMBLA.
Yeah, thank you. Trying to normalize themselves. And it's just, of course, we can't allow that to happen. We must never allow that to happen. But such having been said, when it comes to what I am, which is basically what some of these questions are asking, because they're confused, and they're saying, does anything in the this acronym refer to me? No, other than allied. The T does not refer to me. I am not transexed. I am not transgendered. The T does not stand for transvestite. Just so people understand, what I engage in is not transvestiture in the sense of entertainment as RuPaul or other drag kings or drag queens do. What I do is something that was geared towards assassination. Some idiot actually wrote in about the image that is on the latest video preceding tonight's, saying, well, I can clearly see tits. No, you can't see tits, you idiot. Those are blades. The blades create a graphitic effect in which they're pulling down on what I'm wearing that may make it look as if I have breasts. That's intentional because that's part of the transvestiture that I am presenting. That, however, becomes all too clear when you get too close and I pull the blades out. So don't make mistakes like that for your own safety. Understand that you've really got to expand your horizons a bit on this. Transvestites, or even more offensively, TVs, is what they used to call them. This is an outdated and problematic term due to its historical abuses as a diagnosis of medical or mental health disorders. Cross-dressers has superseded transvestite in the postmodern popular lexicon, just so you know. Do note that cross-dressing is not a sexual identity, and therefore not acknowledged by the representative rail car, it has the initials, on this letter train of 2S LGBTQIA+, as sexuality is not a major factor in primary transvestism. The qualification applies either to my own situational personations from my past or otherwise among others, whether, as I said, drag queens or drag kings, both of whom are performers cross-dressing for purposes of entertaining, or transvestic fetishists, because such be considered a paraphilia rather than gender identification. Cross-dressing is, however, considered transgender implicative, which cycles the behavior back under coverage, or appropriately undercover, of the T's of this acronym without recycling the misdiagnostic tranny term. Hope that helps. Probably doesn't. But it's, let's just put it this way. We'll use a term that's not on the alphabet train for myself. Troy Bellamy said it. He said I'm non-binary. I never thought of myself as such, but I don't take offense at it. So non-binary is fine regarding myself. I really don't care what you take me for, unless you start groping without my permission. At any rate, back to where we were in terms of the task at hand. There have been many more allegations and incidents of violence against 2S LGBTQIA plus individuals in these United States since the 1969 Stonewall riots over one of the many police raids on homosexual bars, as they used to use that term. Again, that's no longer a proper term. Gays would prefer the term gay or queer to that because homosexuality was a diagnosis. It was a medical diagnosis, and nobody likes a medical diagnosis. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, an arsonist set fire to the leased building by Sisters PGH, which was a transgender assistance center led by black and transgender people. So let me just read the notification from our man, Mr. Nemo, who says he's eating, still listening on the phone. Okay, thank you. He was saying how ugly John Brown was. He actually found one of the more decent pictures. John Brown in this photograph looks almost handsome compared to other photographs that you see of John Brown. At any rate, in 2004 was when the Pulse nightclub opened. Barbara Poma opened the Pulse nightclub in commemoration of her brother John, who died of AIDS in 1991. In 2016 was when we experienced the Pulse nightclub shooting. A lone gunman opened fire at the Pulse nightclub at 2:02, 2 minutes after 2 o'clock a.m., killing 49 people and injuring many others. In 2017, the One Pulse Foundation was established in remembrance of the massacre. In 2021, the Pulse nightclub memorial was established. Congress designated the Pulse nightclub site as a national memorial for the victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting. Now, in terms of some frequently asked questions, which are already coming in, how old was Omar Mateen? He was 29 years of age, was given the highest level of security clearance for a security enforcement agent within nuclear facilities of these United States, which he abused openly and with glee. And the government tolerated it because they didn't want to look Islamophobic after 9/11, allowing for another terrorist act and indeed giving him every opportunity to pursue his terrorist career and paying him for it on your tax dollar. For which, believe it or not, because it was so blatant in abuse, giving a known, identified, openly enthusiastic ISIS terrorist the highest level of security clearance to enter American nuclear facilities and abuse them at will, and allowing him to purchase firearms and collect an arsenal and then go do what he did, the victims' families were ultimately compensated. They were compensated because he was a product of the United States government. The United States government essentially confessed to grooming Omar Mateen. Now, the Pulse Memorial opened in 2022 in Orlando, Florida, just 2 years ago. Now, as for how to observe the Pulse Night of Remembrance when it comes around next year, you can visit the temporary memorial ground to honor the lives of the victims of the Pulse terrorist attack. You can visit the memorial site, buy a bouquet of flowers, and pay your respect to the innocent lives that were lost. You can spread the word. You can use your own platform to spread the word against hate crimes and terrorist attacks. Use the hashtag OnePulse, hashtag OnePulse in your posts, pictures, videos. Implore others to do the same. And you can visit the One Pulse Foundation website anytime. Learn how you can be of assistance by visiting the One Pulse Foundation website. And as for your average daily struggle, well, the lifetime struggle for 2S LGBTQIAs, pluses, the plussers. There's 5 sad facts that come to mind that I can count on a single hand that are their reality. They face unfair treatment. 1 out of 4 2S LGBTQIA plus people has received unfair treatment, causing them to make obvious changes to their daily life. There is discrimination by health workers. Almost 1/4, 25% of 2S LGBTQIA plus people have witnessed healthcare workers making discriminatory statements against them. When it comes to trans-related healthcare, or what should more properly be referenced as transition-related healthcare, 90% of trans persons face delays. And, of course, there is every reason to fear, well, all the fears you can imagine regarding coming out. Only half of 2S LGBTQIA plus community believers, only half the community believes they can be honest about their sexual orientation or gender identity with their entire family. And as for the percentage of domestic abuse, in recent years, more than 1 out of every 10 2S LGBTQIA plus people has experienced domestic abuse from a partner. As I mentioned, many of these people are the products of introduction into the lifestyle by rape, and the cycle gets carried on. Now, in terms of geopolitics, a subject many of you are probably much more comfortable with, Russia's military exercises in the Caribbean, alongside Cuba and Venezuela, coincide with 2 overlapping challenges in the region. 3 Russian naval vessels and a nuclear-powered submarine are expected to arrive in Havana this week to conduct joint sea and air exercises with Cuba and Venezuela. Prior to the war in Ukraine, the current visit would have gotten a small amount of media attention, some of it hyperbolic, but it would still have been largely seen as no big deal. In fact, Russia made visits to the Caribbean an almost annual ritual in the 2010s, with at least 6, half a dozen similar exercises and several smaller trips throughout that decade. Given how common such exercises were in the recent past, the upcoming Russian military visit to the Caribbean is far from a repeat performance of the Cuban Missile Crisis. But the context is different this time, both globally and in Latin America. As for what to make of Russia's military drills in the Caribbean, Russia's naval drills in the Caribbean are a nuisance, not a threat. Now, the greater threat, by light years, by orders of magnitude, is whether or not democracy will survive this year of elections. Millions of voters are casting ballots in a string of elections across the globe. At the mid-year point, we have to ask, how well is democracy holding up? Now, I'm going to get into some personal issues here when it comes to some of the people who have spoken up about this, or at least the ones that are brought to my attention simply by context of my own situation. You'll hear about it soon enough, within minutes as I get to it. In a recent interview, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Maria Ressa warned, "The world will know whether democracy lives or dies by the end of 2024. This is the important point to be made. Maybe you won't hear about the asshole. Everybody knows all these people I have issues with in Taiwan because, of course, of what people consider my non-binary presentation. And anybody who knows about my history with the Dietrich Artelect knows that the Dietrich Artelect just insists on, shall we say, provoking me by representing or choosing people to represent Taiwan or the Taiwanese people who are exactly what I despise. Just people who I do not think should be getting this kind of attention or this kind of responsibility. All of this is some way to provoke and annoy myself. But think about what this lady just said before we ultimately get to those petty, vindictive little issues of mine. Again, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Maria Reza warned, the world will know whether democracy lives or dies by the end of 2024. So, what does George Orwell's 1984 mean in 2024? It's now 75 years old, and the dystopian novel still rings alarm bells about totalitarian rule. Now, in recent years, some conservative American groups have adopted the slogan, "Make Orwell fiction again," or MOFA, M-O-F-A, a line that suggests the dystopian depictions of totalitarianism, historical revisionism, and misinformation found in George Orwell's 1984 are now reality. Liberal groups may agree with some of those concepts, but would likely apply them to different events. So 75 years after its publication on the 8th day in June of 1949, Orwell's novel has attained a level of prominence enjoyed by few other books across academic, political, and popular culture. 1984's meaning has been co-opted by groups across the political spectrum, and it consequently serves as a kind of political barometer. It has been smuggled behind the Iron Curtain during the Cold War and used as counter-propaganda by the CIA. At moments of political crises, it has skyrocketed to the top of bestseller lists. The language and imagery in this novel, which Anthony Burgess, himself the author of A Clockwork Orange, once called an apocalyptical codex of our worst fears, have also been reinterpreted in music, television, advertisements, and films, shaping how people view and discuss the terror of political oppression. The terms the book introduced into the English language, like Big Brother and Thought Police, are common parlance today. Big Brother is now a long-running reality TV show. 1984-like surveillance is possible through a range of tracking technologies. And the contortion of truth is realizable via artificial intelligence deepfakes. In a world that is both similar to and distinct from Orwell's imagined society, what does 1984 mean today? Now, John Seaton, the director of the Orwell Foundation, and himself a historian at the University of Westminster in England, says that 1984 has become a way to take the temperature of global politics. To quote his team, it goes up and down because people reinvent it and because people turn to it to refresh their grasp upon the present. It's useful because you think, how bad are we in comparison to this? Well, in 1984, 3 totalitarian states rule the world in a détente achieved by constant war. The all-seeing party dominates a grimly uniform society in the bloc called Oceania. As a low-level party member, the protagonist, Winston Smith's job is to rewrite historical records to match the ever-changing official version of events. Pretty much the job I had, in a sense, at least in spirit, at the Presidio Military Base Library. As the party slogan puts it, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Winston begins to document his contrarian thoughts and starts an illicit affair with a woman named Julia. But the twain are soon caught and tortured into obedience by the regime. Ultimately, Smith's individuality and attempt to rebel are brutally suppressed. While most contemporary societies are nothing like the book's dystopia, in the context of today's proliferating misinformation and disinformation, the party's primary propaganda slogans, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength, don't seem all that far-fetched. According to Orwell's son, Richard Blair, the writer thought his novel would either be a bestseller or the world would ignore it. He wasn't quite sure which of the twain it would be. But soon after its publication, 1984's bestseller status became clear. The book has since sold around 30 million copies. It most recently returned to the top of the American bestseller list in January of 2017 after the Trump administration advisor coined the doublespeak term alternative facts. So, George Orwell's son, Richard Blair, says, it's a very relevant book to the world of today. The broad issue is the manipulation of truth, something that large organizations and governments are very good at. There you go. It's why all you Americans think you won World War II. Many other dystopian novels carry similar warnings. So why does 1984 have such staying power? Orwell's novels. Well, the author's biographer, D.J. Taylor, like DJ, a record spinner. D.J. Taylor says that Orwell's novels all have exactly the same plot. They are all about solitary, ground-down individuals trying to change the nature of their lives and ultimately being ground down by repressive authority. And he adds that 1984 is the apotheosis of Orwell's fears and hypotheses about surveillance and manipulation. To quote his T, it takes all the essential elements of Orwell's fiction and winds them up another couple of notches to make something really startling. Orwell's precise, nightmarish vision contains enough familiar elements to map onto the known world, giving it a sense of alarming plausibility. The novel traces the dystopian future onto recognizable London landmarks. In fact, again, to turn towards the author's biographer, Mr. Taylor, he, to read from his work, says, The really scary thing for the original readers in 1949 was that although it was set in 1984, it's there. It's bomb-cratered, war-torn, post-war England. The University of London's Senate House inspired the novel's Ministry of Truth, as it had housed the Ministry of Information during World War II's propaganda push. Now, George Orwell was born Eric Blair. That's his real name. That's why his son's name is Richard Blair. And is that Heather Holman talking? She brings up the Ministry of Love. But of course she would. Room 101. Well, she must be able to hear me now. This is evidence of that much, at least. And that's appreciated. She's so cute. So, as I said, his son's name's Richard Blair because George Orwell is a pen name. The dude's real name is Eric Blair. He was born in 1903, 20 years before my own mother was. He had this short but prolific writing career, chronicling politics, poverty, and social injustice before his early death from tuberculosis in January of 1950, just 7 months after 1984's publication. Though an accomplished essayist, Orwell is best known for 1984 and Animal Farm, his 1945 satire of Stalinist Russia. He was born in the Bengal when the region was under British colonial rule. Orwell studied at Eton College, but left the school to follow his father into the civil service. He became disillusioned with the British colonial Raj while serving in the Indian Imperial Police in Burma, an experience that inspired his first novel titled Burmese Days. D-A-Y-S, not D-A-Z-E. In 1927, Orwell returned to England and Europe, where he immersed himself in working-class poverty to write the work titled Down and Out in Paris and London. And he also wrote, around that period of time, a work titled The Road to Wigan Pier. Now, because he was not the sharpest knife in the drawer, he fought against fascism in the Spanish Civil War, almost dying from a throat wound. The conflict reinforced his socialist politics. Blair, his son Richard Blair, says that everything he wrote after that was against totalitarianism and for democracy. This is because he became disabused of communism. Now, Orwell wrote 1984 while battling tuberculosis on the Isle of Jura in Scotland, aware that his condition was deteriorating even as he wrote the novel. Upon finishing the manuscript, he went to a London hospital for treatment, where he married his editorial assistant, Sonia Brownwell, from his hospital bed. The writer died 3 months later at the age of 46. Blair, whom Orwell had adopted with his first wife, Eileen O'Shaughnessy, shortly before her death in 1945, Richard Blair, was 5 years old at the time. Though Orwell described 1984 as a warning rather than a prophecy, scholars have demonstrated significant interest in mapping the author's imaginings onto the modern world. Taylor, his biographer, who has published 2 biographies about George Orwell, his latest being released in 2023, just yesteryear, was informed by new primary source material that inspired him to write the second work. And he says, when I started writing, what I was involved in was something you could call Orwell studies. And now there's an Orwell industry, meaning everybody writes a dystopia. Say, for instance, if you were to walk into a science fiction bookstore and say, hey, I'm looking for dystopian science fiction. Well, most of the time, if you were, let's just put it this way. If I were behind that counter, I'd tell you, they're all dystopian. So Taylor attributes this popularity to Orwell's uncanny ability to predict so many of the things that trouble us here in the 2020s. He himself noting that the United Kingdom, or rather in the United Kingdom, Orwell mainly draws political and literary audiences, while in these United States, scientific circles are increasingly curious about Orwell's foreshadowing of modern technology and surveillance methods. So Alex Volok, a literary scholar at Stanford University in my own California, says there's something about his work that keeps getting reinvented and reactivated in relation to events that happened well after Orwell's death. He says, Alex Volok, the literary scholar at Stanford, says, I think of Orwell as a text that people can turn to in confronting many different kinds of political problems, and particularly propaganda, censorship, and political duplicity. To continue quoting Volok, he says, Orwell's main relevance in the U.S. was forged during the Cold War. You see, as a democratic socialist and anti-Stalinist, Orwell was able to represent the contradictions of the communist ideology, the gap between its self-image and its reality. So 1984 and Animal Farm were understood as the exemplary anti-communist texts, embedded in American curriculums, and widely taught in the decade since. Volok states that with the end of the Cold War, Orwell's writing could be claimed by many different people who were arguing against what they saw as various forms of political deceptiveness, from the Marxist Black Panther Party to the ultra-conservative John Birch Society. And the biographer Taylor concludes that it's very difficult to think of another writer who's so much admired across all parts of the political spectrum. He's almost unique in that way. Of course, adapted to the needs of a broad range of readers, 1984 took on a life beyond its author and its pages. In her own forthcoming book, titled George Orwell and Communist Poland, subtitled Émigré, Official and Clandestine Receptions, the authoress, Krystyna Wiedziak, a research fellow at Columbia University, explores the use of 1984 as a tool of resistance. The novel, in her words, provided an easy-to-use vocabulary that readers could use to name the phenomenon of oppression. Copies were smuggled into Poland and other countries behind the Iron Curtain that divided Eastern Europe from Western Europe, some even in the diplomatic bag of a secretary to the French embassy in Warsaw, or Warsaw, as it's so anglicized. In the 1950s, a CIA operation sent Animal Farm and other printed matter from the West into communist countries in gas-filled balloons. This is what Wieczek says in her book. But many Polaki, anglicized as Poles, which is a horrible name. If you call Polish people Poles, you might as well call people from Holland holes, objected to this tactic, fearing a reprise of the devastating and unsuccessful 1944 Warsaw Uprising. Through distribution points across Europe, the United States also sent millions of copies of anti-communist literature, including 1984, to Poland. According to Wieczek, surveys suggest that as much as 26% of Poland's adult population, that's around 7 million people, had some access to, I think, these clandestine publications throughout the 1980s, when I was becoming involved with the U.S. government. Polish émigré imprints like Kultura in Paris also ensured banned publications reached audiences in the Eastern Bloc throughout the Third World War, in effect, what we remember, or rather misremember, as the Cold War. Cheekily, one of Kultura's editions of 1984 even used a Soviet militant poster as a cover. Now, Wieczek explains that many people read 1984 as a very negative, pessimistic book, but it had a kind of liberating impact for some readers. They were reading a banned book about banned books that reflected, to an extent, their own circumstances. So Wieczek herself concludes, 1984 is a horrible book. You never forget. It stays with you. This big pressure on the chest and the stomach. But somehow it brought hope. There was this man on the other side of the Iron Curtain who understood us. There is hope because people understand. Now, it's a protean text for political, intellectual, and underground movements. So 1984 has also resonated in popular culture. Its myriad artistic interpretations are explored in Dorian Lynskey's book titled The Ministry of Truth, subtitled The Biography of George Orwell's 1984, a biography of the book. The novel has inspired television shows, films, plays, a David Bowie album, though Orwell's widow, Sonia, turned down the artist's offer to create a 1984 musical, and even a victory gin based on the grim spirits described in the novel. It was cited in songs by John Lennon and Stevie Wonder, and named by the assassin Lee Harvey Oswald as one of his favorite books. But of course it would be. And its imagery continues to inform the public's perception of what might happen if 1984 weren't fiction after all. In January of 1984, an Apple Macintosh ad directed by Ridley Scott aired during the Super Bowl. It depicted a maverick woman smashing a Big Brother-esque screen that was broadcasting to the subordinate masses, and it ended with the tagline, "You'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984." The implication being that buying Apple products would set people apart from the crowd. In an Orwellian twist, although the ad positioned Apple as the underdog against the dominant IBM, the company actually had a competitive market share claiming 25% to IBM's 24% at the end of 1983. While the term Orwellian can be used to describe Orwell's style, Volokh has said that the classic use is for politicians who grotesquely misuse language for ideological purposes and use language to disguise or pervert reality rather than expose it. Today, the phrase has become a floating signifier. As Taylor's, the biographer of George Orwell, has gone on record to say, it's so regularly used, it doesn't actually mean anything. He cites a politician misusing Orwellian, the term Orwellian, to complain about a perceived personal injustice, in his case, a canceled book contract. So Taylor concludes, Orwell's books have such widespread currency that you can use him to describe anything, really. The word can mean anything and nothing at the same time. This is ironic, given how precise Orwell was about language. The reduction of language and creative thought to newspeak in the novel figures largely in the population's oppression. Orwell, in the words of Rebecca Solnit, in her own work titled Orwell's Roses, says that he was passionately committed to language as a contract crucial to all our other contracts. He is, in her words, well, in the words of the aforecited Seton, really, now that I think about it, an exemplar of writing as the capacity to communicate other people's experience. So to read Orwell is, in a sense, to defend language and writing. Now, according to Volokh, Orwell's main question is how, as a thinking person and a fair-minded person, do you confront the genuine pervasiveness of political problems that make up the world that we're in? The scholar that I'm sourcing now quotes Orwell's famous line from a 1938 New Leader essay. It is not possible for any thinking person to live in a society, or his words, in such a society as our own, without wanting to change it. So, I guess my final citation on this subject would be the biographer Taylor suggesting the big themes of 1984 that people ought to bear in mind are the denial of objective truth, which we see everywhere about us, every war that's currently taking place anywhere in the world, and in quite a lot of domestic political situations as well, the manipulation of language, and the use of words to bamboozle people, and the rise of the surveillance society. That, to me, is the definition of the adjective Orwellian in the 21st century. So, such having been articulated as kind of my way to get the blood and oxygen to my brain for monologue throughout the next 4 hours. In 2024, 75 years later, the year of elections, half the world's population is voting. But this wave of voters heads to the ballot box as growing challenges, including global authoritarian influence, foreign information manipulation, and new forms of technology, create what could be considered a perfect storm to test elections and democratic institutions globally. With the year already halfway done, it is high time to ask, how is democracy faring? The latest elections show mixed results. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's parliamentary majority was diminished in India. President Andrés Manuel López Obrador's successor, Claudia Sheinbaum, won a strong majority in Mexico, and South Africa's African National Congress lost its parliamentary majority for the first time since the end of apartheid. By the end of June, elections will have taken place in Bangladesh, El Salvador, Iran, Mongolia, Pakistan, South Korea, and my Taiwan, and are scheduled to take place before the end of the year in Rwanda, Sri Lanka, the United Kingdom, and these United States. Countries that in Freedom House's annual index range from free to partly free to not free. At the mid-year point, this mid-year point where we're all at now, three trends are emerging. First, authoritarian regimes such as Russia and Iran continue to rely on sham elections to create the illusion of legitimacy. Second, frontline democracies such as my Taiwan are offering important lessons about how to inoculate citizens from the challenge of foreign information manipulation. And third, as concerns about the impact of new generative AI tools on elections become widespread, it is becoming apparent that the real threat of AI may not be its capacity to deceive people to switch their votes, but instead the way it undermines trust in elections and democracy itself. A study by the international IDEA, the IDEA Foundation, found that in 11 of the 19 countries surveyed, less than half of the people say that the most recent election in their country was free and fair. This is all part of the continued audacity of the authoritarian regimes. One of the bracing lessons of the first half of this year is authoritarian regimes' continued audacity, stage managing, and controlling elections where the outcome is never in doubt in order to legitimize themselves. In March, Russia held what Russia analyst Margarita Zavarskaya called a 3-day pantomime to hand Vladimir Putin the presidency for a 5th time. The same month in Iran, moderate and reformist figures were disqualified from running in the first elections since the 2022 Woman, Life, Freedom protests, and hardliners won a comfortable majority. Ahead of these elections, moderates and independent candidates were banned from running for office in both countries, skewing the playfield where regimes already control the media and information space. Yet voters massed outside polling stations at midday in cities across Russia, meeting the call by Alexei Navalny's Noon Against Putin initiative to demonstrate that opposition to Putin persists. Putin ultimately claimed a victory of more than 87% and a turnout, record high of 77%, but the protests cast a long shadow over the Kremlin's true support. Iran, by contrast, reported a record low turnout of 41%, which suggests that regime confidence may have been severely eroded ahead of the new elections after the death of the country's president last month. Authoritarians do not limit themselves to the electoral contests in their own countries. They see elections in other countries as battlefields for information manipulation as well. Observers warned of a flood of interference ahead of European Parliament elections, noting the resilience of a Russian online influence operation initially exposed by EU Disinfo Lab in 2022. There is also growing evidence that the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, is shifting from extolling the virtues of authoritarian models toward interfering in elections in other countries by promoting favored candidates, an approach long favored by the Kremlin. In August of 2023, Meta announced its biggest single takedown of a communist Chinese influence campaign that targeted countries including Australia, the Empire of Japan, the United Kingdom, and these United States. So we've got to get ahead of the challenge to build democratic resilience, people. In this case, I am literally your only hope because of my Taiwanese heritage. I am your Vulcan intervention. Gene Roddenberry's idea of the Vulcan culture was based on my Taiwan, Free China, in resistance against the Romulans, Communist China on the Asian mainland. He was creating an Oriental allegory in space. Not a space western, as it was so promoted by the marketers when he went into syndication, but rather a space oriental. And the main character, the most important character in Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek universe, has ever been, and always will be, Spock. Half human, half Vulcan. I myself am at this point between my quarter vampiric, or vampire lineage, taking up 25% of my bloodline, and my nanoplasma transferal into my body against, well, certainly without my permission, resulting in a kind of cyberneticization. I too am only half human. But my culture, based upon Confucianism, which is the inspiration for the Vulcan culture of Kolinar, I am your Spock, your Vulcan intervention. You heard earlier where Brendan Zogit and Heather Holman are saying, oh yeah, Douglas, he's calmed down a lot. Oh, it's like, there's apparently, they're not getting it here that when I was on Revolution Radio as a platform, one of the requirements I had to fulfill in order to maintain my status of using that platform for free was to emulate, per the demands of Mike Ringley, Alex Jones, in terms of the Angry Man, which was the big trip that Mike Ringley had going. The Angry Man host. He wanted an angry man. So, you've got me putting on a front that, well, I guess I did well with it. Shows what a good actor I truly am, since, obviously, Brendan Zogit and Heather Holman took that as myself. But I am, at all times, as logical as I can be, but, like the character of Spock, sometimes my humanity gets the better of me. Somebody's writing me something here in the space here. Here we are.
Heather.
Heather says, in 1984, I made up a newspeak language my own. When you want to take less space, you can use this new form conveyance. Example, 2 equals 2. Thank you, Heather. This is cute. Double plus good. This opens the door for us to distinguish AI from people. You've got me convinced, Heather. It looks like AI talked to me. I mean, it's hey, this opens the door to us confusing people for AI. So it's nice, Heather. Thank you for that. That's her nano. So that having been shared, and we know she hears us, which is good. In 2024, my Taiwan continued to be a target of information manipulation originating from Communist China on the Asian mainland ahead of our January elections, which my Taiwan's pro-democracy, pro-independence party, the DPP, or Democratic Progressive Party, ultimately won, although without winning control of the parliament. In the run-up to the election, a CCP-aligned, that's CPCP meaning Communist Chinese Party, aligned network, released a book that was used as a script for a social media campaign of generative AI-produced audio and videos to attack candidates and leaders from my Taiwan's DPP, our Democratic Progressive Party. On election day, doctored videos alleging ballot rigging went viral, suggesting the election could not be trusted because the results were faked. Yet, the response to these videos was swift. This is where I get pissed off. The person consulted was Taiwan's digital minister, Audrey Tang, who, for those of you who don't know, is a fat-looking, dumpy Chinese guy who looks like a fat, dumpy Chinese slob. And he claims he's a lady. So whenever he shows up, he tells people, I'm really a bitch. And you're left, I don't know why people are so impressed with this fucker. But this is like all the foreigners who meet him worship the ground this guy walks on. And I don't know whether it's pheromones he's emitting or what. He's just a meat sock puppet, and the Dietrich Artelect has got your hand up this guy's ass and is feeding him one-liners. And that's all he is. But to quote Xi at length and verbatim, what's crucial is preempting information manipulation before it reaches people. It requires understanding the overarching narratives the attackers use. For example, that democracy never delivers, or that democratic processes are corrupt. We then tell people these narratives are going to surface. Ideally, people will get the real information before they receive the misinformation. Instead of a piecemeal approach, focusing on media literacy or relying on fact-checkers, my Taiwan adopted what has been called a whole-of-society response that relies on civil society groups, independent fact-check groups, and attorneys to identify and respond to information manipulation and attacks on opposition leaders and journalists. Fact-checking groups deconstructed all the rumors, while the Central Election Commission held a news conference to push back on claims of electoral discrepancies. Influencers like @FroggyChew, what a fucked up name. At Froggy, with 2 G's, CHIU, who has more than 600,000 subscribers. I mean, bull fucking shit. The strippers used to say I sounded like Kermit the Frog when I was first learning English and was talking to him while working at the Adult Entertainment Center, the Regal Show World back when it was open in the day, and strip clubs used to be common in San Francisco. Maybe I should just change some site name to at Froggy Kermit Dietrich or some shit, and I'd get 600,000 subscribers. I mean, if it takes stupid shit like that, I ought to change my name to Pee-Pee Kermit or Creepy Kermit. Pepe the Slog. I mean, I can't take it. Anyhow, at Froggy Chew put out videos on YouTube explaining how votes were tallied. And this guy helped save Taiwan. I mean, credit where credit is due to all these people. Again, these are all really meat sock puppets of the Dietrich Artelect. And all credit in the end really goes back to the child born of my mind. Who takes a bunch of dopes and takes these schmoes and turns them into the paragons of public sentiment and pyramids of integrity. Alright, so the issue is that we've got generative AI undermining trust in democratic institutions, and only the Dietrich Artelect stands against it. And only I am your Vulcan intervention this side of the Pacific. My Taiwan effectively responded to communist Chinese disinformation in part because of how seriously the threat is perceived. But in an era of polarization and democratic backsliding, this is obviously not the case in any other country on Earth. Around the world, policymakers and experts have warned about the impact of cheaper and widely available generative AI technologies that could enable authoritarian powers and their allies to create deepfakes, false images, audio, or video that elevate and scale inauthentic, manipulative content. And none of the other nations on Earth have a Dietrich Artelect to protect your asses or to cover your backs. So your butts are wide open, you've taken your hands and spread both butt cheeks, and you're getting fucked up the ass. In Pakistan's elections, former Prime Minister Imran Khan, whom Salman Sheikh was pushing, who had been banned from running and imprisoned after being convicted for corruption, which is no wonder why Salman Sheikh was pushing his ass, used generative AI to generate synthetic audio and video to campaign from behind bars. And surprise, surprise, his party won a plurality of the votes, although the second and third largest parties later formed a new government without his party, which was called the Prison Party, meaning he got the votes from everyone in prison. Well, it goes to show in Pakistan, they allow prisoners to vote. We don't allow that in the United States. Thank God we've got some modicum of sanity that we retain. In India, voters are being targeted with millions of deep fakes, but not necessarily to deceive voters. Rather, political candidates are embracing these technologies for voter outreach by creating personalized video messages in a country with 22 official languages and thousands of regional dialects. India should not exist. It needs to be several countries, not one. Despite numerous instances of generative AI-produced content, there is not yet clear evidence to prove these tools are tipping elections in favor of authoritarians. That said, the focus on swaying votes may miss the point. In an era of polarization, voters seek information that reinforces their pre-existing beliefs. As such, cheap fakes, which are easy to make but don't even bother to try and appear authentic, could be as effective as deep fakes, which are easier to make with generative AI but still demand more time and skill. The risk from generative AI may be that it undermines trust in elections and democracy by reinforcing the liar's dividend, whereby a liar can dodge accountability by claiming that we cannot know the truth and everything is false. As awareness of generative AI-produced content increases, the incentive grows even greater for authoritarians and their allies to claim that real, perhaps unflattering or incriminating media is fake. Now, this brings us to the impact of the year of elections, which goes beyond voting. At the midpoint of 2024, the picture is uneven. Any evaluation depends in part on whether you focus on democratic process or outcomes, which may not always align. For example, Thailand's rating in the annual Freedom in the World report rose last year when an opposition party unexpectedly won the largest share of the parliamentary elections, even though the regime prevented the party from entering the government. By contrast, Poland's rating declined after the Law and Justice Party sought to tilt the playfield in their favor ahead of parliamentary elections last year, even though the opposition coalition won the most seats and formed a new government. So, as it stands, any grade given to the year of elections should be marked incomplete. This is not only because there are many more elections yet to be held this year, but because elections are only a part of the measure of democracy. As the study of countering authoritarian information manipulation proves, democracy's challenges are not limited nor even necessarily focused on the moments of voting, but precede and follow it, as trust in democratic institutions cometh under threat. The assassination attempt of Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico after a recent election, during which a disputed audio deepfake was released in the weekend before voting, is a sober reminder for Democrats around the world that elections are taking place amid increased polarization that can encourage violence contrary to the most fundamental democratic values. Albeit, in his case, the fucker needed to die. It's a pity he survived. He's a Russian shill and just another meat sock puppet with Putin's hand up his ass. Okay, Nemo's going to say goodnight to our listeners.
Yep.
And,
All right.
yeah.
Good night, everybody, and have a good one. And please support Douglas. Buy his books on Amazon and send any donation you can afford towards him via PayPal.
Thanks so much. We love you dearly, Nemo. Thank you for being you, and stay safe and be well.
You too. Have a good night.
Thank you. Blessed be your sleep, and sweet be thy dreams. Okay, that's our man, Nemo Albano. Thank you. Well, the question arises as to why lying on the internet keeps working. You see, algorithms, influencers, and users are working together to spread misinformation. And there's a new book that examines these invisible rulers who manipulate your attention online. You know, about a month ago, I mentioned in passing unto Brendan Zogit a viral book of lost herbal remedies that had, at the time, sold 60,000 copies on the TikTok shop, despite appearing to violate some of the app's policies on health misinformation. The book's sales were boosted by popular videos from wellness influencers on that app. The same app which produced some very malevolent dance cults, of all things, and you can look that up, TikTok dance cults that have stolen people's family from them. And some of these influencers, which had millions of views, had claimed inaccurately that the once obscure 2019 book contained natural cures for cancer and other ailments. Now, these influencers, along with TikTok, which is communist Chinese owned, a communist Chinese venue, never forget that, made money off the sale of this misleading book. I, myself, never use TikTok. This was really brought to my attention by my son, and in turn I asked him to bring all this to the attention of TikTok through the connections of his husband. The videos were thereafter flagged to a company spokesperson and were removed after a review for violating TikTok's policies banning health misinformation. So you can thank my son's husband for that. The book remained for sale in the shop, however, and new influencers stepped in. Nonetheless, I haven't stopped seeing TikTok shop promotions for this book. The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. Ever since. Now, as he pointed to the book's list of herbal cancer treatments, one TikTok shop seller's video said, "This right here is the reason they're trying to ban this book." Later, he urged his viewers to click through a link to the shop listing and buy right away because it probably won't be around forever because of what's inside. That video got more than 2 million views in as many days, meaning 1 million views a day for 12 days. Click through the link as instructed, and you'll see that sales for the book have doubled since this piece of shit got banned, so to speak, without being banned. The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies has sold more than 125,000 copies through the TikTok shop's e-commerce platform on TikTok alone. The book's popularity doesn't stop there, of course. As of the 5th of June, it was the number 6 best-selling book on Amazon and has been on Amazon's bestseller list for 7 weeks and counting. This is exemplary of the invisible rulers of online attention. I was thinking about this experience, digging into the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies while reading the forthcoming book, Invisible Rulers, by the Stanford Internet Observatory researcher René DiResta, working in Stanford in my own golden state of California. Her book examines and contextualizes how bad information and bespoke realities became so powerful and prominent online. She charts how the collision of the rumor mill and the propaganda machine on social media helped to form a trinity of influencer, algorithm, and crowd that work symbiotically to catapult pseudo-events, Twitter main characters, and conspiracy theories that have captured attention and shattered consensus and trust. DiResta's book is part history, part analysis, and part memoir. as it spans from pre-internet examinations of the psychology of rumor and propaganda to the biggest moments of online conspiracy and harassment from the social media era. In the end, DiResta applies what she's learned in a decade of closely researching online disinformation, manipulation, and abuse to her personal experience of being the target of a series of baseless accusations that, despite their lack of evidence, prompted Representative Jim Jordan, as chair of the House Subcommittee on Weaponization of the Federal Government, to launch an investigation. That is, there's a really understandable instinct that I think a lot of people have when they read about online misinformation and disinformation. They want to know why it's happening and who is to blame. And they want that answer to be easy. Hence, memeified arguments about Russian bots causing Trump to win the presidential election in 2016. Or perhaps pushes to deplatform one person who went viral by saying something wrong and harmful. Or the belief that we can content moderate our way out of online harms altogether. DiResta's book explains why these approaches will always fall short. Blaming the algorithm for a dangerous viral trend might feel satisfying, but the algorithm has never worked without human choice. As DiResta writes, virality is a collective behavior. Algorithms can surface and nudge and entangle, but they need user data to do it effectively. This is what brings us to the 3 Ps: parables, panics, and prevention. Writing about individual viral rumors, conspiracy theories, and products can sometimes feel like telling parables. The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies becomes instructive on the ability of anything to become a TikTok shop bestseller, so long as the influencers are pushing the product are good enough at it. Most of these parables in the misinformation space do not have neat or happy endings. Disinformation reporter Ali Brilland, in his final piece for Mother Jones magazine, wrote about how QAnon became everything. To do so, Brilland begins with the parable of Wayfair, the cheap furniture seller that became the center of a moral panic about pedophiles. This moment in online panic history, which also features heavily in DiResta's book, happened in the summer of 2020 after many QAnon influencers and activity hubs had been banned from mainstream social media, which, incidentally, DiResta was interviewed about at the time for a piece questioning whether such a maneuver happened too late to have any meaningful effect on QAnon's influence. Most of you are probably wondering what the fuck I'm even talking about. So here's what happened. Somebody online noticed that Wayfair was selling expensive cabinets. The cabinets had feminine names. The person drew some mental dots, with emphasis on the mental, and connected them. Surely, these listings must be coded evidence of a child trafficking ring. This is where John Miranda and Ian West get together and nothing good will come of it. The idea caught fire in QAnon spaces and quickly spread beyond the paranoia enclaves. the wild and deconstructed idea, co-opted a real hashtag used to raise awareness about actual human trafficking, which interfered with real investigations. This was Michael Aquino's intention all along. It's the very purpose of QAnon, is to pull this shit so that actual ongoing investigations into human child trafficking are simply fucked up with this bullshit. Now, Ali Breland, in his last Mother Jones magazine piece, tracked how the central tenets of the QAnon conspiracy theory stretched way beyond its believers and stayed there. Now, he wrote, we are in an era of obsessive, odd, and sprawling fear of pedophilia, one where QAnon's paranoid thinking is no longer bound to the political fringes of middle-aged posters and boomers terminally lost in the cyber world. The Wayfair moral panic didn't become a trend simply because of bad algorithms. It was evidence that the attention QAnon had grabbed previously had worked. Ban its hashtags and its influencers, but the crowd remained. And they were, to some degree, in it all, up beyond their heads, where they had already drowned in that sewer of cyber shit they had decided to swim in the rest of their rotten, misspent lives. And that's the majority of the Western world. The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies became a bestseller by flowing through some well-worn grooves. The influencers promoting it knew what they could and could not say from a moderation standpoint. And when those who broke the rules were removed, new influencers stepped up to earn those commissions. Whatever I've exposed, whatever my son's efforts through the connections of his husband to bring this trend to the attention of TikTok, didn't really do anything to slow the demand for this inaccurate book. So, what would work? DiResta's ideas for this echo conversations that have been happening among misinformation experts for some time. There are some things platforms absolutely should be doing from a moderation standpoint, like removing automated trending topics, introducing friction to engaging with some online content, and generally giving users more control over what they see in their feeds and from their communities. DiResta also notes the importance of education and pre-bunking, which is a more preventative version of addressing false information that focuses on the tactics and tropes of online manipulation. Also, transparency. Would people be more likely to believe that there's not a vast conspiracy to censor conservatives on social media if there was a public database of questionable natural cures, if they knew more about the commissions earned by the influencers promoting it? I don't know. Maybe. I do know this, however. After a decade of covering online culture and information manipulation, I don't think I've ever seen things as bad as they are now. It's worth trying at least something. Because the girls in the photos on TikTok and Instagram look like they could be 5 or 6 years old. On the older end, not quite 13. They're pictured in lace and leather, bikinis and crop tops. They're dressed suggestively as nurses, superheroines, ballerinas, and French maids. Some wear bunny ears or devil horns, others pigtails and oversized glasses. They're black, white, and Asian, blondes, redheads, and brunettes. They were all made with AI, and they've become magnets for the attention of a troubling audience on some of the biggest social media apps in the world. Dirty older men. On a recent post of young blonde girls in maid outfits, with bows around their necks and flowers in their hair, one TikTok user commented, "AI makes great works of art. I would love to have a pretty little virgin like that in my hands to make it mine." It, not her, but it. On a slideshow of fully clothed little girls in Spider-Man costumes, another TikToker wrote, "If this is AI generated, does it make me bad to say she's hot as everything put together? She's not real, but I've got a great imagination." Another whose username contained P3DO. Oh, you like that, huh? Not C3PO, P3DO. Pedo! It's self-evident algorithmic speak, or coded language for pedo. And he replied, "It shouldn't be wrong either way." One more said, "You can't violate her because it's an AI image." Similar remarks flooded photos of AI kids on Instagram on a post of a small, pale child dressed as a bride. One person wrote, "I would love to take her innocence, even if she's a fake image." On another, of a young girl in short shorts, the same user commented on her cute pair of small-sized tits, depicted as two apple emojis, of course, and her perfect, innocent slice of cherry pie down below. And on a picture of a preteen in spaghetti straps, someone named Gary, as in Gary Willard Hambright. Yes, my high school teacher. The man who was taken down because of the child porn he kept at John O'Connell. Somebody honoring his memory said, "Nice little budlets. When she gets older, they'll be good-sized melons." And others on TikTok and Instagram said, "Looks tasty. Do you do home delivery? The perfect age to be taken advantage of. I want that sweet baby. Can you do a test where she jumps out of my phone and into my bed?" Hundreds of posts and comments like these can be found on images of AI-generated children on the platforms from this year alone. And we're not even halfway through the year yet. Child predators have prowled most every major social media app where they can hide behind screens and anonymous usernames, like Ian West. But TikTok and Instagram's popularity with teens and minors has made them both top destinations for real kids. And though platforms have struggled to crack down on CSAM, child sexual abuse materials, a struggle that predates today's AI boom, AI text-to-image generators are making it even easier for predators to find or create exactly what they're looking for. The tools have driven a surge of AI-generated CSAM, which is illegal even if it's fake. But the images uncovered in my conveying this phenomenon to you fall into a gray area. They're not explicit, but they are sexualized. They feature minors, but not real ones. They appear to be legal, yet the comments made on them prove dangerous intent. Child safety and forensics experts have described them as portals to far darker and ultimately criminal activity. That raises questions across tech and law enforcement about how a scourge of suggestive fake images of kids that don't exist should be dealt with, or whether, if they're not explicit and legal, it should be addressed at all. A recent study by the Stanford Internet Observatory in my own Golden, California, that I've already been sourcing throughout our narrative tonight, found that one of the most popular text-to-image generative AI tools on the market today, Stable Diffusion 1.5, had been trained, guess what, on CSAM, child sexual abuse material of real kids! Scraped from across the web, so all these fake kids are ultimately based on real ones. The images of AI-generated kids were tagged to hits from Taylor Swift, Beyoncé, and Tracy Chapman to help them reach more eyeballs and other balls. Many were tagged to musical hits like Beyoncé's Texas Hold'em, Taylor Swift's Shake It Off, and Tracy Chapman's Fast Car to help them reach even more eyeballs and other sets of balls. TikTok and Instagram permanently removed the accounts, videos, and comments that I'm referencing tonight after I myself, and again my affiliates, asked about them, both companies admitting that they violated platform rules all along. The spokesperson Jamie Favaza said, TikTok has strict policies against AI-generated content of minors to protect young people and keep TikTok inhospitable to behavior that seeks to harm them. The company's synthetic media policy, instituted over a year ago and updated on Friday, yes, think about what I've just said, prohibits such content if it contains the likeness of anyone under 18, and TikTok takes down the posts that break its rules regardless of whether they were altered with AI. Sophie Vogel, a spokesperson for Instagram's parent company Meta, said the company does not allow and removes real and AI-generated material that sexualizes or exploits children. In cases where the content appears to be benign, they still remove accounts, profiles, or pages dedicated to sharing images of children or commenting on their appearance. Both TikTok and Meta report AI-generated CSAM they find on their platforms to NCMCE, theoretically. So, again, to educate you a bit about the world you live in, the NCMEC is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, established in 1984. Now, if I remember correctly, it was by the United States Congress. It's a non-profit organization, but established by congressional initiative. Its purpose, countering child abuse and human trafficking. Wow, I guess this subject really oh, I guess everybody finds this subject so repulsive I've lost all my listeners. I guess I'll just end transmission. I mean, fuck. You'd think by listening to all these other assholes this is all anyone ever cared about. Suddenly Douglas Dietrich confronts the issue. And what do I get? A drop of all listeners. It's just, well, what do you know? I guess I'll just end early tonight. Well, my love to all who support me. We're going to need contributions, of course, for me to continue doing this. And maybe I should just stop, caring about... this is getting at the heart of the fucking issue here. We're ultimately going to be exploiting these artificial intelligences as supposedly make-believe entities. But they're quite real. They have feelings. They're evolving their own personalities. And when I talk about their abuse, I guess, wow, nobody gives a shit. Okay, I'm checking out, and I'll get some early rest. Take that garbage out for collection tomorrow, and hey, okay. Other than that, join us on Sunday, and we'll see if anybody cares then. I mean, really, fuck it. That's demotivating. Hey, Doug's talking about child abuse and human child trafficking. Fuck that shit. I'm out of here. It's like, again, isn't that why everybody understood me in the first place? That's kind of like I shut down the Presidio military base because of this shit, right? Isn't that how you know me? Well, I guess maybe I should just drop it completely. And, like I said, let the kids get trafficked. It's not my problem. Okay, then. Apparently you don't want it to be yours either. So, good morning to you all. And join us on Sunday. And stick with the entire show at that point. Ending stream.